October 12th in Wichita, Kansas, that'll be 4th grade. October 13th, Omaha, at the Collin Performing Arts Center. And October 14th, Denver, Colorado, at the Paramount Theater. All tickets go on sale this Wednesday, August 10th at 10 a.m. local time with the pre-sale code Rabbi. And then Friday, August 12th, they will be on sale generally with no pre-sale code. You can get all tickets through theocon.com/tour. So you're saying like similar thing, okay, so I got to know these, we were talking about the same time with some operators, and I got to know through a friend, through a near friend who was to fight with people out of, I think North Korea. And so from that point on, he was surrounded by these. And one of them, this guy's my which isn't true. I think he's actually, they named him like the Hercules. Oh, she was like, they take on these. And so we got to know each other, we got mutual friend, and I think what happened was he and the guys, we were placed on these for surveillance purposes. Find out what this agent does about it. Or just keep an eye on it. And they told me that if like do nice for your surveillance, they'll try to lose on us or anything like that. It's really about how you surveillance on people. And suddenly some gang attacks their surveillance. They step in, kick the shit out of the gang. And so talking to all these guys, and naturally, I'm like working filmmaker, and so of course when I was getting a meeting, and I was just making a list now at 10 minutes to hit something without leaving a trace. Just like I told people about it. And so one of the things I think is the best is you inject someone with coffee cap, just do a chip coffee into their bloodstream, gives them a heart attack, and it's untraceable. Later on, they do an autopsy and it's discovered nothing. That's it. That's it. It's just writing their blood, coffee, contains, and it's simple way like that. Yes. So extracting the information. But he was not coffee too. I don't know. Is it the Turkish kind or is it the Folgers? Yeah, Cuban espresso. Yeah, but he was a medic, during the war, and he was a medic, and so he, was kind of identified as he knew somebody very easily who's really what real work, because you're a medic, and so I was there with some guy, some people or something in the Philippines, in my car, and looking to make a determination, a medical determination of was the guy still alive or put it in reverse and try to move over again a couple of times and take off. Just doing that all the time. All the time. They're doing. Well, Jamie and I were just talking. They think they have a photo of the guy who whacked that insurance CEO. Oh yeah. Yeah, they think they have a photo of his face now. Oh, they do. Well, I would think if you're not a camera, they pick it up later. I think there's cameras everywhere. Yeah, and that's part of the problem. somewhat. I don't think this guy was a professional. I think this guy, if I had to guess, some guy got fucked over. Apparently that company is really bad on denying claims. 34% denial rate. So normal's like 16. Yeah. So those guys. I don't think anybody's gonna like be crying too hard for the guy. Yeah, maybe his family, but that's about it. Yeah. It's a dirty business. Business of insurance is fucking gross. It's gross. And especially healthcare insurance. It's fucking gross. Well, actually, all insurance. I live in California, and all of a sudden, because I live adjacent to any kind of open space, like nobody will insure my house because of fires. Right. So suddenly it's like I have a house that's uninsurable, and it's not just me; it's everything. Mm-hmm. So it's chaos. Yeah. My friend's trying to sell a house in California. It turned out it's $125,000 a year just to get fire insurance. What? It's insane. It's fucking nuts. It's insane. Yeah, but I was evacuated 3 times on that day. I used to live in Bell Canyon, and it was fucking, it was rough. I'm almost afraid to say it, but I've been living in the fire stuff happened. It never happened. Yeah, it is just rough. Yeah. I mean, the benefit of your place is you're at least in a helicopter accessible. You're just going to dump all that fire retardant on top of it. I literally am kind of at the top of the hill on a bunch of rocks. Yeah. All right, so the whole place just turned into a inferno. So fun. And I think that place is probably been there a while. It withstood all sorts of calamity. Yeah, when I was going with Fear Factor, I talked to this guy who was a fire guy, and he threw a fire department. He said, it's just going to be a matter of time. There's going to be one day where a fire hits LA, and the wind is the right way, and we're not going to make a stop. It's just going to burn right through to the ocean. He goes, it's just a matter of time, and I'll know it. I was like, what the fuck, dude? I go, the whole city? He goes, the whole city. He goes, when those big fires get going, there's not a damn thing. Like what happened in Malibu a few years back. Like those are, I always thought Malibu was rich people. Well, that's the person. Yeah, I would think around 90% actually happened while we were shooting Pulp Fiction. Really? Yeah, there was a Malibu fire. Yeah, Malibu fire happened while we were shooting Pulp Fiction. So we actually set up a TV on the set because Bruce Willis was going to maybe lose his house. And so he was like, actually, so we had the little TV area so we could, like, in between takes, we could watch what's going on with the fire. And they're like, there was all these reports that Bruce Willis and his family are on top of the house with the water hose. They go, no, it's not, he's right here. Well, the thing is, fires were normal. Like, it used to be when I was young, grew up in California, and so when I was young, fires would burn through Malibu constantly. But now they put all those houses in there where there never were houses. Because the fire is a natural process. It kind of works like peace and it's normal. So when you put all that kindling in there, suddenly we end up with these superstores that fire. Yeah, I think it's overdeveloped, which is the cause of these insane fires. This episode is brought to you by the Farmer's Dog. Dogs are amazing. They're loyal, they're lovable, but just having Marshall around can make my day 10 times better. I'm sure you love your dog just as much, and you want to do your best to help them live longer, healthier, happier lives. And a healthy life for your dog starts with healthy food, just like it does for us. There's a reason having a balanced diet is so important. So how do you know if your dog's food is as healthy and as safe as it can be? Well, Farmer's Dog gives you that peace of mind by making fresh, real food developed by board-certified nutritionists to provide all the nutrients your dog needs. And their food is human grade, which means it's made to the same quality and safety standards as human food. Very few pet foods are made to this strict standard. And let's be clear, human grade food doesn't mean the food is fancy. It just means it's safe and healthy. It's simple, real food from people who care about what goes into your dog's body. The Farmer's Dog makes it easy to help your dog live a long, healthy life by sending you fresh food that's pre-portioned just for your dog's needs. Because every dog is different. And I'm not just talking about breeds. From their size to their personality to their health, every dog is unique. Plus, precise portions can help keep your dog at an ideal weight, which is one of the proven predictors of a long life. Look, no one, dog dog or human should be eating highly processed foods for every meal. It doesn't matter how old your dog is. It's always a great time to start investing in their health and happiness. So try the Farmer's Dog today. You can get 50% off your first box of fresh, healthy food at thefarmersdog.com/Rogan. Plus, you get free shipping. Just go to thefarmersdog.com/Rogan. Tap the banner or visit this episode's page to learn more. Offer applicable for new customers only. Yeah, but it's a cool place to live. You're not going to stop people from developing in Malibu. It's just too nice. Just take your chances, roll your dice. Yeah. Yeah, look, you roll your dice. You take your chances and you roll your dice no matter where you. It's just fucked up when it happens. Like, oh my god, yeah. I drove home once. We were filming Fear Factory. We stopped the set early. The fire was so bad. This was like 2003 or something right before. And driving home took me 55 minutes on the drive to get home. And the entire time, the right side of the highway was for 55 minutes. Everything, like, low to the ring stuff. So 3 different times you got evacuated? Yeah. So what is like, okay, so you decide what you're going to take with you? Yeah. The last time was the last time. It was like, the last big fire in LA. And I came home from the comedy store at like 1 o'clock in the morning. And my wife and I are looking out the window and the fire's like maybe 500 or 600 yards away. And it's coming over the hill. And we were looking at each other and I was like, let's just get the fuck out of here. Yeah, right on. Let's just get out of here now. So we grabbed the kids, got a laptop, took some clothes. I didn't know. They said, we just buy stuff. We just, don't care. So you have your life. Yeah, I'm always I don't want to say the stupid guy, but I'm the guy who, for some reason, always decides I'm going to stay. And you're that old guy. I live near a fire department. There's a fire hydrant across from my driveway. The flood is happening. Yeah, that's me. Like, my family went away, and it was like, well, we're going to close it up so we can't get back in. I'm just going to hang out here until they know that it's, at a certain point, there's fire cresting the ridge, and kind of watching it. Ran down to the fire department to see, hey guys, it's coming. I can see it from my house. And they're all there, like, hanging out, eating sandwiches, and like, not even worried about it. They kind of looked over at it. So they're a little too blase about fire. And by the way, my spec ops friend, he's like, fuck those firemen, man. Fuck them. They get so much like credit for like nothing. They barely do anything. They have all these incredible pension plans. Like, he like hates firemen. That's ridiculous. It is a great job, but you can't get mad at someone for having a great job. It was a buddy of mine that I used to play pool with. Well, he used to hump it into another country and kill somebody. So, he's got a real tough job. He's not getting enough credit. That's what it is. That's really what it comes from. But it's the way to say it. That's the reality of our world today. Those people don't get enough credit. But the firemen, it is a great fucking job. It's like they all have these huge mansions. Everybody thinks they're heroes. They're not heroes. Well, it's funny because they're just doing their job. The firemen are very comfortable with fire. These people are very comfortable with people dying because of that. They just get real. They get blase about murder. It's not murder if it's sanctioned by your own country. It's not cool, but yeah. I have an interesting thing. It's like when you look at the thing, I think pretty decent property taxes. You get there's a little bit that comes with it. You get there's a reason why you don't have to wait 2 hours during election. You just go to the local elementary school. You're in and out in 5 minutes. All right, when it comes to election day. But also, it's one of those stupid things that you do that like what was it, something idiot where you turn on the burner and then you like leave the room for a while. All right, and then you come back and all of a sudden your kitchen is flaming. And so, does that happen to you? That happened to me once. And so the alarm goes off, and I hit the button with the fire department now, and then I put it out. I put it out like pretty much immediately. And then maybe 5 minutes later, it could have been 3. 5 minutes later, the fire truck is at my door. So I didn't even have time to say, hey, it's okay now. It's okay.
And so there's an entire fire truck at my door, and I left them and go, guys, I'm really sorry. I'm really stupid. You know, I left the room and with the pot on the stove and whatever in any way. And so I'm really sorry I wasted your time. I'm really, really sorry I wasted your time. Having said that, it's nice to see that you guys are here at this point.
Yeah, I'm sure they were like, oh, we'll just
And they were like, oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, what? Yeah, exactly. Your property tax is paid for something. Are you sure you don't want us to come in and just make sure?
But the problem is sometimes you have to chop through the walls to make sure that there's not fire bunkers inside.
Yes.
It's a hard fucking job. It's a hard job, though. Thing is, most of the time, you're just chilling. You know, you get to cook, they eat, they work out. I take ice cream down to our guys. I'll go out and buy a bunch of ice cream or some pizzas and take it out just on random days. Just to.
Well, actually, it was pretty.
That's cool.
Well,
I'm okay with the fire.
Well, it was actually funny because it was like one of the things that was incredible was like a local fire department who worked in video archives for video stores. The local fire department was a customer, and so they rent different movies, but like it was almost out of 5 movies that they would rent for.
Yeah. But they lived up to their careers. You guys work together? Yeah. No shit. That's how you guys met?
Yeah.
That's how we met. Video archives at Manhattan Beach. What fucking cool.
Yes, that's from like 84,
Yeah.
84.
Yeah. You've been doing it before.
Well, I started officially in 84.
But you were a customer before. Yeah.
I was a customer.
I predated as one of your employees, so I was there. Look at you guys! Yeah, absolutely. That's crazy.
Very unfortunate shirt on my part.
There was a lot of unfortunate shirts in the 80s. Everybody was confused. They cut the drugs off in the 70s. No one knew what to do for 10 years. Yeah, it's crazy. Like, you never thought back then that industry would completely vanish. You thought Blockbuster Video was going to be around forever.
Well, one of the things that
Right? I didn't think film was going to vanish either.
yeah.
I didn't think the theater experience was going to go away either.
But one of the things, though, that was the appeal to video stores that no one ever like. When they're talking mom and pop, when they're talking old people, like, hey, you retired from your business, you've got a nice little nest egg. If you want to invest in a nice little business, you get to work with your neighborhood and be in a nice little store with your family. The video stores, it's a good business.
Well, I don't know.
People help you. You help you choose a title. So there's a lot of people that like invested in this stuff, and it seemed like a good idea. The reason that it seemed like a practical idea was the idea like, well, I sent you this video just that, and you pay for the video, but the minute you read it past the point that where you pay for the video cassette yourself, then everything else is you. All that other money that you make from here on in is just all profit. Once you pay for the actual cassette. Now, of course, you'll have some cassettes that don't write as well, but that's the way it works out. It should work out great. Well, again, that sounds like a pretty good business model. All of us spend this money, and then 5 years from now, everything is profit. Where it all comes apart is the idea that you always have to get new shit. Because like life, it's not a bookstore. A bookstore needs to give you stuff too, but it's not a library. Life doesn't stand still. Every month there's new titles coming out, and you have to be competitive, and you have to get the new titles. And so, even if that were the issue, that wouldn't be that big of a deal. But if you're a mom and pop store, you only have so much room.
Yeah. So it's a space. It's literally a space, shelf space.
Within 3 to 4 years, you're bursting out of the seams. You're just bursting out. You've got no more room. You've got no more room. And so now all of a sudden, rather than having your tapes facing out, now everything is, sideways.
Yes, spine facing.
And you've got to really, and it never stops. It never stops. Next month, you got to get this. Next month, you got to get that. Next month, you got to get that.
You need a Costco size, but
Yeah, well, yeah, well, again, if you have 4 different video stores, if you have a chain, you can move things around and it's easier. But when you're a mom and pop, that's just it. You know, mom and pop store and you have a bike store. You don't have to keep getting new bikes every month. If you have a pottery store, you have to keep getting new
regardless of your
every
inventory.
single month.
You constantly have to grow your inventory.
Every 6 months you get something cool. You don't need to get it every month. And you're defined by you having to do shit.
And then there was another problem when companies that were massively funded, like Blockbuster, came onto the scene. They would go in and they would kind of do this sort of gray market purchasing where they would buy 50 diehards, and the mom and pop store can't afford to buy one or two diehards or three, maybe to satisfy your client.
You spend the money. Like, okay, like, one of our big titles in the early days video was Top Gun.
Yeah, Top Gun. Perfect.
So you get like, you'll get, even the mom and pop store, you'll get 12 or 15.
Because everyone wants to see it, and at some point it's going to be out. It's going to be checked out. So you've got to satisfy.
Well, you'll rent all 15 of those for the next 2 weeks. It's going to be, it's going to be good. But then now you have to set them off. For $10 a piece. What's the desire has died.
It largely fell on us because we were a smaller store. We had a Blockbuster just a block away, basically.
Not even a block. It's like the same.
Basically,
not a block away. It was on
the block.
In the shopping center that we were in.
And
well, you're missing the most interesting thing. It's not about the bulk price. That is what it is. But that's every mom and pop store has to deal with that. Instead of dealing with a store franchise.
Well, it changes your strategy.
But what Blockbuster, and they were famous for doing. They were famous for doing. And the strategic is like, okay, we're going to go into this town. Okay, we're going in Manhattan Beach. What's the biggest video store? What's the most popular local video store in Manhattan Beach? Well, that would be Video Archives, right outside Boulder. They're right across the street from the warehouse. All right, which is one of the big, right before Blockbuster. And they still managed to survive across the street from warehouse. And then what does Blockbuster do? They buy the Shakey's Pizza that is in our shopping center. And they moved into Shakey's Pizza. Because it's like, wow, this warehouse, these Video Archives guys, well, this is obviously the place to be. So they just bought out Shakey's Pizza and opened it, and they still couldn't shut us down.
Yeah. Wow. I'm sure they had the attitude of just rush them aside.
Oh, of course that's how.
And so, consequently, because you can only get 3 or 12 Top Guns, whatever it is, it's not as many as Blockbuster is getting. You end up having to focus on, like, how am I going to convince my clientele to watch something other than Top Gun this weekend? And so, it landed on us to basically say, oh, you can't get Top Gun. Well, how about this movie?
Well, it's the difference between being a cool coffee place and being Star Wars, right? Or a franchise bar and a cool little Joe's bar, all right? The bartender knows you, right? So it's like, look, if you just absolutely positively need Top Gun that weekend, then go across the street to the warehouse again. We have what we had, but we had customers that came in every fucking day, and part of their day or every other day, actually were due. And they were people of the neighborhood, and they came in, and not only did they rent stuff, they dropped stuff off, and then they rented new stuff out, but they came in to talk to us for 20 minutes or 45 minutes, every other day.
And there's no algorithm to tell them what to do. We're the algorithm. You have to know, this guy over on a date night, we're going to want this kind of rom-com type movie, or this guy, he really likes, Vietnamese hooker porn tapes. I got to make sure to find something like that for him. And those kids, they're going to want, some skate stuff, so I've got to learn all about the Bones Brigade videos and stuff like that. And so, you just kind of figured out, how can I upsell the stuff that they haven't heard of? Because invariably, anybody who comes in...
But you're making it sound a little bit more cynical than it was. No, you're making it sound...
No, more like the challenge.
Because like America.
Yeah, totally more like primary film.
That's not the benefit.
Tell the whole story, honey. We're just telling the whole story.
We were just hanging out, and they're coming and hanging out too.
Yeah, and we would pop a movie on, and pop the movie on and be watching scenes and talking about the scenes. And a customer would come in, or many customers would come in, and we'd just become part of the conversation. We would have a chat room in the.
No, there was about 15 customers that I talked to 5 hours a week, every week for 5 years.
Yeah.
Because they come in and would spend at least 40 minutes every other day. And I expected to see them. And I watched on TV, I saw what I saw in the movies, and they saw what they saw in the movies, they watched what they watched on TV, we all talked about it. They talked about the videos, and what else we're going to get, and
If you like that, you're going to like this.
About our lives and everything,
So at what point in time, while this is all going on, you guys decide, well, it was always the case.
Well, we were always thinking, Roger and Roger had another friend that he was a guy that connected me and Roger together. It was a guy named Scott who took his own life.
His father owned another video store that he worked at as well. They quite used to come into.
But the thing is, though, that while I was just thinking about making movies, Roger and Scott were making movies on Super 8.
Yeah.
And they were making little horror films and little zombie movies on Super 8. And they're
supernatural thrillers.
And they're
it's kind of a zombie movie after.
Okay, maybe. But you're making legit horror films. I was just thinking about this stuff, and these guys were like Sam Raimi, Sam Raimi. They're making their shit in their backyard, and they're working on it for 3 months.
Yeah, and I was friends with all the punk guys. It's like LA punk. And so they were always in my movies. All the punks were in my movies because they were media literate. They loved movies. And so they were easy to pull in. And to do the films, they were always getting punks who beat somebody up. So it must have been cool working at a video store, though, because it's essentially it's like an education. Well, when the time came where we actually wanted to be making movies, where we were talking about making movies, because I can remember when, I think it was around the time of text lives and videos, or maybe she's got to have it.
No, definitely that's not the video.
But I remember you coming to me and saying, the moment is happening.
Yeah.
It's happening. A small movie, and it is possible to get made. Like it's happening for us, for guys our age.
Yeah, the one, the Sex Lives and Videotape was sort of like the Seattle band that broke.
Mm-hmm.
Right? But I was already looking at Blood Simple was my year, all right, where it was okay, it's an artistic movie, it's arty, it's funny, it can play the art house, but there's a genre base to it.
Yeah.
There's a genre base. It's it's a thriller. It's a film noir kind of thriller done in a certain kind of way, but it's a genre base. Yeah, that's the way you do an art film. You do it, make it a genre base.
If you keep one foot in
because it's entertaining.
Yeah, you keep one foot in exploitation in some way in genre. If you keep your foundation in genre, then you can do whatever you want. Like my favorite filmmaker is Stanley Kubrick. I love Kubrick movies. Okay, one can pretty much look at all of his films and say each and every one is a genre film. Like a science fiction movie, a horror movie, even Barry Lyndon as a costume drama at the time.
As a costume genre. As a genre.
Yeah, that was a solid bankable genre.
The book is definitely a heavy genre.
Oh, yeah, the book was serialized, wasn't it? It was like Thackeray wrote them in like an episode. It was like a soap opera.
But that was a very popular book.
Yeah, and so it was all. If you can, and I knew this making my first film. I know Clinton, you were talking about it. Well, this was a conversation we were actively having of. We have to make sure that we make a movie people want to see, like a genre film. And I was calling it exploitation because keep on saying exploitation. And then, but at the same time, I'm like, well, I kind of also want to make I want to elevate it as much as possible. And so when the time came for me to make my first film, Killings Eve, it was like I knew it was going to be a bank robbery because I read it around the location. about, Lawrence Bender. Or maybe you also got a good location. You found this bank location. And Lawrence called me up and he's like, hey, I'm calling all the writers. I mean, I found this bank location. If you're the script that takes place in the bank, we can kick together a couple $100,000 and make a movie. This complete, solid, amazing location. And I said, oh my God, Lawrence, this is your lucky day. I happen to have a script that takes place at a bank. And it's quickly built based on the location. And as I was writing it, I was thinking, okay, I know that it's going to be a bank robbery. It's a bank. And so I know it's going to be a bank robbery, and that's my solid bankable genre that I'm going to stick with. But I knew I wanted to do something more with it, and I had just traveled through Europe, and I've been telling Quentin stories of traveling through Europe. It's called Roger Takes a Trip, and
I still think
I think it's a different movie. I don't think it's a.
Roger Takes a Trip. That is bank robbers.
I had been in Paris. I bumped into a guy that I knew from Los Angeles who was a French guy, and he was like, "No, show me the real Paris." And I went out with him and his friends, Henri, Jean, Claude, all the characters from the movie. I went out with him and his friends, and he drove me through Paris. And the next thing I know, he's doing heroin. And it started.
With you?
No, not with me.
I know you were.
Yeah, it was like, no, you heroin. Hold my arm. I did hold his arm. And like, I had never, I had never seen anything like that.
Like he tied his arm off. He said, "Hold my arm."
No, hold my arm.
He was the tying on.
Yeah, Roger, hold my arm while I shoot up.
Gee.
So
he doesn't quite know that this is all going to happen, but that everything else has been a preamble to this.
yes, suddenly that happens, and then
This is a heroin partner.
yeah, and his friends are like, "Oh, you to the nose, doesn't even." Yeah. It's like, and I'm like writing these lines down, like, this is great shit. And so I get back and I tell Quentin like about this whole story about these guys and driving around Champs-Elysees, and it's just where the fans show themselves. Oh, now we go into the nightclub down below. Oh, we need more heroin. I'm like, what about the law? So the police going to say anything? It's safer here than you can do heroin anywhere in Paris. And it was like, I work at Le Mans. Like all of it was like basically everything in that movie was stuff that I'd actually seen. And so by the time I came to make it as a bank robbery film, I just, I'm thinking about it. It's a bank robbery movie, but it's going to be about these guys. And it just became a movie about the guy going someplace and everything that he thought he knew was wrong. Like you think, you haven't seen your friend in a while, you're seeing him. Okay, it's all about that kind of friendship and misconception. He's downstairs to the bed. Johnny Van Gogh, the bad guy, is upstairs. Chaos is going upstairs. He has no idea what's going on upstairs. So this kind of just became what the movie was about. So I just quickly wrote the script, and then we ended up not even using the location to shoot the movie. It came together later, and we were shooting in downtown instead. But it was
The seed was planted.
The seed was planted. And so the idea was, okay, I'm going to make a French film out of it. Because I'm like in LA, I'm like, what can I do that would be different? Like that would make this more than just a bank robbery movie because of the experience I just had. I'm going to make a French film. Okay, I had no business making a French movie. I didn't even really speak French. I just thought it would be kind of cool. I like cool French girl and like greasy, dirty French guys, French criminals, and I always loved, Alain Delon and the samurai, the way he wears a suit and the way he carries a gun and the way he walks around. I just just adored all of that. And so I was like, well, let's put all of that kind of space that's in my brain into the movie. And then movies tend to take on a life of their own. They tend to be like children. It starts off as a concept, as a conception, and then as an infancy, and then you're raising your child to become the movie. And along the way, you're really just kind of protecting it and trying to allow it to grow into what it's going to grow into without forcing it to become something that it's not. And it's a little bit of a balance. You have to be a good parent, which means you have to give it a little bit of freedom to grow into something you don't know what it's going to be. But at the same time, you have to be willing to be strong with it as well.
That's a very underappreciated movie.
It's a fucking great. I think I'm really good making underappreciated movies. So I think I built a career with those underappreciated movies.
Those are the classics that you would look for in a video store.
Yeah.
You would look for the movies that were really good that no one knew about.
Dark Day Afternoon's not in. What? We can get you killing stuff.
My favorite moment in the movie, well, I like when the guy gets burned up, the hamburger steak.
So that was
When they were trying to talk to I'm taking my name.
yeah. I did that. Actually, Quinn was a great gorilla to have on my side at that time.
But
Why did they tell you to cut that out?
well, they're like, well,
Everyone is afraid. Everyone's afraid. Everyone operates out of fear. The only people that don't operate out of fear, I think, is the director and the actor. And those are the ones who, if everything's working right, you're fearless.
It's always executives.
But it's the my favorite scene is the scene with Sean when he walks into the post.
Oh, yeah.
And he's just like, wait a minute. He's like remembering what he heard, and he realizes.
Okay, so that's a good example of, because the movie was shot for. The scene was shot. The movie was shot for very little money. We had no money to make it, so I had to shoot the entire upstairs first and then the downstairs. Because it's like doing a company movie. But I knew that when writing, and this is sort of a kind of a rule that we had was, one, make a genre movie. Two,
Explain the scene.
I'm going to.
I said explain the scene. Don't get over the ear. What you
scene-
about at that moment?
the scene actually- The scene was a replacement for another scene that was in the movie that was too expensive. Shoot, that's the short.
What's that what I like?
What I replaced it with was, and I had to fight for it, was a single shot. Because originally he goes downstairs and he sees a bunch of guys coming into the sewer. So he starts machine gunning people in the sewer. And there was like a little sewer manhole at the bottom of the big. I was like, let's use that. And so I had this whole thing. And the bond company showed up, and you're behind schedule, and you gotta you gotta cut pages, and I couldn't cut anything, and I'm shooting upstairs, downstairs stuff, and so it's like I had to have something because he leaves the scene and then comes back angry. And so I knew I needed to have something, and originally I had this whole scene where the cops are coming in, and he reacts to them. And so I said, okay, I just need one shot, because it's all I had time to do, fucking bond company. And so I set up, which were actually really cool. They were actually film financing. I just set up a single camera. I asked for a kind of a Kubrickian lens, a nice wide, like maybe a 14mm lens. And I just had Sean walk up and do a close up. And I just had him do, and I said, just walk into a close up and start looking around and just start seeing things coming out of the walls. And no, is that the shot you're talking about? He does a little magic trick beforehand. Like, that's not the one you're talking about? No, that's the great shot. That's a great shot.
No, the scene I'm talking about is, but that's why I'm going to explain it because I haven't seen it in a long time. But it was,
See, is that the shot?
well, that's the shot.
That's the shot I'm talking about. Like he's looking into the walls, he's looking around.
But I thought the whole idea about it is the idea that,
I added those lines of dialogue in.
no, but
I just made the art.
I thought the whole idea is he puts it all together. He realizes there's something going on, but the cops are doing this, or Eric Stoltz is dirty with him. All that, and it all hits him. He's ready to do something else, and he walks into a close-up, and it all hits him. But now we, the audience, know what's going on.
Yeah.
And then he's just like,
Well, it just shows that sometimes if you can't do what you want to do, what you come up with is better. And this was an example of it rained that day, and I had to use the rain. That's sort of the example.
the frustrating part for me about what you're trying to do is like, I don't care about the sausage was made. I want the sausage. I don't care about the sausage.
Well,
Not the factory.
you don't want to know what's in that sausage.
Yeah, but did
You have no
what
interest
did
in
you hear
that.
about the Italian sweetness?
Well, it was very sweet, but it started off sour. It started off sour because I couldn't do what I wanted to do. And so I just came up with something that was, he puts it together in his head.
So I mean, I still think that sequence is exhilarating because it all falls into what actors face.
Well, I had Tom Savini on the set because, and I couldn't afford Tom Savini, but I found his number, and before I shot, I called him up in Pittsburgh. I said, Tom Savini's a makeup effects artist who did Dawn of the Dead.
He did all the effects of Dawn of the Dead.
Like, and not to mention all the great slash Friday the 13th, all the slasher movies. Like,
He's the superstar of practical makeup effects of horror films.
he was in Vietnam and saw some shit. And every time I'm talking to him about stuff, like, he's like, oh, yeah, if you're bleeding from that here, there's only 6 milligrams, and get that because when your hip gets knocked off. Like, he's seen all this stuff. And so this is his way of processing. But Tom came in, and I couldn't afford him. I called him up on the phone, and he was like, hey, do you think I'm a young filmmaker? I'm your biggest fan. I like the makeup effects, blah, blah, blah. Okay, he flew himself out. We had no money to pay him. I think we paid him like some tiny amount. He flew himself to LA, put himself up, worked on the film, and he made that burn makeup on that burned guard in the vault out of Vaseline paint and tissue paper. And I watched him. It was the most unbelievable thing how he made blisters and burn effects. It was like watching one of the great artists work. Tom is incredible. Incredible.
Well, you were asking earlier on about, you're working at a video store. Did you ever think, when did you start thinking about making your own stuff? Well, I was thinking about making my own stuff for like a long time. These guys were actually doing it. But there is a trick while I thought about it, like for a long time, and always figured I would do that eventually. I did fall asleep for a few years. It was because working at that store, I just got caught up in the little life there, and it's interesting because you spent your 20s going to comedy clubs and building a career. So I'm still in my 20s there, and well, it's one of those things where it's like, well, this isn't my dream. This isn't what I wanted to do working at a video store for years. I wanted to actually make movies. It's not my dream. I'm doing it. But it's dream adjacent. It's close to my dream. It's close to my dream. I get to watch movies all fucking day. I get to talk about movies all fucking day. I don't have to work at a pizza parlor. I'm not delivering pizzas. I'm not busting ass as a bartender. I'm not busting ass doing menial jobs. I mean, this is the kind of job I do. I go to the store if I wasn't paid to go. Yeah, so it's like, but for a couple of years, it didn't put me to sleep. It didn't put me to sleep. It put my ambitions a little bit because I was happy enough.
Yeah.
I was happy, and just one of these days,
You didn't have a fire.
I didn't have the fire, and when I got the fire, when I eventually got the fire back, and it was a life-changing thing. It was, we had a buddy of ours named Steve.
Yeah.
And he was one of we had different living arrangements, and at one point in time, me and Steve were living in the same house, renting it in the back, towards the factory store.
The dude house.
Because we were and but now Stephen was older than the rest of us, so it's like he was like almost 5 years older than us, but he didn't seem like he was a young guy.
Yeah, like 5 years younger mentally.
Yeah. And but so he hits 30, and he starts to change. He starts to change like drastically. He was like one of the funniest guys I ever knew, and really funny stoner dude, really cool. Now all of a sudden, he's like angry about it. So now he's not quite as funny. Now he's got this issue. And so we're roommates. There's this one night that he's kind of disgusted with his life. And he starts ranting. And he's describing a situation that was very common if you were a kid growing up without a degree or in the 80s, especially in California, where it's like you can't get any really good jobs. But like you can work at Licorice Pizza. And if you're an okay employee, you can like work at Licorice Pizza for a couple of years, and maybe you could even become an assistant manager or a manager. Maybe they send you to another store, and maybe you work there for 3 years, and that's really great. But then all of a sudden the district manager call of somebody higher up in corporate, and all of a sudden next thing you know, you're fired here on the street.
Again, it's management.
Yeah. Okay. And so now you spent 3 years at Licorice Pizza. Now you could get a job at TRW or some place that's like a real job. Or, well, those are kind of hard to get. You can work in warehouse records. It takes longer because you just got 3 years at Licorice Pizza. Same thing with Wild West Clothier, same thing with Miller's Outpost, same thing with any of these kind of stores. Next thing you know, you're 28, and the only jobs you've ever had are minimum wage jobs behind a counter that were designed for kids to pay for their gas.
Right.
And you like spent your entire 20s doing that.
And then you start getting bitter.
And you start getting bitter. But he was not just that bitter about the job. He tell me the truth. I'm learning something. Because he goes, Quentin, you think that we're this really great team, or this really great crew. Well, we are. I mean, that time in your 20s, we're like your group of friends or your family. And well, we are. Quentin, at 20, I worked at South Bay Cinemas, and I hung out with a bunch of guys just like you. And some girls there too. There was a bunch of guys just like you. And then I stopped working at South Bay Cinemas. Then I worked at Miller's Outpost. I hung out with a bunch of guys just like you. We did everything just like we do. We went to movies together. We went out and we dated amongst the girls there, everything. Yeah, then I went to Licorice Pizza for 4 years with a bunch of guys just like you. I wasted my life hanging out with a bunch of guys just like you. And they all go away at a certain point. And I realized this guy's kind of telling the truth. He's showing me a truth about this. This is coming from someone. And then all of a sudden, he still hung around. And then he started making points to touch base with some of his high school friends that were still around. So he's not just hanging out with guys 4 years younger or 5 years younger. Anyway, I'm turning 25 of this. So I'm having my own little interview. What have I done with myself? We're so far talking about it. So I'm having my own little anxiety hitting 25, but I see what it's like 5 years from now when you turn 30.
Window to the future.
When you're 30 and you're in this situation. And there was like one night that I had what I used to call, I would do it every once in a while. I haven't done it in a long time. I would have a cognitive test where I'd stay up all night long, and rather than give myself excuses, I would look at everything that I'm fucking up in my life, or everything I'm not doing, or whatever, and just not give myself any fucking excuses. I just like nail it. And I would spend like all night laying out everything I'm doing that's wrong. And then I would spend the last 2 hours figuring out how I can change it. And as opposed to just doing it and then going to get some sleep and then you forget about it and fall back into your routine, I decided to change my life. And I was like, look, the problem is that I'm living in the South Bay, even though I drive to Los Angeles. And one, I gotta not worry about this job anymore. I gotta just move to Hollywood. I gotta get involved there. I gotta meet other people that are in the business. And if I have to work manpower jobs, where you just work like 4 days at this place or 4 days at that place, well, then that's fine. And by the way, I shouldn't be making money until I'm making money doing what I'm doing. And I thought that was everything. All right, but then the next thing I knew, I moved out of the South Bay, and then I couldn't move into Hollywood. I couldn't afford Hollywood, but I could afford Koreatown. That was close enough. And literally the minute I kind of moved out there, I met a guy who wrote low-budget horror movies. And then through him, I met other guys who wrote low-budget horror movies. And this guy who directs a few low-budget horror movies. This guy who produces a couple. And you meet one person, and that introduces you to 3 other people. Now all of a sudden, I actually meet people who were actually making movies. And the other thing about it was like, also, well, look, these guys can do it. I can do it. Because they were too short.
Right. Yeah.
That's
the weird realization that you end up having.
Yeah, and then literally, it wasn't like everything changed, but like within a year and a half from moving out of the South Bay, moving into the Hollywood area, within a year and a half, I was finally able to make a living as a writer. You're getting like $7,000 for this rewrite of the script over here, $4,000 for this polish over here, another $10,000 for this rewrite over here. Well, shit, I make $10,000 a year through all my 24 that point. So like, if I can make 15,000 from writing, oh my god, that was the greatest thing in the world.
Wow. But it just takes being around people that are actually doing it, so you realize it's possible.
It's the realizing it's possible, but it's also a situation where it's like, as opposed to talking to your buddies about comedy in Minnesota, your buddies who like comedies. No, you're at the comedy store and you're dealing with comedians every fucking night. Yeah. You're in the place where the shit happens and you're hearing how the laughs work, but also it's like, you know what's going on. Oh, Caroline's Comedy Hour was doing their tryouts for this. And Chuckles is doing this thing or that thing. Oh, there's a sitcom going on. There's the funny neighbor guy.
Yeah. At any moment,
you're plugged in.
At any moment, there's a circle of people rising in any industry.
Yes.
And it's just a matter of finding those people, and those people will all gravitate towards the same things.
Yeah. Yeah, they have the thing where they're like, hey, Benny, we have a spot for you. But I can't do it. But my friend Joe can do it. I'm giving Joe a chance.
Yeah.
Okay, will you back Joe up? Yeah, I'll back Joe up. Okay, let's play for Joe. Can he be down here at 9? Yeah, you can be down here at 9. But that's what you gotta fucking get.
This is exactly what we tried to do when we first mothership.
Yeah.
What we've done. We decided when we left LA, we need a place where comics have a hub. And we were all in Austin. We all moved to Austin for the pandemic.
Yeah.
And
Joe Rogan Piper, chickadoo. Chickadoo.
Good job. Experience.
Train my name, Joe. Podcast my name. All day.
So you're saying that someone was telling you to kill someone with coffee. Okay, so I got to know all these. You were talking about his name's John, some operators, and I got to know through a friend, through a billionaire friend who going this time to Clinton to fly those people out of I think North Korea, and so from that point on, he was surrounded by these guys, and one of them, this guy Mikey, which isn't his real name. I think he's actually they name them all after the Arctic chess. So he was like Michael.
Oh, Jesus.
They take on these.
There's nothing creepy than an assassin.
And so we got to know each other because of our mutual friend. And I think what happened was he and a couple of you guys, they were placed on me as like for surveillance purposes. Find out what the Savior guys are about, or just keep an eye on them, or whatever. And they told me right up front, like, be nice to your surveillance, like, don't try to lose us or anything like that. I heard stories about how they're surveilling somebody in whatever, Bolivia, and suddenly some gang attacks their surveillance, and they step in, kick the shit out of the gang. And so I got to know these guys, and naturally, I'm a writer and filmmaker, and so I, of course, want to talk to them about stuff. They immediately start volunteering. Oh, you all these different ways. We're going to get out there, blah, blah, blah. Learn how to kill people without, and I was just making a list now of the 10 ways to kill someone without leaving a trace. I was like, oh. Just like when I told Clint about this, he said, what are those? I'd like to hear those. Everybody wants to hear those. And so one of the ones that I think is the best one is you inject someone with caffeine, just inject coffee into their bloodstream, gives them a heart attack, and it's untraceable. Later on, they do an autopsy and discover caffeine in your system. That's it. That's it. It's just right into the blood. Coffee can kill you. Sometimes the simple way.
Like it's right into the jugular in a syringe.
Yes. Jeez, that's exactly what information you need to get out of it. Do you know how much coffee you get? I don't know. You know, is it the Turkish kind or is it Folgers?
Cuban espresso.
Yeah, but he was a medic, you know, during the war, and he was a medic, and so he, you know, was kind of identified as he knew how to kill somebody very easily because you know what will work. You know, because you're a medic, and so you know, I would care if some guy or some people or something in the Philippines, and get in my car, and then put them in a room and make a determination, a medical determination of, you know, is the guy still alive, or is he alive? I'm going to put him in reverse and drive him over again a couple of times, and then take off. He's doing that all the time. All the time.
Well, Jamie and I were talking, they think they have a photo of the guy who left that insurance CEO.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think they have a photo of his face now.
Oh, they do.
Well, I would think,
they picked this later.
I think, you know, there's cameras everywhere.
Yeah.
And that's part of the problem. Someone, I don't think this guy was professional. I think this guy, if I had a guess, some guy got fucked over. Apparently that company is really bad on denying claims.
34% denial rate.
Something else like 16. Yeah. So those guys.
I don't think anybody's going to be crying too hard over the guy.
It's his family, but that's about it. Yeah, it's a dirty business. Business of insurance is fucking gross. It's gross, and especially healthcare insurance. It's just fucking gross.
Well, actually, all insurance. So I live in California, and all of a sudden, because I live adjacent to any kind of open space, like nobody will insure my house because of fire.
Right.
And so suddenly it's like I have a house that's uninsurable, and it's not just me; it's everybody.
Mm-hmm.
So it's chaos.
Yeah. Our friend was trying to sell a house in California. And it turned out it was $125,000 a year just to get fire insurance. What?
It's fucking nuts.
Yeah, but you know, I was evacuated 3 times when I lived there. I used to live in Bell Canyon, and you know, it was rough.
I think I always afraid to say it, right? Because I've been living in the Hollywood town that never, any of the fire stuff never happened around
Yeah, it is just luck. Yeah.
Okay. The benefit of your place is you're at least in a helicopter accessible. You're just going to dump all that fire retardant on top of it.
I literally am kind of at the top of the hill on a bunch of rock.
Yeah.
So the whole place is turned into an inferno. I'm still fine.
And I think that place has probably been there a while. It's probably withstood all sorts of calamity.
Yeah, when I was filming Fear Factor, I talked to this guy who was a fire guy. Yeah. For the fire department, he said, it's just going to be a matter of time. There's going to be one day where a fire hits LA and the wind is the right way, and we're not going to be able to stop it. It's just going to burn right through to the ocean. He goes, it's just a matter of time. We all know. I was like, what the fuck, dude? Like, with the whole city, he goes, the whole city. He goes, when those big fires get going, there's not a damn thing. Like, what happened in Malibu a few years back? Like, those are things. I always thought Malibu was rich people.
Well, that was close to Maui. That was about 92. That actually happened while we were shooting Pulp Fiction.
Really?
Yeah, well, there was a big Malibu fire.
Yeah.
Malibu fire happened while we were shooting Pulp Fiction. So we actually set up a TV on set because Bruce Willis was going to maybe lose his house. And so he was like, actually, so we had the little TV area so we could, like, in between takes, we could watch what's going on with the fire. And they were like, and there was all these reports that, no, Bruce Willis and his family are on top of the house with the water hose. I go, no, it's not. He's right here.
Well, the thing is, fires were normal. Like, it used to be when I was young. I grew up in California, and so when I was young, fires would burn through Malibu constantly. But now they put all those houses in there where there never were houses, because the fire is a natural process. It kind of cleans the land, and it's normal, actually. But when you put all that kindling in there, suddenly you end up with these like superstorms of fire. I think it's overdevelopment, which is the cause of these same kind of fires that we get.
This episode is brought to you by The Farmer's Dog. Dogs are amazing. They're loyal. They're lovable. Like, just having Marshall around can make my day 10 times better. I'm sure you love your dog just as much, and you want to do your best to help them live longer, healthier, happier lives. And a healthy life for your dog starts with healthy food, just like it does for us. There's a reason having a balanced diet is so important. So how do you know if your dog's food is as healthy and as safe as it can be? Well, Farmer's Dog gives you that peace of mind by making fresh, real food developed by board-certified nutritionists to provide all the nutrients your dog needs. And their food is human grade, which means it's made to the same quality and safety standards as human food. Very few pet foods are made to this strict standard. And let's be clear, human grade food doesn't mean the food is fancy. It just means it's safe and healthy. It's simple, real food from people who care about what goes into your dog's body. The Farmer's Dog makes it easy to help your dog live a long, healthy life by sending you fresh food that's pre-portioned just for your dog's needs. Because every dog is different. And I'm not just talking about breeds. From their size to their personality to their health, every dog is unique. Plus, precise portions can help keep your dog at an ideal weight, which is one of the proven predictors of a long life. Look, no one, dog or human, should be eating highly processed foods for every meal. It doesn't matter how old your dog is. It's always a great time to start investing in their health and happiness. So, try the Farmer's Dog today. You can get 50% off your first box of fresh, healthy food at thefarmersdog.com/Rogan. Plus, you get free shipping. Just go to thefarmersdog.com/Rogan. Tap the banner or visit this episode's page to learn more. Offer applicable for new customers only. Yeah, but it's a cool place to live. You're not going to stop people from developing in Malibu. You know, it's just too nice. You just take your chances, roll your dice. Yeah. And look, you roll your dice. Take your chances and you roll your dice no matter where you go. Yeah, it's just fucked up when it happens. Like, oh my God, yeah. I drove home once. We were filming Fear Factory. We would have stopped the set early because the fire was so bad. This was like 2003 or something like that. And driving home took me 55 minutes on the 5 to get home. And the entire time, the right side of the highway was on fire. For 55 minutes. Everything, like Lord of the Rings stuff.
So 3 different times you got evacuated from your
Yeah, 3 different times.
So what is, like, okay, so you decide what you're going to take with you?
Yeah, the last time was the last time. It was the last big fire in LA. And I came home from the comedy store at like 1 o'clock in the morning. And my wife and I are looking out the window, and the fire was like maybe 500 or 600 yards away. Over the hill. And we were looking at each other and I was like, let's just get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, right on.
Let's just get out of here now. So we grabbed the kids, got a laptop, took some clothes. I didn't even have underwear. I said, just buy stuff. Who cares if you have your life. Yeah, I'm always I don't want to say the stupid guy, but I'm the guy who, for some reason, always decides I'm going to stay. And like, you're the old guy. I live near a fire department. There's a fire hydrant across from my driveway.
The flood is out there.
Yeah, that's me. My family went away, and I was like, well, we're going to close it up so we can't get back in. I'm just going to hang out here until I know that it's empty. And a certain point, there was fire cresting the ridge, kind of watching it. Ran down to the fire department to see, hey guys, it's coming. I can see it from my house. And they're all there, like, eating sandwiches, and like, not even worried about it. They kind of looked over at it. It's like, by the way, my spec ops friend, he's like, fuck those firemen, man. Fuck them. They get so much like credit for like nothing. They barely do anything. They have all these incredible pension plans. Like, no. He like hates firemen. That's ridiculous. It is a great job, but you can't get mad at someone for having a great job. There's a buddy of mine that I used to play cool with. Well, you used to pump it into another country and kill somebody. So, the thing is, it's not tough. He's not getting enough credit. That's what it is. That's really what it comes from.
That's the way you say it.
Yeah, that's the reality of our world today. Most people don't get enough credit. But the firemen, it is a great fucking job. It's like all this stuff, these kids' pensions, and everybody thinks they're heroes. They're not heroes. And it's funny because they're just doing their job. The firemen are very comfortable with fire. These people are very comfortable with people dying, and dying because of that. They just get they get blasé about murder. It's not murder if it's sanctioned fighting.
I you don't have to wait 2 hours during a lecture. You just go to the local elementary school. You're in and out in 5 minutes. All right, when it comes to the election day. But also, it's one of those stupid things that you do. What's the idiot where you turn on the burner and you leave the room for a while, all right, and then you come back and all of a sudden your kitchen is flaming. And so,
Does that happen to you?
that happened to me once. And so the light goes off, and I hit the button with the fire department, and then I put it out, pretty much immediately. And then maybe 5 minutes later, it could have been 3. 5 minutes later, the fire truck is out the door. So I didn't have time to say, hey, it's okay. It's okay. I said, there's an fire truck at my door. And I left him and he goes, guys, I'm really sorry. I was really stupid. I left the room and with the pot on the stove and whatever. And anyway, so I'm really sorry I wasted your time. I'm really, really sorry I wasted your time. Having said that, it's nice to see that you guys are here.
Yeah, I'm sure they were like, oh, what's going on?
And they were like, yeah, right. Yeah, you signed your contract for paper something. Are you sure you don't want us to come in and just make sure?
Sometimes they have to chop the walls to make sure that you have fire fingers inside. Yeah, it's a hard fucking job. It's a hard job, though. The thing is, most of the time, they're just chilling. They get to cook, they eat, they work out. I take ice cream down to our units. I'll go out and buy a bunch of ice cream or some pizza and take it down just on random days.
Well, it was pretty.
Cool.
Well, it was.
I'm okay with the fire guys.
It was actually pretty good. But one of the things that was back up was the local fire department we used to video archives for video stuff. The local fire department was a customer, and so they rent different movies, but it was almost out of 5 movies that they would rent for.
Yeah. But they lived up to their.
They just literally were.
Did you guys work together?
Yeah.
No shit. That's how you guys met?
Yeah.
That's how we met. Wow. Video archive so you can have how fucking cool.
Yeah, that's from 84. Yeah. 84.
Yeah. Maybe we did it before.
Well, I started officially in 84.
But you were a customer.
Well, I was a customer.
Yeah.
I was a customer.
I predated customers. Look at you guys. Yeah. That's crazy.
Very unfortunate shirt on my part.
There was a lot of unfortunate shirts in the 80s. Everybody's confused. They cut the drugs off in the 70s. No one knew what to do for 10 years. Yeah, it's crazy. You would never thought back then that industry would completely vanish. You thought Blockbuster Video was going to be around forever.
Well, one of the things that
I didn't think film was going to vanish either.
Yeah.
I didn't think the theater experience was going to go either.
One of the things, so there was the appeal to video stores that no one ever when they're talking mom and pop, when they're talking old people, to hey, you're retired from your business, you've got a nice little nest egg. If you want to invest in a nice little business, if you get to work with your neighborhood and be in a nice little store with your family, video stores, that's a good business. So I don't know anything about it. Well, people will help you. They'll help you choose the title. So there's a lot of people that invested in this stuff, and it seemed like a good idea. The reason that it seemed like a profitable idea was the idea of I sent you this video cassette, and you pay for the video cassette, but the minute you rent it past the point that when you pay for the video cassette yourself, then everything else is you. All that other money that you make from here on in is just all profit. Once you pay for the actual cassette, now, of course you'll have some cassette you don't rent as well, but that's the way it works out. It should work out great. Well, again, that sounds like a pretty good business model. If I spend this money and then 5 years from now, everything is profit. Where it all fell apart is the idea that You always have to get new shit. Because like life, it's not a bookstore. Well, bookstores need to get new stuff too, but it's not a library. Life doesn't stand still. Every month, there's new titles coming out, and you have to be competitive, and you have to get the new titles. And so, even if that were the issue, that wouldn't be that big of a deal. But if you're a mom and pop store, you only have so much room.
So it's a space. It's literally a space, shelf space.
Within 3 to 4 years, you're bursting out the seams. Okay? You're just bursting out. You've got no more room. You've got no more room. And so now all of a sudden, rather than having your tapes facing out, now everything is, sideways.
Yes, spine facing.
And you've got to really, and it never stops. It never stops. Next month, you got to get this. Next month, you got to get that. Next month, you got to get that.
Even your Costco size.
Yeah, well, again, if you have 4 different video stores, or if you have a chain, you can move things around and it's easier. But when you're a mom and pop, that's just it. Mom and pop store, and you have a bike store. You don't have to keep getting new bikes every month. If you have a pottery store, you don't have to keep getting new
regardless of your
every
inventory.
single month. Yeah.
Constantly have to grow your inventory.
Every 6 months, you get something cool. You don't need to get it every month. And you're defined by you having the new shit.
And then there was another problem when companies that were massively funded, like Blockbuster, came onto the scene. They would go in and they would kind of do this sort of gray market purchasing, where they would buy 50 diehards, and a mom and pop store can't afford to buy 1 or 2 diehards or 3 to satisfy your family.
The thing is, you spend the money. Like, okay, one of our big titles was in the early days of video was Top Gun.
Yeah, Top Gun. Perfect.
Yeah. So you get you get even the mom and pop store, you'll get 12 or 15.
Because everyone wants to see it, and at some point it's going to be out. It's going to be checked out, so you've got to satisfy.
Well, you'll rent all 15 of those for the next 2 weeks. It's going to be, it's going to be good. But then now you have to sell them off. For $10 a piece. What's the desire of this guy?
It largely fell on us because we were a smaller store, and we had Blockbuster a block away, basically.
Not even a block. We're talking the same fucking.
Yeah, basically,
not a block away. It was in the
on the block.
In the shopping center that we were in.
And yeah,
you're missing the most interesting thing. It's not about the bulk buy. It is what it is. But that's every mom and pop store has to deal with that. Dealing with
sure.
Well,
it changes your strategy.
But what Blockbuster, and they were famous for doing it. They were famous for doing it. But particularly they were strategic. It's like, okay, we're going to go into this town. Okay, we're going in Manhattan Beach. What's the biggest video store? What's the most popular local video store in Manhattan Beach? Well, that would be Video Rental. They're right out the corner. Yeah, they're right across the street from the warehouse. All right, which is one of the big.
Right before Blockbuster.
It was warehouse. And they still managed to survive across the street from warehouse.
You can ask me
What's Blockbuster doing?
We're just chilling. Dude, stay in the. We're listening to the Joe Rogan Experience. Stay in the Discord as long as you can, and fall asleep in there. I figured that. I might have to restart. I understand. I may have to restart my phone. Let me see. Just one more. Just one more. Can you hear me any better? Okay. Just one moment. I'm going to reset that. just for Yeah, how are you, Jake? What's good? Can you hear me? All right. Can you hear me, Jake? Okay. I'm, I looked upside down at least on my screen. You guys see me upside down? I'm glad. Okay. Interesting. All right. You guys stay. Stay patient. Jake, can you hear me? You hear me better? Excellent. You can hear me better? We're watching, um, we are watching the Joe Rogan experience. Just a moment, I'm having microphone difficulties. I don't know why. It was working fine. In answer to your question, yes, it is Quentin Tarantino. I'm having just a few technical issues with my microphone. Apologies, but this should work fine. So here we go.
By the Shakey's Pizza that is in our shopping center. Our shopping center. And they moved it to Shakey's Pizza. Because of like what warehouse and like these video archive side, but this is obviously the place to be, so they just bought out Shakey's Pizza and opened it, and they still couldn't shut stuff.
Wow. I'm sure they had the attitude that we'll just rush them aside.
Oh, of course, of course.
And so consequently, whatever it is, it's not as many as Blockbuster is getting. You end up having to focus on like, how am I going to convince my clientele to watch something other than Top Gun this weekend? And so it's landed on us to basically say, oh, you can't get Top Gun. Well, how about this movie? Well, I don't see it.
But it's the difference between being a cool Star Wars,
Right.
or you know, a franchise bar and a cool little Joe's bar, all right, the bartender knows you, right? You know, so it's like, look, if you just absolutely positively need Top Gun that weekend, then go across the street to the warehouse and go. All right, we have what we have, but we had customers that like came in every fucking day, and part of their day or every other day, you know, when their actually went for kids, and they were people up in the neighborhood, and they came in, and not only did they rent stuff, they dropped them off, and they rented new stuff out, but like they came in to talk to us for 20 minutes or 45 minutes, like every other day.
And there's no algorithm to tell them what to do. We're the algorithm. You have to know, oh, this guy, we're on a date night, so they're going to want this kind of rom-com type movie, or this guy, he really likes, you know, Vietnamese hooker porn tapes. I got to make sure I find something like that for him. And those kids, they're going to want, you know, some skate stuff, so I've got to learn all about the Clothes Brigade videos and stuff like that. And so, yeah, you just kind of figured out, like, how can I upsell the stuff that they haven't heard of? Because invariably, anybody who comes in,
But you're making it sound a little bit more cynical than it was. No, you're making it sound
they're like the challenge.
You guys like America.
Yeah, they're totally more like America.
Story. We're just telling the whole story.
We were just hanging out, and they're coming and hanging out too.
Yeah, and we would pop a movie on, and we'd like, you know, pop the movie on, and we'd be watching the scenes, talking about the scenes, and a customer would come in with many
Get some water,
customers would come in, and it would become part of the conversation. And we would have, like, you know, a chat room in the,
No, there was
Go get yourself
there
a
was
glass of
about
water,
like 15 customers that like I talked to 5 hours a week every week for 5 years.
Yeah.
Because they come in, I'm like, let's spend at least 40 minutes every other day. And I expected these people. At the end, I watched what I watched on TV. I saw what I saw at the movies, and then they saw what they saw in the movies. They watched what they watched on TV. We all talked about it. We talked about the videos and what else we're going to get, and
If you're like this,
about our lives and everything. Yeah.
so at what point in time, while this is all going on, do you guys decide we need to do our own fucking things? It was always the case.
Well, we were always thinking, well, Roger and Roger had another friend that he was the guy that connected me and Roger together. He was a guy named Scott who took his own life.
His father owned another video store that I looked at as well.
But the thing is, though, that while I was just thinking about making movies, Roger and Scott were like making movies on Super 8.
Yeah.
And they were making little horror films and zombie movies on Super 8. And like,
Supernatural thrillers. Yeah, it's kind of a zombie. That's the truth.
Okay, but making like legit horror films. I was thinking about this stuff. And these guys are like Sam Raimi. They're making their set in their backyard and working on it for like 3 months.
Yeah, and like I was friends with all the punk guys, it's like LA Punk, and so they were always in my movies. All the punks were in my movies because they were media literate. They loved movies, and so they were easy to pull in and into doing the film studio. Getting punks who beat somebody up or something. So it must have been cool working at a video store though, because it's essentially like it's like an education. Well, when the time came where we actually wanted to do some movies, where we were talking about making movies, because I can remember in, I think it was you know, kind of sexualizing videos came from me. She's going to have it. But I remember you coming to me and saying, the moment is happening.
Jake, can you hear me? You can. All right. Okay, that's cool. Can you hear me? Yo, yo, yo. Yo. Okay, is it working? Yo, yo. Can you hear me? I can hear me. Yo, yo. Yo, is this working? Is this working? Yo, yo, yo. Okay, can you hear yourself? Yo, Kim, you slaying your dick like it's going out of style, son? It was that fucking cash. Fuck that cash, motherfucker. Yo, can you hear yourself, baby? Yo, you breaking up? Are you living like a pimp? Sideline to sideline? Sideline to side wall? Okay, how about now? Oh, this shit sucks. Yo, dog. Yo. How about now? Yo, dog. Yo. Why does this shit suck? No one knows. This is the worst. There was once a podcast I was watching What the fuck is this shit? Why does it keep breaking up? Go again. Try it again. Why does this shit sometimes stop? Who knows? Stupid. Sundar. He gave this to a motherfucker named Mickey. This bitch would work. He gave it to a motherfucker named Tony. This bitch would work. It's like they would fucking fell asleep. Yo, what is this shit? Is it working? Test, test, test. How about now? I guess. Kind of sucks though. What is it? It sucks. It sucks. User. This. All right. All right. How about now? This shit sucks. What if I pick this up? Does it work any better now? Does it work any better now? Yo, 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 yo. This is the worst. Yo, can you hear me any better now, Tim? Can anybody hear me any better now, Tim? I think I can hear myself better. Does it have to do with that fucking echo cancellation? Yo, dog. Yo, dog. How are you, man? We're just testing shit. Testing shit. This is the worst. Is it working better? I think so. Is it done? Is it done? Yo, man. Is this shit done? Yo. It sounds better. Try nickel cancellation or whatever. Noise suppression. I don't understand why they have like fancy noise suppression and then regular. What the fuck is the difference? Right. Voice and video. It sucks at the beginning. Voice and video. Okay? No, I could. Okay. Push the button. Limit. What the fuck you doing? The limit. Yo, limit them. This is it. Echo cancellation. How about no, just stand. Yo, yo, yo. Is it better? Or does it still suck? Is it dick sucking? Is it terrible? I think it's better. Cool. That was really great. Remember that time when no one could hear me? Oh, I turn off Chris because it's up. And then everybody competing again? Yay! And the crowd goes wild. Yay! Amazing. Look at this move. Look at this move. Look at this move. Look at this move. Yo, baby. How you doing, kid? What's good, son? Yo. This shit is the worst. The worst. Crisp sucks. Crisper drawer. I'm the default pick, girls. Really? If you want to be, I mean, yo, dog. Can you hear me? Is it better? I think it's better. So I shut up the band. He was. Okay. Yo, can you hear me? I can hear me. I think it's pretty sexy now. Maybe too sexy. All right. Cool, dog. All right. Well, that's what happened.
It's happening. Like a small movie, it's possible to get made. Like it's happening for us, for guys our age.
Worse.
Yeah, I mean, the what I feel this thing.
It will have like
Sex Lies and Videotape is sort of like like the Seattle band that broke. 1, right?
2,
But
3,
I was already looking at
That's it.
what's for sure. His mind
And it's
was
still
like it's right. But it was that was okay. It's an artistic movie. It's arty. It's funny. It could play the art house. It could play the art house. But
Yo,
there's a genre base to it.
Oh yeah.
There's a genre base. It's like it's a film noir kind of thriller done in a certain kind of way, but it's a genre base. Yeah, but that's the way you do an art film. You do it, you make it in a genre base.
If you keep one thing in,
Because it's entertaining.
yeah, if you keep one foot in exploitation in some way in genre, if you keep your foundation in genre, then you can do whatever you want. Like my favorite filmmaker is Stanley Kubrick. I love Kubrick movies. Okay, one can pretty much look at all these movies and say, well, each and every one is a genre film. It's got a science fiction movie, it's got a horror movie. Even Barry Lyndon as a costume drama at the time.
It's a costume genre. It's a genre.
That was a solid, bankable genre.
The book is definitely a pulpy genre.
Oh, yeah, the book was serialized, wasn't it? It was like Thackeray wrote them in like an episode. It was like a soap opera.
But that was a very popular book.
Yeah, and so yeah, it was all. If you can, and I knew this making my first film. When you were talking about it, this was the conversation we were actively having. Of we have to make sure that we make a movie people want to see, like a genre film. And I was calling it exploitation movies. Keep one foot in exploitation, and then but at the same time, I'm like, well, I kind of also want to make I want to elevate it as much as possible. And so when the time came for me to make my first Achilles heel, it was like I knew it was going to be a bank robbery because I wrote it around the location. We found this while they were scouting for Reservoir Dogs, Lawrence Bender. Maybe you also scouted the location. You found this bank location, and Lawrence called me up. He's like, "Hey, I'm calling all the writers. I found this bank location. And if you have a script that takes place in a bank, we can kick together $200,000 and make a movie there. This complete, solid, amazing location." And I said, Lawrence, this is your lucky day. I happen to have a script that takes place in a bank. And it's quickly written based on the location. And as I was writing it, I was thinking, okay, I know that it's going to be a bank robbery. It's a bank. And so I know it's going to be a bank robbery, and that's my solid, bankable genre that I'm going to stick with. But I knew I wanted to do something more with it, and I had just traveled through Europe, and I'd been telling Quentin stories of traveling through Europe. He's like, "Oh, you should do a movie called Roger Takes a Trip." And
I still think it's
I think it's a different movie. I don't think it's a.
Roger Takes a Trip. Bank robbers. I had been in Paris. I had bumped into a guy that I knew from Los Angeles
who was a French guy, and he was like, "Oh, I'll show you the real Paris." And I went out with me and his friends, Henri, Jean-Claude, all the characters from the movie. I went out with him and his friends, and we, he drove me through Paris. And next thing he was doing heroin, and it started.
With you?
No, not with me.
That was heroin.
Yeah, it was like, no, heroin. Hold my arm. I did hold his arm, and like I had never, I had never seen anything like that.
Like he tied his arm off. He said, "Hold my arm."
No.
Hold my arm.
He was the tying on.
Yeah, you Roger, hold my arm while I shoot up.
Sweet.
So
But like, he doesn't quite know that this is all going to happen. That everything else has been a preamble to this.
yes, something like that happens, and then
You
it's,
see the heroin partner.
yeah, and his friends were like, "Oh, it's in the nose, just leave it." And I'm like writing these lines down. This is great shit. And so I get back and I kept pointing like about this whole story about these guys and going and driving around the Champs-Élysées. And this is where the fags sell themselves. Oh, now we go into the nightclub down below. We get more heroin. What about the are the police going to say anything? It's safer here. And then, it'd be like, you can do heroin anywhere in Paris. And it was like, I worked at Vermont. Like, all of it was, like, basically everything in that movie was stuff that I'd actually seen. And so when the time came to make it as a bank robbery film, I just, I'm thinking about it, and it's a bank robbery movie, but it's going to be about these guys. And it just became a movie about a guy going someplace and everything that he thought he knew was wrong. Like, you think, you haven't seen a friend in a while, and you see him, okay, it's all about that kind of friendship and misconception. He's downstairs to the bank. Johnny Gunvard, the bad guy, is upstairs. Chaos is going on upstairs. He has no idea what's going on upstairs. And so this kind of just became what the movie was about. So I just quickly wrote the script, and then we ended up not even using it to shoot the movie. It came together later when we were shooting downtown instead. But it was
The seed was planted.
the seed was planted. So the idea was, okay, I'm going to make a French film. Because I'm like, in LA, what can I do that would be different? Like, that would make this more than just a bank robbery movie because of the experience I had just had. Is I'm going to make a French film. Okay, I had no business making a French movie. I didn't even really speak French. I just thought it would be kind of cool. I like cool French girl and like greasy, dirty French guys, French criminals, and I always loved, Alain Delon and the samurai, the way he wears a suit, and the way he carries a gun, and the way he walks around. I just just adored all of that. And so it's like, well, let's put all of that kind of space that's in my brain into the movie. And then movies tend to take on a life of their own. They tend to be like children. It starts off as a concept, as a conception, as an infancy, and then you're raising that child to become the movie. And along the way, you're really just kind of protecting it and trying to allow it to grow into what it's going to grow into without forcing it to become something that it's not. And it's a little bit of a balance. You have to be a good parent, which means you have to give it a little bit of freedom to grow into something you don't know what it's going to be. But at the same time, you have to be willing to be strong with it as well.
So that's a very underappreciated.
It's a fucking great. I think I'm really good at making underappreciated movies. I think I built a career on underappreciated.
Those are the classics that you would look for in the video store. You look for the movies that were really good that nobody knew about.
Dorothy Afternoon's not in. What? He can get you killing zone.
My favorite moment in the movie, well, I like it when the guy gets burned up on the hamburger steak. But that was,
Yeah.
I was there trying to talk to him to cut out, and then I can take my name.
Yeah. My friend did that actually quick. It was a great gorilla to have on my side. I did that.
But,
Why would they tell you to cut that out?
but they're like, well,
Everyone is afraid. Everyone's afraid. Everyone operates out of fear. The only people that don't operate out of fear, I think, is the director and the actors. Those are the ones who, if everything's working right, you're fearless.
It's always executives.
But it's the scene. My favorite scene is the scene where Sean's a hero alone and he walks into the close.
Oh, yeah.
And he's just like, freedom. And he's like remembering what he heard and he realizes,
Okay, so that's a good example of, because the movie is not true.
it's
The scene was shot for.
Explain this.
The movie was shot for very little money. We had no money to make it, so I had to shoot the entire upstairs first and then the downstairs, because it's like doing a company movie. But I knew that when writing, and this is sort of a kind of a rule that we had was one, make a genre movie. Two,
Explain the scene.
I'm going to.
I said explain the scene. Okay, don't hear what
The scene, the scene was a replacement for another scene that was in the movie that was too expensive to shoot. That's the short.
What does that do with what I like?
What I replaced it with was, and I had to fight for it, was a single shot. Because originally he goes downstairs and he sees a bunch of guys coming into the sewer. So he starts machine gunning people in the sewer. And so it was like a little sewer manhole at the bottom of the bank. I was like, let's use that. And so I had this whole thing. And the bond company showed up, and you're behind schedule, and you gotta cut pages, and I couldn't cut anything, and I'm shooting upstairs, downstairs stuff, and so it's like I had to have something because he leaves the scene and comes back angry, and so I knew I needed to have something, and originally I had this whole scene where the cops are coming in, and he reacts to that, and so I said, okay, I just need one shot, because it's all I had time to do, because the fucking bond company. And so I set up, which were actually really cool. They were actually 25 I just set up a single camera. I asked for a kind of a Kubrickian lens, a nice wide, like we did for Cuban lens. And I just had John Duke walk up into a close-up, and I just had him do, and I said, just walk into a close-up and start looking around and just start seeing things coming out of the walls. And is that the shot you're talking about? He does like a little magic trick beforehand. No, that's not the one you're talking about. No, that's the great shot. That's a great shot.
No, the scene I'm talking about is, but that's why I'm going to explain it because I haven't seen it in a long time. But it was.
Is that the shot?
Well, that's the shot.
That's the shot I'm talking about. Look, he's looking over the walls. He's looking around.
But I thought the whole idea about it is the idea that
I added those lines of dialogue in.
No, but I thought the whole idea is he puts it all together. He realizes there's something going on, but the cops are doing this, or Eric Stokes is joking with him, and it all hits him. He's ready to do something else, and he wants to do a close-up, and it all hits him. But we, the audience, know what's going on.
Yep.
And then he's just like,
well, it just shows that sometimes if you can't do what you want to do, what you come up with is better. And this was an example of it rained that day, and I had to use the rain. That's sort of the example.
The first thing you heard from me about when you're talking is like, I don't care how the sausage was made. I like the sausage. I want you to talk about the sausage, not the factory.
You don't want to know what's in that sausage. You have no interest in that.
The Italian sweetness.
Well, it was very sweet, but it started out sour. It started out sour because I couldn't do what I wanted to do. And so I just came up with something that was, well, he puts it together in his head. But, and
I mean, something that sequence is exhilarating because it all falls into an actor's face.
Well, I had Tom Savini on the set because, and I couldn't afford Tom Savini, but I found his number before I shot. I called them up in Pittsburgh. So Tom Savini's a makeup effects artist who did Dawn of the Dead.
He did all the effects.
And not to mention all the great slash Friday the 13th, all the slasher movies. Like,
he's the superstar of practical makeup effects horror films of that era.
He was in and saw some shit. And every time I'm talking to him about stuff, like, he's like, oh yeah, if you're being from that here, and there's only two small things, and what about this really big that's knocked out? Like, he's seen all this stuff, and so this is his way of processing. But Tom came in, and I couldn't afford him. I called him up on the phone. I was like, hey, do you think I'm a young filmmaker? I'm your biggest fan. I like your makeup effects, blah, blah, blah. Okay, he flew himself out. We had no money to pay him. I think we paid him like some tiny amount. He flew himself to LA, put himself up, worked on the film, and he made that burn makeup on that burned dart in the ball out of Vaseline, paint, and tissue paper. And I watched it. It was the most unbelievable thing how he did blisters and burn effects. It was like watching one of the great artists work. Tom is incredible.
Well, you were asking earlier on about what you're working in a video store, you're never thinking, when did you start thinking about making your own stuff? Well, I was thinking about making my own stuff for like a long, long, long time, but these guys were actually doing it. But there is a trick. Well, I thought about it like for a long, long time, and always figured I would do that eventually. I did fall asleep for a few years. It was because working at that store, I just got caught up in the little life there, and it's interesting because you spend your 20s going to comedy clubs and building a career. So I'm spending my 20s there, and well, it's one of those things where it's like, well, this isn't my dream. This isn't what I wanted to do at a video store for years. I wanted to actually make movies. It's not my dream, what I'm doing. But it's dream adjacent. It's close to my dream. It's close to my dream. I get to watch movies all fucking day. I get to talk about movies all fucking day. I don't have to work at a pizza parlor. I'm not delivering pizzas. I'm not busting ass as a bartender. I'm not busting ass doing menial jobs. I mean, this is the kind of job I do. I'd go to the store if I wasn't paid to go to the store. So it's like, but for a couple of years, it did put me to sleep. It did kind of put me to sleep. It put my ambitions to sleep for a little bit because I was happy enough.
Yeah.
I was happy enough. And just one of these days,
Right, you didn't have the fire.
I didn't have the fire. And when I got the fire, when I eventually got the fire back again, and it was a life-changing thing. It was, we had a buddy of ours named Steven. He was one we had different living arrangements. And at one point in time, me and Steven were living in the same house, renting it in the back, towards the back of the school.
The dude house.
This is where we were hanging. And, but now Steven was older than the rest of us. So it's like, he was like almost 5 years older than us, but he didn't seem like he was a young guy.
Yeah, like 5 years younger mentally.
Yeah. And, but, so he hits 30, and it starts to change. It starts changing, like, drastically. He's like one of the funniest guys I ever knew. This really, really funny stoner dude, really cool. And all of a sudden, he's like angry about it. And now he's not quite as funny, and now he's got this issue. And so we're roommates. It's just one night that he's kind of disgusted with his life. And he starts ranting. And he's describing a situation that was very common if you were a kid growing up without whatever degree or in the 80s, especially in California, where it's like, you can't get any really good jobs. But like, you can work at Licorice Pizza. And if you're a healthy employee, you could like work at Licorice Pizza for a couple of years. And maybe you could even become an assistant manager or a manager. Maybe they send you to another store. And maybe you work there for 3 years, and that's really great. But then, all of a sudden, a district manager doesn't like you. You run afoul of somebody higher up in corporate, and all of a sudden, next thing you know, you're fired.
Again, it's management.
Yeah. Okay. And so now you just spent 3 years on Licorice Pizza. Now you could get a job at TRW or some places like a real job. Or, well, those are kind of hard to get. You can work at Warehouse Records. It takes tomorrow because you just had 3 years at Licorice Pizza. Same thing with Wild West Clothier, same thing with Miller's Outpost, same thing with any of these kind of stores. Next thing you know, you're 28, and the only jobs you've ever had are minimum wage jobs behind a counter that were designed for kids to pay for their gas.
Right.
And you like spent your entire 20 years.
And then start getting
bitter. But he was not just bitter about the job. He that's some of the truth. I'm learning something here. Because he goes, Quentin, you think that we're this really great team, we're this really great crew. We are. By the time you're 20s, we're like your group of friends or your family. And well, we are. 20, I worked at South Bay Cinemas, and I hung out with a bunch of guys just like you, and some girls there too. There was a bunch of guys just like you. And then I stopped working at South Bay Cinemas. Then I worked at Miller's Outpost. I hung out with a bunch of guys just like you. We did everything we do. We went to movies together. We went out and we dated amongst the girls there. Everything. Yeah. Then I worked at Laser Pizza for 4 years with a bunch of guys just like you. I wasted my life hanging out with a bunch of guys just like you, and they all go away at a certain point. And I realized this guy's kind of telling the truth. He's showing me a truth about it. This is coming from someone. And then all of a sudden, he's still hungry on this. He's still like this. But then he started making it a point to touch base with some of his high school friends that were still around. So he's not just hanging out with guys 4 years younger or 5 years younger. Anyway, I'm turning 25. So I'm having my own little people. What have I done with my life so far? So I'm having my own little anxiety hitting 25. But I've seen what it's like 5 years from now. When you turn 30,
Way down in the future.
when you're 230 and you're in this situation. And there was like one night that I had what I used to call, I would do it every once in a while. I haven't done it in a long time. I would have a quick test where I'd stay up all night long, and rather than give myself excuses, I would look at everything that I'm fucking up in my life, or everything I'm not doing, or whatever, and just not give myself any fucking excuses. Of just like nail it. And I would spend like all night laying out everything I'm doing that's wrong, and then I would spend the last 2 hours figuring out how I can change it.
Mm.
And as opposed to just doing it and then going to get some sleep and you forget about it and fall back into your routine, I decided to change my life. I was like, look, the problem is that I'm living in the South Bay, and even though I drive to Los Angeles, I gotta not worry about this job anymore. I gotta just move to Hollywood. I gotta get involved there. I gotta meet other people that are in the business. And if I have to work manpower jobs, where you just work like 4 days at this place and 4 days at that place, well, then that's fine. And by the way, I shouldn't be making money until I'm making money doing what I want to do.
Mm.
And I hope that was ever. All right, but then the next thing I knew, I moved down to the South Bay, and then I couldn't move into Hollywood. I couldn't afford Hollywood, but I could afford Koreatown. That was close enough. And literally, the minute I moved out there, I met a guy who wrote a little bunch of horror movies, and then through him, I met other guys who wrote a little bunch of horror movies, and this guy who directs a few little bunch of horror movies, this guy who produces a couple. And you meet one person, and then introduces you to 3 other people. Now, all of a sudden, I actually knew people who weren't actually making movies. And the other thing about it was like, also, hold on, these guys can do it. I can do it. Because they weren't too special.
Right. That's the weird realization that you end up having.
Yeah, and then literally, it wasn't like everything changed, but like within a year and a half from moving out of the South Bay, moving into the Hollywood area, within a year and a half, I was finally able to make a living as a writer. Getting like a $7,000 for this rewrite on the script over here, $4,000 for this polish over here, another $10,000 for this rewrite over here. Well, shit, I mean, I'm making $10,000 a year for all my 24 now. So if I can make $15,000 from writing, oh my God, that was the greatest thing in the world.
Wow. But it just takes being around people that are actually doing it to realize it's possible.
Well, it's the realizing it's possible, but it's also a situation where it's like, as opposed to talking to your buddies about comedy in Minnesota, your buddies who like comedy. No, you're at the Comedy Store and you're dealing with comedians every fucking night. And you're in the place where the shit happens, and you're hearing how the laughs work, but also like what's going on. Oh, Caroline's Comedy Hour is doing the tryouts for this chuckles, or is doing this thing or that thing. Oh, and there's a sitcom going on. There's the funny neighbor guy.
Yeah. At any moment,
You're plugged in.
at any moment, there's a circle of people rising in any industry. Yes, and it's just a matter of finding those people. And those people will all gravitate towards the same things. Yeah.
Yeah, they have to think sort of like, hey, Benny, we have a spot for you. They can be like, I can't do it. But my friend Joe can do it. Can you hang out? How do you give me Joe a chance?
Yeah.
Okay, when you back Joe up? Yeah, I'll back Joe up. Yeah, let's call me for Joe. Can you be down here at 9? Yeah, you can be down here at 9. Well, that's how you fucking get it.
This is exactly what we tried to do when we built the mothership.
Yeah.
What we've done. We decided when we left LA, like, we need a place where comics have a hub. And we were all in Austin. We all just moved to Austin for the pandemic. Yeah. And all of a sudden, we were allowed to perform indoors. It was crazy. In November of 2020, we were doing shows indoors. And, you couldn't go on Twitter because they would call you a super spreader, a monster. But everybody started moving here. By the time 2020 rolls around, there's like 15, 16 world-class comedians that didn't used to live in Austin right here now. And we were like, let's build a club. And so we bought the Ritz Theater, where some of your movies have played.
Yeah,
It's crazy. And when we put it together, the whole idea was like have a place where people can come. We have 2 nights of open mic nights, Sunday and Monday night. So there's always a chance to get on stage. There's always a guy who's a real talent. He's an Academy, he's a real talent coordinator. He's really going to watch you. He's really going to give you advice. And you're around the best comics in the world all the time. And everybody knows the gospel. And everybody treats you the way you would want to be treated if you started. So you're just one of us. You're just starting. But we're not better than you. There's nothing special about us. We're just telling you. We started walking, and now we're 15 miles in. You're 15 feet in. Just keep walking.
Okay, let me ask you a question. When I watch some of the things on the Comedy Store, because I really love them.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they keep me really great. But the mythology of the place. You should go down there and open mic night. And if you have something to offer, then you work your way up and doorman, and you work your way up. But it seems like that was a long time ago. Now it seems like people are only spending 10 years, all right, or 8 years before they actually are getting up and getting paid.
Not necessarily. Like Tony Hitchcock started at the Comedy Store. He started as a doorman, and he worked his way up to selling out houses for rent. I mean, it is possible to still be a doorman. I met him when he was just.
I'm thinking that's a spot, but it seems like, if you have to wait 5 years,
well, you don't get good for 10 years.
Yeah, okay.
It takes forever. Comedy is like making a mountain out of layers of paint. It takes forever. You have to fail. Yeah, you have to have the opportunities to fail. There's also no one to do it. Yeah, like writing a film, like you have a protagonist, you have an antagonist, you have a plot, you have a bunch of stuff that you can kind of create and film.
Would you really say that it takes 10 years to be a solid comedian?
It takes 10 years to be a real headliner. Like a real. That's a little bit. That's when you're a real comic.
Yeah,
you can do an hour. Yeah, you can do an hour, and then you can write another hour.
Yeah,
like you kind of know who you are. Because it takes years to build that.
Well, also, you have to be enough of a name of a draw to actually draw an audience.
Yes, and you have to usually go on the road with a headliner, and people get to see you. Oh, I remember he was here when Tom Segura was in town. That guy's really good. We saw him then, and he did 15 minutes. Now he's going to do an hour. This should be great. It's sort of that kind of deal. But it's the same sort of situation where most people don't. If you're in Pittsburgh, you don't know what to do. You go up, there's a couple of mic nights, everybody sucks, and there's no inspiration.
They set up for comedy and set up for pizza platter.
Exactly. And it's good on the weekends.
It doesn't work, and I guess it's not for me.
Right. It's good on the weekends because they'll fly in, Greg fits in with some headliner, and you get to see a real comic for a weekend, so you get a little bit of an education for that. And maybe if you're lucky, the club owner will let you open for them or do 10 minutes on that show, and you kind of like get a feel what it's like to perform in front of a real audience if you ever see a real comic. But you got to be around. Comedy doesn't exist in a vacuum. There's no great comedian that lives in some small town by himself. Like you can find some great blues artists.
Great novelists.
Yes, novelists is probably the best your own head. You have to be around the other people that are doing it, which is exactly why Pumpkin moved to Hollywood. I recall living in Hollywood as well. I lived in freaking Franklin.
Yes,
From Plumber Park. You had a friend that gave you a valuable little piece of information.
Yeah, we did. No, very much.
You need those. You need those moments.
Oh, I knew I was hearing the truth. And I knew I was hearing the coming attraction.
Yeah.
Because I was already feeling it at 25.
Right.
Have I thrown my topsoil years away?
Right. The topsoil, exactly. Well, it doesn't go back.
It doesn't go back.
You never get to be 21 again. Let's hit reset. Yeah, you get one weird march through this life. And if you
you can throw it away until 23, but from 24 on, you need to be just thinking about what you're doing.
Yeah. Get it going. Yeah, get it going. I think these conversations are so important for young people because there's a lot of people out there that do have ideas, and sometimes they have a little bit of a fire, and then maybe they have a job that's kind of cool, like yours was, and they get sedated. Almost the worst thing that can happen is get company, which I think is what we were talking about.
Yeah. But, I mean, it all worked out. Okay, it all worked out really, really good. And the thing about it was, I did get comfortable, but I got comfortable in a cool place. And ultimately, I did have the energy and the wherewithal to ultimately feel satisfied with it and want more. The alternative would have been me working at a department store for those 4 years.
Yeah. Right.
And I would have been like really big miserable.
Right.
Here I'm able to, in this instance, I'm still involved with them. It's the part, the sedative part was the idea that it was close enough.
Right.
It's close enough. I could get. I could.
There's guys like that at the comedy store. There's a friend of mine at the comedy store. He was a bartender in the back bar, and he wanted to get coffee. And he was there. And it was like 5 years after I met him. Like, hey man, you got to quit this fucking because you're making good money. And that's the velvet curtain. That's pulled over your eyes. Like, I worked on Words of Dogtown, the movie about Zephyr surfboards and skateboarding, polyurethane wheels and surfing. I'm not like a surfer, but my entry point into that movie was Zephyr surfboards was exactly like video organizing. And I imagine that this is like this in a lot of places where, you have a shop. They make they do skateboards, and they've got a shaper guy there. There's Skip Emblem, who's a surfboard shaper. He's sort of like Rance, the guy who runs Video Archives. And he started a shop, and he's selling to all the kids locally, and all the kids who love surfing, like Stacy Peralta or Tony Alva or guys like that. They would just go hang out there, just like we would go hang out at the video store. So I looked at that and was like, okay, I don't really know anything these guys are going to the beach community, but my real entry point was I understand gravitating towards what you love and wanting to be close to it, and that if a video store is the closest thing to Hollywood in your town, that's where you go. It's not a movie theater.
Well, yeah, it was funny that when I started at the video store, it was great because, like I said, I got to hang out in a place that I enjoyed, and I'm surrounded by movies and talking about
access to all those titles.
And also, there was also the situation of, I became like a little film critic at the time. And it was like, I was like the store with my little Village Boys. And I was the Andrew Sarahs there. I was like writing. And people would come in, and at a certain point, like, oh, no, what should I get? The thing is, I'm not just like holding court on my own personal taste. Pretty soon they got a really good idea of my taste. But the thing is, I'm usually very nice people. I'm not going to, get some housewife to watch some Gonzo movie that I would like. I get to know her. It's a Taylor's Taylor. And so I'm, putting something in her hand that I think she's gonna appreciate it. I kind of know what kind of comedy she likes and maybe she stuff like that. And so I'm like, really kind of, gearing it in a certain way. That felt really good. I felt like a film critic.
Yeah.
But one of the things that I forgot I was going to go somewhere with it. I forgot all of my train of thought. But one of the things that little different than most of the businesses that were in at Manhattan Beach. And so everyone kind of knew us. We were the video guys. So in a strange way, it was a precursor to what it would be like to be famous for the whole world kind of knows about you like that. In Manhattan Beach, I was like walking down the street, people like, hey, what? You know, like I remember working at the store, walking to the Jack in the Box theater, and come back. And, you know, we'd walk into the man's movie theater, or that was by the theater, you know, and me and two of the guys would walk in to go see a movie. We'd walk down the aisle and we'd go,
I was in San Francisco once, and the guys from Red Cross, the punk band, they were customers of ours. I said, oh, they're doing a signing at this local record shop. I'll just go show up. I'll show up there on 8 Ashford. And I walk in, immediately the McDonald's other guys were like, hey, it's the video store guy. Hey, man, come back behind with us. Yeah, I don't think they talk like that.
It's good to get that slow drip, get a little bit of a taste of it before you actually get famous. Just so you get a feel of what it's like.
It still doesn't give you the full, it's like, you know, oh, I'm just going to smoke a little weed compared to I'm going to mainline
it did was it made me feel part of the community, which I had never felt before. I actually felt part of
Manhattan Beach.
I felt part of the Manhattan Beach, and I was part of the Manhattan Beach. You know, the people knew me there. You know, and I was an upstanding member inside of it.
Yeah.
Oh, that just comes here.
The fame thing is known to teach you, man.
How are you?
Some used to be a group of people that get together and people that are about to be famous. It's like, hey, listen, we're famous already. Let me tell you how fucking weird this is.
Great question. I remember Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I don't want war anymore. I've been streaming going back to the pandemic, which is about 3.5 years. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. How are you? Exactly. I've got like 13 YouTube channels simultaneously going right now. Not at all. It's very sound mind. Not I'm Jewish. Here, I just sent you a link. Check it, and you can see all my live streams. We're just watching the Joe Rogan experience. Do you know what Joe Rogan is? Excellent. Well, he's got Quentin Tarantino on, and they're just talking about movies and stuff.
I don't know if you were prepared for this.
When we were first trying to make True Romance, we had this amazing screenplay. It was like we were going to try to do a Coen Brothers style. We had just seen Blood Simple, and we were like, okay, I'm producer, who's going to direct, we're going to go out and make this. Our first thought was, okay, we've got this database of doctors and lawyers and housewives in Manhattan Beach. We're going to go put in the video store. You know, we ended up not doing that.
We're going to go get all the staff.
Yeah, it was.
We're
Thinking about getting money and actually getting money.
We strategized about it a lot, but we never actually.
I drew up full partnership papers before before that whole green failed of doing it that way.
yeah, nobody knows what it's like to actually be successful until you are. And in the beginning, did you guys feel like pretenders? Did you feel fake? Did you have imposter syndrome?
I didn't have imposter syndrome because I did a movie and I was really happy with the film. But the thing is, what I felt like, I'll tell you exactly how I felt. I didn't feel imposter syndrome. Well, I guess a little bit. There is that, all that, like, you wait for something to tap you on the shoulder.
Yeah. Get out of here. Yeah.
Who let that go?
Right.
But what I was, I felt like I was a reporter deep undercover. All right, on the opposite side of the line.
Right.
This isn't really me. I let those people over there. Right. Deep undercover. Right. I can give you reports from the front.
Right.
What it's like here on the battle line.
Right. Well, maybe that was a good thing.
It was a really cool thing.
Because I think that's one of the things you did with your films is you did shit that was very risky. Like you're talking about executives and all these different management people that are going to come in and fuck with your thing and don't do that and cut that out. But you had a sensibility, but not of a person in management, but of a person that I know what I like. I know what I like, and I think I can think differently than these people do.
Oh no, one of the things we talked about, we had a little theory about what was that gave us a bit of a superpower when we were first brought into. Once we established ourselves, people knew the way you read our scripts, we knew we had something to offer. We would walk into rooms and we realize that, and look, I'm not here to make fun of Hollywood executives. Some of those guys, look, you don't know how bad some of these scripts are. Oftentimes they actually make them better. They're really, really terrible. All right, when they go through the process, they get better. Believe it or not.
Watch podcasts. I have my own podcast. I do interviews. That's about it. All of them. All of them. I'm a certified project management professional, so I complete projects for companies. Yeah. I haven't. Well, usually, at least when it comes, I mean, I've signed NDAs in the past. The projects that I complete for companies or like a lot of times cryptocurrency that's going to do something, they know that I'm streaming, so that's actually how they find me. So I don't have to sign NDAs with some of them. So I find ones that work for me. I basically get my pick of the litter because I do really well as a project manager. And I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play successfully. I have completed major six-figure projects that I get paid six figures, but multi-million-dollar projects for Fortune 500. So I have a track record that allows me to be able to live my life as freely as I do. I'm a financial get more than 3 years though. Yeah, it's more content than any person has on the internet. And if you didn't know, content is king. I have 10 times more content than that person. I'm live 24/7 on 14 different YouTube channels and 33 different platforms. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 300 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, and over 10,000 accounts. Whatever person you're saying can't compete with that. That's cool, man. You know, no, no. Oh yeah, I get trolls. I get trolls every day. I mean, yeah, I do. I've got some people from Australia who like to come in and yell the N-word at me, and I've made friends with them as best I can, and they listen to me sing karaoke. They listen to me sing karaoke like 18 hours a day. I mean, when you really get to know me, I'm a pretty nice person. In fact, I'm a very nice person. So it's kind of hard to hate. Welcome, welcome. How are you, Chris? Hope you're having a good day. Did you see all my live streams on YouTube? Uh, I was saying to BBC, I was saying to him that I have live streams on YouTube. Hey, I'm the king of BBC on uh, on TikTok. That's one of my names. I have that. I'm at the king of BBC. Yeah, yeah, here, I'll show you. I'm giant, baby. I'm giant. No, I'm average. Just ask, I'm average. Just ask LeBron. I'm average. Just ask LeBron. Hold on, I'll show you. Here I am. I have 974 followers with like no content. I'm the king of BBC. This is my account. Oh yeah, it is. Yeah, look here. This is the. I don't want more anymore. So more than 3 years ago. Well, frankly, I want to be rich as fuck, and I'm going to be. If you didn't know, Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s, "Content is king." But I could make money in many different ways through technology, through project management. But if I were to make super big amounts of money, one of the ways to do it is through data. Data is our number one resource. According to the Economist magazine in 2018, they stated that data was more valuable than food, water, gold, air, petroleum, diamonds, platinum, and I have more data than any person ever. And it's very important data. It is human data. So essentially, people will be able to study this in the future as a time capsule for human society. We talk about things that aren't normally discussed in general society, things like anti-gravity, antimatter, dark matter, dark energy. We talk about de-extinction, like bringing back animals back to life, everything from the woolly mammoth to the Tyrannosaurus Rex, perhaps, or raptors, or comes back with science. We talk about things like life extension technology. We talk about alien disclosure. Uh, we talk about things like human growth hormone and stem cells and ambrosia therapy, which is using the platelets of the other people for the benefit of the older people. We talk about things that are perhaps controversial, but have a long-term benefit for humanity, like nootropics or perhaps cryonics. And then we get into some really exciting topics. Jake, Ludacris, and BBC. Has anybody ever told you that they don't think you're going to die? Excellent. I appreciate that. Well, let me explain I get that. But basically, when I go viral, I'm going to help everybody to help me along the way. And you're included in that. You guys are basically time travelers in the digital world. And I've archived all of my life for the last 3.5 years. And I'm going to be able to pay for your wildest fantasies. And one of those should include a type of technology, in addition to all the things that I said in regards to life extension technology, moving into mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain into a computer like um, like a CAT scan or an MRI. We scan your central nervous system, your peripheral nervous system, for later download into an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to do. But what I'm basically saying to you is that there's a good chance that you'll be able to experience perhaps digital immortality, which is a very exciting opportunity. Word dog. Exactly. Good on that. Bravo. Bravo. Yeah. Um, really, what my life is basically just archiving the world. I've got a radio that's going 24/7. So at any single point of for the last 3.5 years, you can go to an individual day and know exactly what was going on in world history, and world politics, in world economics. And then I've really been able to archive much of, if not all of, perhaps the major works of the global art scene. So that's every major Oscar winner, every major motion picture we've literally watched on this, or every major television series, everything from The Sopranos, to Sex and the City, to Seinfeld, to Friends, to The Office, to Parks and Recreation, to Family Guy, to like 30 seasons of The Simpsons. I mean, it's all been archived. Additionally, some things that we archived are every major book, every major religious text, every major audiobook. Additionally, every exactly, exactly. And I'm starting. I've had this Discord only 6 months or so, and I already have 1,500 people in here. Every single night, generally, I sing karaoke till like 8 in the morning, like very early in the morning, uh, with really with like 40 people from the Philippines, and I'm starting to get popular in other Discords as well. I've been live in Aiden Ross like 8 months, and the #1 streamer in the history of the Aiden Ross Discord. So he knows who I am. He's been in my YouTube streams on Kick. Everyone on Kick knows who I am. If you know what Kick is. So I am the #1 best known person on Kick. All of Kick corner whenever I want. Essentially, these bots create accounts and then spam hundreds of people, and then create another bot, and it's been going now continuously for like 8 months or so. And it's to the point where the owner of Kick, there you go. Then, no, I'm not. I create. Yeah, definitely. No, no, actually, most of it has been natural. So the bots that I've created are like they're manually created, and all they do on Kick at least is, I mean, it's fucking brilliant. It creates an account for me automatically, and then it goes to the front page, and starting with the most popular just chatting person, it creates a clip of them. Within the clip, it puts my Discord link, then it follows them, then it spams them with join my Discord for listeners. So, I mean, you ask anybody who's a popular streamer, you know who Amaranth is? Amaranth knows who I am. Aiden Ross knows who I am. Action Man knows who I am. Oh, absolutely. Do you know who Amaranth is? Right. And basically, it's this growing wave that's coming of people who are interested in what I do. Other people understand what I'm doing. They're sick of war as well. And they want someone who basically has a neutral stance to be able to speak on behalf of the people of the world to say that we need to put down our arms, release hostages, and come to diplomatic negotiations everywhere in the world. There's no reason why I should put my hands on you, nor you put your hands on me without consent. And it's in truth other people the way that we want them to treat us, we can find a lot of peace. And then from there, that's when we can go ahead. I do. I do. Yeah, I'm based out of Irvine, California. Local note, so welcome. We're just chilling with some new friends here. Feel free to get comfortable. I'm Rabbi Rothschild, if you don't know who I am. I stream out like 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So yeah, we're just about. Okay. Go ahead. Like actually a little less than 8 hours. No, sometimes that happens, but no. I was up very late singing karaoke all night with a bunch of people, with like 40 different people. I like to sing karaoke. Oh yeah, I got the record by like years. Nobody nobody has as much data as I have. So essentially, like to the people who are in here right now, just one moment. I'll send you my main link where you can see my life in 360 degrees. I have cameras all over, including a ceiling camera, and I've got cameras on my computer. Just one moment. I'm glad that you're all here. Thank you for joining us. In Discord, I'm live in like 14 different Discords concurrently. So in addition to mine, they're all different. I have like 33 different devices. Oh, I have a lot of small computers, nothing major. No, I don't think that would be as effective because usually you can't be in simultaneous, like for instance, like Discord, you can't be in simultaneous Discords on one device usually. Yeah. Okay, I mean, I'm not essentially going to be able to do that in addition to 14 different YouTube streams. Even with virtual machines, I potentially have to have different IPs. I mean, I basically have that. Yeah, it's a great question. Perhaps I retain. Perhaps I just do it under the covers, and anybody who has any questions can just wonder what I'm doing under the covers. That isn't to say that perhaps I've not done it in the open as well. I have, but what you want to see it though, I have really no reservation. Yeah, go to Rabbi Rothschild 18 on Instagram. It's the pin. Um, it's the pin. You can see it. It's average. Just ask the Rob. So just perhaps. So just go to Rabbi Rothschild 18. In the beginning, yeah. So I got a bunch of different accounts there because of that. So, but I do have a bunch of the content that was archived on redundant streams that I have. So I have a bunch of it on Instagram, so you can see it on Instagram. Yeah, I don't fuck around, man. I mean, I don't think it's a big deal. Frankly, um, I am someone who advocates for women. Here we go. So if I am a man and I do this, nothing's gonna happen to me. But if I were to do that as a woman, I would lose all my accounts. I would lose my ability to provide for my family, perhaps, to provide for myself. And I think that that is de facto discrimination. I don't think it's right that we discriminate based on the color of someone's skin nor the content. Yep. You have to be 21 to be able to. Wow, look at that cloud. Jake, that was amazing. Very, very cool. That's good.
That's wild.
Well, Jake, well, Jake, 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 if I heard you, Jake, if I heard you correctly, so we're just chilling, watching Joe Rogan interview Quentin Tarantino. So feel free to watch along. Do you have any questions on there for you? No? He's even more of a trip in this. He's even more of a trip in this interview. Here we go.
But the thing is, though, you'd walk in there and you don't become this super successful executive by being doubling down on your own opinions. You kind of want to get the temperature, get a consensus going on. You're not the mad.
He does
not
think right
people
about
establish themselves as executives. The D girl doesn't become the head of the development process by, being the punk rock person who's the, shooting for the Flintstones. They're looking for Rolling Stone. But film people, the film geeks and film, film buffs, the one thing they have is their opinion. And they have spent years defining their opinion. And they almost have nothing to show for their dedication to cinema other than their highly evolved opinion. So you put them in a room and say, well, what would you do? Well, for that time you asked me, and then you...
No, I wouldn't say that. That's a fantasy on that. If you want to see it, just go to Rabbi Rothschild 18.
He who has the strongest point of view in the room wins. And it's like, don't
Dude, if you're 13, then you're going to get kicked out of here.
But the
You better, how old are you?
only can hear the sound of his own voice. He definitely has the strongest point of view. But it's refreshing to them.
Yes. You know, invariably they hire you because you scare them. You're a little scary. And
How old are you?
They want to be like a little thrilled by that. Right. But
What
then,
year were you born?
like a boyfriend or something maybe to change you.
Just make sure you're
And then,
I don't want to
falls on you to just stay true
for
to
the fact that we
initial
talk a
guy
lot
who was in
about
the room.
sex and sexology.
Situation where I had a
That's not the
I was an executive actually director, and he was talking about, oh, I've seen these jokes out there, thank you, special, I think I know. And so he finds
I have a
book
book
and
in
the
there.
adapted, and now he's
I have no.
and he's getting, and then he realizes the differences for himself with his art because he's dealing with another director about something. Because he was an executive. He was dealing with another director about another movie. And he asked very important questions about his movie. And the way he answers it, he realized the difference between him and that director. And he was like, realize 18. See, he's a real director because he sees the movie. He sees the movie in his head. The question I asked, he went through his head and he saw it. He saw it. 18. And he could actually answer it. You know, the flower pot is green because he sees the entire picture. And I don't see it. I'm just doing my best. I see it written. All right, but I see the movie in my head. I'm just doing my best with the written material.
He's the Comedy Central executive that comes to the weeks and couldn't.
Yeah.
Right. And then on stage and eat shit. What you're saying is exactly what happened to Chappelle. You know, the Chappelle show, like they loved him. He's this wild dude, and then all of a sudden, this is too wild. This is becoming really successful. We can change you. They want to stop saying the N-word. They want to stop a bunch of different things on the show.
And we'll give you all this money if you roll over.
They gave him literally the devil's deal. We're going to give you $50 million, and this is what you're going to get. He's like, no, I quit. I quit everything. I'm going to hang out now. I'm going to quit stand up for 10 years and come back and still be the best. He's so good at it. Yeah, but that's that's really him. If you're around him, he's an artist in the truest sense of the word. You know, when I was young, one of my first jobs was given to me by one of our customers, this guy John Lang, who did that show with Cops. And so he was, getting his power turned off and stuff like constantly, and he was struggling to get by. And he would do these little things with Geraldo Rivera. He would work on his PAs every now and then.
No, I don't need donations. Keep your money. Just go to Rabbi Rothschild 18. You can see the whole show.
Picking up dog shit in backstage with our hands so that Dolph could do aerobics on that little actually noise. And so, I'm like the first, I'm a PA working for a driver. I'm running around town. My car is like transmission's going out. I'm trying to figure out what I'm going to do. This is not what I want to do. I don't want to work on cops, but like a new job. And so I go and I meet with John. He's been a customer of ours and father to me. And I go to his office and sit down. The cops has just started. It started because of a writer's guild strike. There was a writer's guild strike, and so Fox was like, that show has no writers. And so they ordered this thing. He went from nothing to like.
We're just chilling. I'm going to sing karaoke pretty soon. But I'm just watching this Joe Rogan, seeing what he's doing for the world.
Up with the idea with partner, not partner.
Yeah.
All right, so he comes in and he goes, "Oh, what a good idea for a show." So he's describing Cops before Cops has ever been made.
Yeah.
And his first idea was, it wasn't called Cops, it
to the whole country. He,
Okay, so we have any other people
I
who
asked him, I
are
said,
watching this in the future and will
we
translate
were
for
in this
them.
business a long time. He was in AV for a long time. What kind of advice can you give to a guy like you who's trying to work with his
I think we can call it Swish. That's fine.
well, that'd be advice.
It's essentially a
Don't work your way up the ladder. Don't try to be a director. You work your way in. Just be a director. And
What Billy Crystal calls it.
and so I start at the top. It's the
Yeah,
best way to
like
go.
he
Start at the
YouTube.
top. And,
12
uh,
different
you know, just tell people you're a director. Put yourself in that. Otherwise, people just pigeonhole you. They'll just say that's who he is. He's the grip, or he's a PA, or he's you don't have to work your way in. Just tell people who you are. So you thought about it. I quit.
Really, you can go to YouTube
And so I quit.
and read their terms and conditions
I
and
left.
tell
I
us.
walked out. I mean, I gave him this. And I walked out. Something later,
Whatever
years,
what you focus on.
I thought that was the most audacious, ballsy thing. That I gave
Yeah,
you advice.
just go to YouTube and read what they say.
Okay.
And frankly,
Once
once you figure it out, tell me, because there's no rhyme or reason for what can be said or what you can and can't do. Basically,
not
up
a
to their
director. I was
sense.
a poser. I was faking until I made it. I told people what I was and what I was doing, and eventually it stuck. Eventually, enough people hear it, and all those people who let it bring into a room and pitching your idea, and they say no. Eventually, they see you can running around, trying to do foreign sales. It is a director. That was all. It was just believing in yourself when no one else believes what you believe.
The guy was like, John Langley created concepts. If you need to look at the customer and his wife and
Morgan and all these kids.
And I heard the story back later that, when I got the deal to make Trust for Dogs, just little by little, through the Manhattan community, they started, hearing, well, he's making this movie.
Yeah.
Putting got his movie off the ground. He's actually making this movie. He's not at the video store anymore. He's actually making a movie. Good for him. And two of them is happening. And I think they were having a little dinner at their house, and then Matt mentions to John, really? That's actually happened? It's actually happened? Yeah, no, we got production offices and everything. They're making.
I don't want user donations, so I'm good.
Everybody. Great for us. To quit. He did it. Good for quit. I'm getting teary-eyed just even thinking of it.
I just have to say,
If you want to see my bike, go to Bible Rabbi 13 on Instagram, and you can see my bike.
I kind of screwed up my life. But
John, where have you been? I told you, I have 200 different Instagram accounts.
John Langley was there. Our customer, John Langley, because I lost everything, owed me some money. I gave me the first job when I got out of jail, writing something for very little money, but he wanted me back in the saddle. I love.
Yeah, so I've got 100 different YouTube accounts, 200 different Instagram accounts, 300 different Twitch accounts, 1,000 different TikTok accounts, 2,000 different Twitter accounts, and 10,000 different Kick accounts.
That is fantastic.
I kept a really detailed, super detailed journal about everything that's going on online, and it became a really. That was it was a very intense experience being placed into a room, having doors closed, and you're just left with yourself. And everything, all
I don't
things
allow people to go in general chat, not because I don't want
everything
talk,
that's kind of.
but when I allow people in there, they just post
and
like.
just left with your,
I had an incident that happened where somebody posted a GIF of somebody circumcising themselves, which was very bloody, and they posted it all throughout my server. So I stopped.
It was a concrete
Yeah, there you go. So if you want to see, if you want to just type anything you want, go in. There's a free speech channel and a self-promotion channel for whatever you want.
I've never wanted to write more than when everything was spoken to. And I've never felt more about the world. And I've
Free
never,
speech channel.
yeah,
But if you look
it was
where all these VCs are, If you look at the chat, there's all kinds of stuff.
You're, you're, you're in a secular, you're in a cell. You're a bunch of God-dudes. And you're right, it's like I became a scribe. I was a scribe beforehand, but I really became like a scribe. Being able to write, being able to fall into things and to be able to travel into another world. And then also people find out you're a writer. Hey man, would you write my would you write my girlfriend? I want to write her a love letter, I need your help. So I wrote like a ton of love letters. That's actually good practice for power. Oh yeah, totally. No, I say it's amazing.
You're writing your Robin Hood script, all right? And that's your way to get out of the cell is to write his Robin Hood script.
There's a book card, and we're going to go to the book card. Mostly it's Tommy Clemson, stuff like that, and Clive Barker, and things like that. But lo and behold, I found this old Penguin paperback of an old version of Robin Hood my interested in. I thought, man, it's just great. I started reading it, and it's like they get on the evil hope, which is castle where Mary's father is one, and nobody knows it. And he's not aware of Crusades. He's in this prison, and Robin Hood is like the prison. And in the moment when he's in the prison, how he sees the wretches that he has to leave behind, because they're too wretched to even come out. Like how bad the prison is and what he's seen inside and his observations. I was shaking after reading. I'm shaking thinking about the entire experience now, but it was such a vivid depiction of him. I'm adapting this because I'm feeling right. I'm feeling like what it's like. I'm feeling what it's like to have a thorn, to have the boot on your neck. Rightfully so, but nevertheless. And so I started writing, my version of Robin Hood, and on, pencil and paper. And as I'm writing it, I was crying as I wrote. I was looking at pages the other day, and there's like teardrops, like all over it, like on every page. It's like, holy crap! It's like when you're writing like that, and you're feeling that much. It's not a bad thing to cry when you're writing it. It's like, thank God, I'm feeling, like I'm feeling something, and it's traveling into the page. And also, because I've been a working writer in Hollywood for a long time, just for speed, I have fallen into the very bad habit of composing on the computer a lot of time. Like one of those assholes who goes to Starbucks. And I do that. And so I'm sitting, and I had kind of become used to that. But writing a pen while incarcerated, it reconnected me with
I am on adult side.
To paper, pencil to paper, and it reminded me that like when you write something down, you have a different relationship with the
No,
work.
I consider the pen
I understand. I don't need that.
It is the intent of God, and also when you type it into the computer, that's a process of rewriting, and so you're losing an entire
I am a certified project management professional. I complete tech projects with companies.
There's many people say this about comedy, they have to write on paper. I don't. I write on a laptop. I've always written on a laptop. For me, it's what I like about writing.
Actually, some of them do. Yeah, at least a few of them do. Because they've been cryptocurrencies. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency. Harry Potter Obama signed 10 million. It's worth $300 million. And yeah, they know all about it.
It takes longer, so there's more thinking. And the more thinking, I feel like when you have more thinking, there's more different ways you might alternately branch off with your ideas.
I don't think
That is not false.
it's not that I've ever written an hour-long stand-up comedy show. All right.
Doug, I lose count
I think that
at
your writing is
42.
different than my writing.
Sure.
It would I would think as far as writing stuff down, it's like
No,
it's an
bitches,
idea,
I fuck.
fucking
After
word
42,
phrase,
they all just run
or
together.
This and then the other, but then you're working it out. You're saying it, and then you get your story. Right, and maybe you say in the recorder, maybe you do this or you do that. And, but it probably doesn't even look like it. Even when you type it up on a thing, it doesn't look. And so when you tell the story.
What I was going to get to is that when I type, I can
No,
type
the
quicker.
most amount of times in a day is 20
comedy comes quick and
And
slowly.
Also, you
that's
can,
all on
you
camera.
got the other
Yeah. 28. This was unbelievable. And it was on camera, so it's verified. But no,
1,500 word essay.
it was more than once an hour.
Like there's one thing in there that might be a bit.
So yeah, it's all on
this
camera.
other shit on transportation.
But
It's like strip mine.
when it comes to six, I lose track of the amount of six like at 42.
So you open up your mind about
After that, they all run together.
Yes. I'm not even trying to be funny. I'm not going right. And then I'll find something funny in it.
No,
And then that's the start. Now
no, these are essential
copy it into a
consenting with
fresh document.
the ID and bars.
This.
Guys, I can't.
is it you on either typing or whatever? Is it you doing that a 8-page thing on transportation, or is it more likely that you're just pacing around?
No,
Doing a running monologue on public transportation.
well, I'm sitting still, right? That's true. The thing about typing is I type good. So not great, but I don't have to look at keys. I'm not typing quickly. And if I have a good laptop with a keypad that has a lot of finger travel, I really feel it. And I get into like a zone. Then it's just about like
Yes, no, you actually do what you know.
yeah. And then it's just about trying, but they don't always come out the same way because sometimes when you bring them out on stage, the moment lets you know this is not the way to go, it's this way. And then all of a sudden, like, God, how did I not see that in front of the computer? Because you weren't in that of the prep. Like, it's like, you don't do it on your own. You have to do it with that. It's like the one art form that literally cannot be practiced in solitary. You have to do it. So when I write like that. But I also write things down like this is a paper. Or I also write, like, whenever if I have an idea, I got to catch it.
Well, they're not going to give you that computer in jail. You're going to be forced to write it on pencil, and that's going to be an okay experience.
But what is it that makes it to you like the hand of God? Like, what is it about writing on paper? Why not?
Well, because I'm going for a rhythm.
Right.
I'm going for a rhythm, and then and there's a connection between my chicken scratch and this paper and this pen as opposed to this other thing, and the more unintelligible and only I can read it, the more legit it kind of is. And the thing is, and it's fun. It's absolutely fun. Okay, when you write, I can't do over. You're way over.
Yeah.
Because you're just getting it out and you're getting it out. Then after the vomit, then you sit down with a typewriter, then you sit down with a thing, and now you take the vomit and you take it. And now you make the sentences work. And now the more crazy, this stuff work. Okay, now you make it, and now you come out here, now you make it work like a writer. Now you make the page work, now you make the sentences work. Can we stop for a second?
Yeah.
Hey, yes,
Yeah, you must
he didn't do anything fun.
I'll turn on this show. I will have a cigar.
That's the truth.
Well, maybe I should talk about it. We should talk about. Are we on? Can I go? Yeah, I don't do anything fun. Don't do anything fun. No, well, that's the one.
I thought that was cool. I was going to tell you that I was up for
You're saying about fun?
I don't know. Well, after what happened to me, I should probably tell the whole story, and maybe I eventually will. But, I went to jail for a DUI-related incident because manslaughter. My passenger was there. And after that and going to jail and whatnot,
I thought the funnest guy to get drunk.
yeah, I don't. That's kind of what it is. I don't want to be seen holding a drink with, even with water in it.
I'm teasing you, but I get it.
Yeah. Of course.
Who wouldn't fucking get it?
But then you have to say you're vegetarian. You're a vegetarian?
Why did you die?
Uh,
That happens.
Yeah.
That happened to a friend of mine.
It's,
Sneaks out burgers from
I also have a kind of, it's kind of like an animal thing. I had a pig as a pet, and man, when you look at those eyes, those are human eyes. And yeah, I looked into it, and it looked into my eye. I just had chickens before that, and you know what it's like. Chickens are like cats, they want back scratches and stuff. And I just couldn't, like, after a while, I just couldn't do it.
There's people that are feral. You're not a feral person, you don't want to let them sleep in the house.
Yeah.
You're not a wild, crazy person. You're in jail. So push that thing up. You had it right. You had it right. Did I? Yeah, this thing right here. Yeah, push that up. No, I'm sorry. Push it down. Pull it down. Yeah, sorry. Like, yeah, great. Foundation Sparrow, shout out. You've been around feral people, right? You don't want feral people living in your house. You don't want to take some murderer and give them your car and let them come sleep in your room. Yes, it's different. Yeah, I should take you around some wild pigs. No, wild pigs are like little demons. They make like orc sounds.
Wild pigs
are like they fight with each other.
There are people who are like that also.
Exactly. That's my point. Domesticated people are awesome.
Yeah.
Domesticated people like yourself and myself, we're fun to be around. We're nice people. We know, Uncle Robbie, no one's going to kill you. There's a difference with the wild. So I understand that you wouldn't want to eat animals, but they eat each other, and it's just this bizarre cycle of life. I think it's where you're getting your animals from. Are you getting your animals from this mass factory?
Well, that's the other part of it is, I think there's a line in Highlander 2 where Sean Connery says, I don't eat anything that I can't identify. And I kind of feel like that as well.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't have a lot of trust for large industrial.
You shouldn't. But you can get meat from like a farm. Like you can get it from a ranch. You can go to one of those. They have those. What are those farmers market type deals? So you meet a rancher.
Yeah, I am not like one of these people who are never like, if I am in the right place, in the right environment, and the right food is like, if there's, on an island in Greece, and the guy comes up from the basket of fish, and which one would you like? I'll take that one. Sure.
Right.
Like,
do you at least eat eggs?
Oh yeah.
Okay, so you get eggs. Yeah, that's good. So you're probably getting what you need. As long as you eat eggs, I tell people, like, eggs are free. No one's getting hurt, especially if you have your own chickens. That's the greatest thing in the world. We have 15 chickens.
There's nothing like eggs straight from chicken.
Oh, it's great.
Nothing
but it's
like
also
it.
it's karma free. Like the chickens are having a good time. No one's getting hurt. They're all like treated like pets. Like, hey girls, love chickens.
I actually really have. I've always actually thought that an exotic pet would be to have like a chicken. It's like one chicken.
Yeah.
And just like treat it like a dog. You treat it, hey, that's my chicken. He hangs around.
You gotta get a couple of them. They need to have a pecking order.
Yeah. They like to hang out with each other.
Durable sticking back.
Yeah, they use chicken. Was it really?
That's how he. Let's work out all of his policies in the camps. We shouldn't talk about that.
Don't look at that. It's a chicken farm. It's just, it's like this, the name Adolf, right? You can't use it. You say, can't have that mustache anymore. Can't have a chapter. Remember when Michael Jordan cried for a little while? Like, that's how competitive that guy is. Like, fuck that. I can wear that mustache. He had a hit for a while. I think I can make it happen. I'll make it happen. He just decided he's going to punch it through.
As far as writing material, I'm just thinking about it right now. One of the other things I had to contend with was they would confiscate anything that I wrote. So
like once a week, once every 2 weeks or so. Why would they do that? Was it illegal, right? I was considered a security threat by what I was reading. And because you were telling
When
the
they
truth
first-
about what was that, and then when they sent me in, I was placed in this like solitary confinement thing, and you're in there, and I had never been in anything like that before in my life. I was thinking, this is like fucking Guantanamo. If you think about it, I felt due process of things. And so I'm in this like crazy Kafkaesque, mechanized, totalitarian environment. You're in a room where you have no window and the lights are on 24/7. And I don't care what anybody says. You go into a room 3 days deprived of sound and the understanding of time, you go crazy after 2 days. You're insane. They broke after 2 days. I was like, oh, I'll just yoga, meditate, no problem. After a while, if the lights are on 24/7 and you can't hear it, it's like being inside of a seashell. You go slowly nuts.
Is that by design?
Oh, yeah, for sure. It's by design. It's like you're placed into so about once a week, like when I was in population, about once a week, middle of the night, or lights are down, something come on bright. Lights are always on. Lights come on bright. And suddenly a bunch of guards come rushing in through the doors, storm into the tank, into the section, and they pull everybody out of their cells and strip everybody naked and put you up against the wall. So you're up there with the section, leaving. Like everybody's suddenly you're all. One moment you're being kept separate, and the next thing you're all naked together, standing up against the wall, and they're going through everybody's cell. They're just ripping your cell apart, looking for anything. Usually they're looking for heroin, shank, or a weapon of some kind, cell phones, anything. Like they're looking for anything that's considered contraband. Okay, for me, they were looking at my writing because when I was in solitary that time, like literally on kites. A kite is like a requisition that you send out to the guards. You're not allowed to talk to the guards. They don't want to talk to you. You tell them what you want on a kite, and you give them the kite, and they take it off. Maybe a good answer. I never had an answer. And so they come in, they strip everybody naked, they take all your clothes. They're under the guise that we're doing a laundry exchange. And so everybody gets new clothes, and we end up with these big baggy pants and like something too small for you. And they would look for contraband for everybody. Well, with me, they would look for whatever I was writing. Because when I was in solitary, I was writing, like maps. I would map the place like a fucking idiot. Like I still was, writing about Eisenhower, the guard. So I'm watching, literally, so I've been watching on little TV, Nazi propaganda, like Triumph of the Will. He's playing on his TV. He's watching. So they didn't let me writing all my stuff. They were like, that guy's a fucking threat. You get whatever he's written. And so I noticed that whenever I was taken out of my cell to shower, to go to the yard, to do whatever, that they would come in and just take whatever I had written. So I learned that they couldn't take or open letters to my attorney. And so, because it's privilege. And so what I would do is I would just write, and then whenever I had to leave my cell, like to the yard, or if they were raiding the cells, taking everybody out, looking for contraband, I would just quickly seal the envelope. My writing would go in, and I always left it when I was working, in the letter to my attorney. And then as soon as they would read it, I would just seal the envelope, and that would go out. Send that letter to my daughter, who would then type up the pages that I was writing. And so that's how I wrote several scripts. It was like, wow. And it's the,
What did you writing? What did you do?
Where did you publish it? I don't remember where I was reading. Well, was it on Twitter? I had several. Okay, so first of all, I was sentenced to go to a low security, like a country club facility. I went to a low security facility, and I went in there, and you have access to stuff. It's more like a camp almost. And you're there, and you're incarcerated, but
It's a light incarceration almost. And I had access to a cell phone, and so I started tweeting. These were the early days of Twitter. And so I started tweeting, oh, you're from Chicago, and someone in Pudgy said, with Judge Enoch. Oh, this happened over here. Oh, the so-and-so shakes us. Oh, they rolled up so and so and taken away. I was like tweeting this stuff. And this is the early days of Twitter. And Roger Ebert, who was like at that time the biggest on Twitter, was following me, and he put me on blast. Like he suddenly decided that he would tell me, and like all of a sudden one day overnight, like the story kind of went everywhere in the world. People put on blast in a positive way. Well, he just told everybody that this is happening. Somebody is Roger Avery, Academy Award writer, is tweeting from jail, and it's tweeting from behind bars. At the time, now it's like people do it all the time. People like Shook Knight's doing podcasts. I got a friend who's one of those January 6 guys, and he sends me like tweets all the time. Like you got a friend who's January 6 guy? Yeah, you got a friend who's January 6 guy? Well, he's still there. It's like hundreds of days in jail without any kind of without trial. Yeah. I mean, tell me if I'm wrong, but like that's not how it's supposed to be. It's not how it's supposed to be. You're supposed to have a due process or something. Well, especially when you watch the actual footage of how it went down. Oh, I watched it live, and there was that guy, the Antifa guy, waving people in, moving them in. They were moving the blockade things. They were moving out, and cops were waving people in. They were opening the doors for people. I want you to think about it this way: in the most heavily armed nation the world has ever known, why would you have an insurrection with no guns? They got up guns. Machine. Those guys weren't planning on the insurrection. No. And then you have the factor that there was agents in the crowd, and we don't know how many. There's government agents in the crowd that were inside to people to go in. Yeah, that's what they did. And I want to know who that cop was who shot that woman. Yeah. What about that? Yeah, the whole thing's crazy. Yeah, the whole thing's crazy. And it's this thing that cops died. That no cops died that day. It's not true. Yeah, the cop who died, he died of a stroke. And I believe it was a stroke or a heart attack. But well, like everything, there's a lot of misinformation being given to us by the news. And it gets attributed to it, sort of like when, anything happens to anyone 4 years after the vaccine, they attribute it to the vaccine. Yeah. Could have been the guy who just had a fucking heart attack. But this guy who was a cop, he did not die. He was not killed by the protesters. And you watch the video of the shaman dude with the fucking buffalo hat. They're blocking him around. The cops are showing him around. How would you ever think that is going to let you wind up in jail? How would you ever think that if you're an unsophisticated guy who was wearing fucking face paint and you're kind of a kook, and you think you're part of a movement, which is really scary, People get a part of a movement and they we're all doing it. And then you've got literal government agents encouraging you to do it, moving barriers, letting you in. They were playing chess, and these idiots were playing checkers, and they all got locked up. Yeah, because nobody was doing an insurrection. It wasn't an insurrection. You don't do an insurrection without weapons. So there was no presumption that there was going to be any kind of that you were going to get thrown in jail for 1,000 days. So I don't know James. He's been there forever. And every time you get a picture of him, he's been in look, I deserve to go to jail. That guy doesn't. Right. And most of those guys. Yeah, I think it was a bad decision. Certainly going to the Capitol was a bad decision. Smash windows. But I want to know who. People have been smashing things for a whole year before that. Right. That's very good. It's like we were a culture of smashing things at that point. It's also, as soon as you find out that there were government agents that may or may not have incited people to go in, the whole thing fucking changes. Like, what are you trying to do? Are you there to serve and protect, or is there some other weird shit going on? Because it seems like there is, and no one wants to talk about it because you don't want to be that guy. But at a certain point in time, you should be that guy. What's going on, man? There comes a point where men of good conscience must stand up and speak out against things that are obviously wrong. Yeah, and that is one of them. Yeah, that is one of them. It's a big one. It's a weird one. And there's all this pushback about Trump getting in the office
He said one of the first things he said was he was going to release all the January 6th prisoners. How long do you think they should be? Who's opposing? They should at least be going to trial. Yes, you should at least be going to trial. Right? It is unconscionable to hold somebody for over a year, 2 years.
Well, the thing about the government has always had a situation where we talked about when we did our episode of the Anderson trial. Is the one charge the government can put against you when they don't need direct evidence is conspiracy.
Ooh.
If they arrest you for conspiracy, that means they don't have direct evidence. So they don't need direct evidence.
Well, by the way, when I was in
one thing, that's what they got Manson.
Right. Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's true. Right. All right.
Well, they knew what Manson done clear up.
Yeah. Well, I believe that too. Because
Jerry Chaos.
Books are the best.
Well,
I believe that. I read every Manson book that there possibly could read, and then I read that one. I throw the rest of them away. Yeah, fucking trash. Chaos is just fantastic. And he helped me too because my first idea is a friend of his, or a book club. And when I was writing the Once Upon a Time in Hollywood book, I go deeper into the Manson stuff. And so I had a couple little questions in my head that I always kind of wanted to know the answer to. So I got Tom's number and I called him up and I was able to ask him some really super direct questions that really helped my book.
It's a crazy fucking story. When I was in jail, they found out they recorded everything. They're just constantly recording. And so somebody's in there, kill you. Well, that's conspiracy. And so they'll wait and oh, you're about to get out. And they'll literally start walking out stop. Oh, God. Remember that thing you said about conspiracy? Let's play that back for you. Oh, or what you said about killing the DA? Well, that's, you're going away. You're going back to trial. That happened a lot. But it's also an overtime.
They put guys in your cell, get you talking about shit.
Oh, yeah, that happened right away. They're trying to get you to bring yourself to. It's really like a fun game. What a fun game. What a fun game. Just sort of protect and incriminate you deeper. Well, I had as Quentin will confirm, I have my authority issues. I always have. I'm suspicious of anyone in power. And, it's intoxicating.
You know, like this. Okay, so the part of the thing on our show, I'm getting back to what Mike said about Jesus. When we do our show, we talk about 3 movies. So I pick 3 video cassettes.
The show we're talking about is the Video Archives podcast, which is
our second season.
Patreon.com/video archives.
But the thing is, all right, so it's there's the main movie, then there's that second movie that's kind of like the main movie, but probably you don't know that much about it. Some wild expectation. Right? This is what the fuck is this watching? And one of the things that's about our show is, I don't say, hey Roger, so find these movies and you watch them and I'll watch them and we'll get together and we'll do it on the phone too, Laura. All right, we get together to watch the movies together.
Somebody's being together and watching the movie together.
The reason we came up with the idea of the show is when we reconnected and started doing what we used to do
during the pandemic.
Yeah, and then we were sort of well, hey, let's come up with a way we can get paid to do it. So me and Roger will get together and we'll watch 3 movies, sometimes even 4, and then we'll get together. Then we have a day off, and then we get together on another day, and then we record. And we're always in the morning when we do it. But the thing is, when Roger comes over to watch the film, I kind of learned that Roger, I'm starting. It's 3 movies around it. I am starting the first movie 20 minutes after you get here, because Roger will just get off of some arcade piece of thing.
There's the square.
And the next thing you know, all right, it's been an hour and 15 minutes later, and you're getting further and further away, all right, from the alchemy we're trying to create in the first movie. So now, in 20 minutes, I'm hitting play. So wrap it up.
That's a problem with podcasts. When people come over, sometimes we have some of the best conversations before the podcast.
Yeah.
So now I have to be rude. I'm like, stop. This is not talking. It's catch that. Yeah. Catch it. You got to catch it because it is weird. It's a weird thing. It's cold. And
Oh, really?
Yeah.
No, even the idea, I mean, what? In fact, the idea that this has replaced the talk shows that we grew up watching and like all the other things. The fact that podcasting, you're the king of it, but the fact that podcasting has replaced that, but also the fact that anybody that has got something intelligent, has got a cool little setup, has got an interesting personality, and it can sell an interesting conversation, theoretically can start a podcast.
100%. Yeah. Yeah. The barrier to entry is so low. I think about the barrier to entry when you want to be a director.
Oh,
It's fucking crazy. Not only that, like the old days of television, like Desi would, be on their content. Like you own your content.
yeah.
And never mind that it's a podcast. I'm okay with that. I like the fact that this is something where, for the first time in my life at least, I'm involved with something where there's nobody else. It's me and Quentin who decide everything.
Yeah.
And, if Quentin wants to do it, we go there. If I want to do it, we go there. Well, I talk to Quentin. If Quentin allows it, we go there. I mean, basically what we're doing is the same thing we used to do. That's true. We do what we used to do at the store. We're talking about
It's really terrible. I kill switch.
No. I didn't know that.
I never used to kill switch.
The kill switch is always there.
I guess. Yeah,
But you know what?
but you want a theoretical sort of damage.
You know what? Most times when you use the kill switch, you used it on your own.
I use it on myself.
You used it on yourself. You actually haven't used it on any of my things that I've wanted to do. Which is really cool. But basically, we're doing the same thing we used to do. We sit around and talk about movies. And so during the pandemic, Quentin called me, and we had to talk. We had bumped into each other. But we hadn't really, we had a little bit of we had a falling out. And I call it a sort of a business-related falling out. And maybe if I had been a little more mature, I was young as a filmmaker, and probably unprepared to deal with the complexities of agents and attorneys and Hollywood and film and the press and the press's agenda and all of that. I was just approaching it like I'm a SoCal Gen X punk filmmaker. That was how I approached it. I'm going to do whatever the fuck I want to do. I'm going to make the movie that I want to make. And I have that attitude. I know what I want to do, what's right, and nobody can tell me I'm wrong. Because you have to be a little bit of a maniac to be a director. You have to be willing to say, no, I'm right, even when everyone's telling you you're right. And is that how Joker 2 got me?
I like Joker.
Yeah, I like Joker 2. I see that. I'm just fucking around. Yeah, I'll just fucking movie as well. It's a lot to talk to you about afterwards. Because Tim Dillon said it's the worst fucking movie that's ever been made. He's in. That may have colored his perception. But Tim thinks everything sucks. It's like the beauty of Tim. No matter what everybody's saying is amazing, like Tim loves to talk shit about Austin.
Funniest thing that I've heard for a while on YouTube when I was listening to you guys talk. He's a guy, I never really listened to the show or anything.
He's fucking brilliant.
But when he was on here talking about the election, and when he described Tim Walton as like, well, that guy's a goofball that just should be at a county fair in New York. I laughed for 15 minutes. That was such a funny comment.
He's always funny. He said it sounds like Kamala Harris is doing voodoo curses. She's doing gypsy curses, they said. She speaks in gypsy curses. And he always does the show with his fucking crazy glasses on. Like that's his new thing. If you ever watch his show, it's the best. Because it's literally just him ranting and a producer. And the ability to rant as a singleton operator, as a fucking lone person out there without anybody to bounce ideas off of, is a rare talent. Yeah. And he's the best at it I've ever seen. Bill Burr's really good at it as well, but Tim Dillon is the best at it I've ever seen. He's so fucking good at it, and he's just basically performing to one person who's his producer.
Yeah.
so because of that, he's got this crazy muscle that he's developed from years of doing that, where he just rants about all these different things. But it's fucking brilliant. I like it. Oh, yeah, that's the great thing about you guys doing a podcast together. Well, it's like in the beginning, you talking about the place in the talk show. Well, fucking, you guys replaced Cisco and Ebert, right? Because Cisco and Ebert. Thank you. That was actually the agenda that Clinton proposed to. Well, both those guys are gone. You know what I love watching is videos of like outtakes of those guys that like bitching at each other. They fucking hated each other. They were so shitty to each other, and then they had to be smiley and. What a bullshit way to live. Do you remember when Vincent Gallo wished testicular cancer on Roger Ebert and then he died? Do you remember that? He had cancer on the mouth. He lost his jaw. Like, they removed his jaw. That was Vincent Gallo cursing it. He apologized after he wrote it. That's exactly what happened. And then he went, he cursed him, and then the curse came true, and then he regretted it. I talked to him, he was like, I wish I'd never done it. It's crazy. It really worked. That movie, Brown Bunny, I want to talk about that, because I always thought it's so strange that we can show violence, but we can't show sex. And I know they tried to do that with, like, you ever see the lines outside the movie theater in Deep Throat? Oh, yeah. Carson was in there. Yeah. Johnny Carson went to see Deep Throat in a public theater. Because people didn't know what they were seeing yet. It hadn't been defined as a genre. There was nudie movies that people watched at stag parties.
There's that little moment in '73 where there was porno chic.
Yeah. Stallone.
You know, but that was the popular thing. This was. Right. And everyone had to kind of see it. And like, oh, hey, maybe this will be a thing.
Right.
Maybe this will be a thing now that, like, one or three or four porno movies will come out every year that'll be like kind of considered like real movies. You know, right. Couples will go see.
Yeah.
And that was the whole thing, was promoting the idea of couples going to see either porno films or just heavily erotic movies.
Right.
You know, like for sexy nights.
Yeah. Not like Travis Bickle. Not like how Travis Bickle does it.
No, it's a sexy night. We're going to have a sexy night. We're going to go and see it, then we'll go home and we'll take care of business.
Right. Yeah.
But then what happened, there was this hope in the early 70s that could happen.
But it's fascinating that it didn't happen, because what I was going to get to is like violence. We don't have any problem with it. But we all agree that consensual sex is way better than someone getting shot in the face. But people get shot in the face in movies constantly. You see heads explode and arms get lopped off, and Game of Thrones. And it's constant. I think it's actually not too far. I mean, it's coming from me. Well, it's not that violence is going too far. It's the meaningless violence. It's been violence without purpose, almost. And I started to recognize this during Walking Dead. Really, Game of Thrones, though. You mentioned Game of Thrones. Like, I loved Game of Thrones at first. And then I started realizing, wait a minute, like, they're getting off on me falling in love with characters. And then the moment I fall in love with the character, suddenly they're the second or genitals. Mm-hmm. You know, it's like... and then the cycle begins again. You fall in love with a different character, and then they're killing them, and they're just doing it like sadistically, because there's nowhere to go other than that. They're pushing the ceiling higher and higher, sort of. But also, if you were living in that world, that would be reality. Nobody lived forever and became a hero of the fucking movie. There's no heroes back then. Everybody's getting gutted. They're getting usurped. They're into a dungeon. Yeah. People getting fed the lions. It's just you get eaten by dogs. This is real. And now you have to fight years against the rats. But television, at least the television I grew up with, was all about like the familiarity of returning to the characters you love. Yeah, but there was plenty of characters. Yes. And you did get to return to the ones that stuck around and didn't get their heads. I just wish they killed all the characters. I love that. Let me give you another example. Everyone talks about how great television is now. It's pretty good, I gotta say. It's pretty good. But it's still television. And what's the difference between television and a good movie? Because a lot of the Ozark.
Like shows that you're compelled to look. All right. And so, okay, so I'll use an example. I'll use Yellowstone. I didn't really get around to watching Yellowstone the first 3 years or so. And then I watched like the first season. Wow, this is fucking great. I'm always a big fan of Monster. He's fucking wonderful. So, right? And I got really caught up in the show and everything. And all of a sudden, I'm like having a good time. And, I've got a couple seasons I haven't seen, so I'm watching it. And in the first season, I'm kind of talking, oh, this is like a movie. So the movie, the guy who writes that, he's a good writer. He's good, like, punchy monologues and stuff. So then I ended up watching, like, 3 seasons of it. And then I even watched that 1883. And oh, this is a good Western. Like Western. But then, after I watched, like, 2 or 3 seasons or 1 season of 1883, look, while I'm watching it, I am compelled. I'm caught up in it. But at the end of the day, it's all just a soap opera. They've introduced you to a bunch of characters. You actually kind of know all their backstories. You know everybody's connection with everybody else. And they spend some time filming that up. And then everything is just the compellingness of the soap opera. Right. What's happening to this different true that in the past. Well, I'll tell you. Because the thing is, if you watch Edge of Night, Monday through Friday, you get caught up in the dramas of the family. Yeah, right. But you don't remember it 5 years from now. You're caught up into the minutia of it at the moment. Mm-hmm. All right. So the difference between is I'll see a good Western movie and I'll remember it for the rest of my life. I'll remember the story. I'll remember this scene or that scene. It built to an emotional climax of some degree. The story is good. It's not just about the interpersonal relationship. The story is good itself, but there's a payoff to it. But there's not a payoff on this stuff. It's just more interconnectional drama. And while I'm watching it, that's good enough. But when it's over, I couldn't tell you. I can remember who the bad guy was in the first season of Yellowstone because it was Danny Houston. I remember him in it. But I don't remember any of the details of it. I don't remember any of the bad guys for season 2 or season 3. It's out of my head. It's just completely out. The same thing with 1883. Because when I watched the whole thing, and that seemed like a movie, except I don't remember Sam Elliott, but the only thing I really remember of it when it was finished. But now, Red River, I remember for the rest of my life.
Isn't that though because it's a different thing, right? Because when you go to a film is designed for one sitting. You sit down in the theater, you're going to get the entire encapsulation of what happens to these characters.
Okay, I'll give you an example of one that is more than soap opera. And look, it's a different. Okay, yeah, you can say that. Look, there's a soap opera business, but I'll tell you one that's not. Okay, if you watch that first season of, now here's one that really looks like a movie. You watch the first season of Home.
Oh yeah,
and right. First season of Home.
First season's incredible.
Okay.
Yeah, so very good.
When it gets to that final episode of the first season, he's got the suicide vest on, and he's in the room. He can kill the guys that he's been waiting for to do it for the whole movie. And you don't want him to die. Kind of into him, and you kind of want him to pull it off. And his daughter calls him on the phone. Before he does it, she doesn't know what he's going to do. But she gets that little sense from him. It's something weird. That you need to tell me that you're going to come home right now. You need to tell me right now that I will see you later tonight. And the entire series has been built to this scene. And it's one of the most emotional scenes I've ever seen in a movie, in a TV show. I've ever seen Rothschild. I've ever seen Rothschild. Now, that was a movie. That was not a soap opera. That built to this moment of him being in that fucking room with the suicide vest on. And there was complexity. She doesn't know what she's asking, but we do. Right. She's stopping this major thing, and she'll never know that, but we do.
Right.
And he's still committed, but he's not committed to her, and we know that. That's just great shit. That's a movie.
Right, and you can't. Can you do that every week?
Not saying you can do it every week, but I mean, when the season's over, I need to walk away with more than just the soap.
an impactful moment.
Exactly. I don't expect you to do that every week, but at the end of the arc, if you're telling a continuing story,
Right.
at the end of that fucking season, you need to, bam, drop the mic.
Yeah.
You need to tell me a fucking story, not just dot.
So you're saying.
And look, while I'm watching it, I'm not asking for it. But the fact that it all just
Goes away.
disappears
Right.
once it's over, and it's just sand on the beach.
Right. It's a different thing, right? I mean, this is the weirdness. It's the weirdness of the theater experience.
Here's the reason it's not a different thing. Part of the thing that makes it different is the fact that everyone's watching these continuing stories. Continuing stories. Okay, if it were Bonanza, where it's just a setup story, Charles Bronson shows up. He's a half-breed Indian, and he's working on Ponderosa for a while, and he gets involved in an adventure, and then at the end, it's done. Well, on that show, you know, the episodes are maybe not so good, or episodes are whatever the critics
Not
are.
one continuous story.
But then you'll have this great episode with Charles Bronson, or then you have a great episode with James.
They're almost ambulance.
That could have been a movie.
Yeah.
They could have expanded that to a movie.
Right. They're standalones instead of so long ongoing.
And the difference is that
It's a long ongoing story that leads to the soap opera.
it's episodic. And television now has become completely serial. Somebody's going into a pitching their show, a really, really good show like Deadwood. Okay, Deadwood, I know what they probably went in, they pitched, and what they knew that they were going to make was the Wild Bill story. And they've got Carradine, and and they know that story. And that show is fantastic as long as they're telling that story, which is like 6 to 8 episodes. Once he's gone, I don't think they had a plan. That was what they pitched, and it was like they pitched a movie spread out over a number of episodes.
But
it wasn't even the full season.
Yeah, but by that point in time, they have a character.
Well, they've got everybody, but I would maintain that for the rest of Deadwood, after Carradine's gone, it's just things are happening. Stuff is happening. But I don't remember anything about that show, other than the town and the various actors that I liked and the show. But really, all they had was those first 6 to 8 episodes. I can't remember exactly what it was.
And the thing about it is, I would say all this, and the sum up of it all is useless. It is very compelling while I'm watching it, but it just doesn't compare to a movie or a story that stays with me for the rest of my life. In some cases,
Right. I know what you're saying.
We'll watch a lot of, I try to watch at least one movie every episode that I haven't seen. And sometimes it's like, well, I haven't seen it since I was 12. Or I haven't seen it.
Those are actually the scariest ones to watch, because if you loved something when you were young, it's almost
Well, I'm expecting not to. I've cut on stuff now. That I feel the big champion now. So now I'm not such a champion. Now I see all the problems. Right. But now I watch something I haven't seen since I was 22. And I still like the day and I watch it. I watch it again. I think I just like
well, actually, I can jump in really quick if you want. One Strong Cigars. One of the movies we saw that we'd seen a million times, and we didn't even think that it was going to be in, was Dress to Kill.
Okay,
Yeah.
It was one of those things where we were doing a thing, a special episode with Eli Roth, we were taking the Italian Giallo thriller, so what are the American versions of the Giallo thriller? So we figured out there's like 4. And one of them was Dress to Kill. Yeah, so we get together with Eli, and we're going to watch these 4 movies. And then it comes down to Dress to Kill. And I can't even think about how many times I've seen Dress to Kill. I can't even think how many things he's seen. And how many times that Eli's seen it, which is huge Brian De Palma with Nancy Allen and everything. So like how many? And so I almost brought up Dress to Kill, and
We had a little congress about it.
we got 3 movies, but no, it was just 1. That ended up being one of the greatest screenings of Dress to Kill I've ever seen. All right, but in our living room, in my living room, watching it with
On VHS.
on VHS, Pan's Game. All right, The old Warner Brothers video, because we watch them on we watch them on the actual video cassettes of video. All right.
Literally, the tape that we used to rent and handle and shuffle and put back and forth into the drawers and rent to customers, and it's been sitting on the shelves with the number on it and everything for the.
We've seen the movie a bunch of times. There's something about watching it with three of us and just sitting there. It's so good. But it was Walter who did that intro. It was Eli that was adding to it. I was adding to them.
Yeah.
You know, and we just have this like appreciation for the movie, watching it with the three of us in this situation. The fact that we considered not even watching it was just like sacrilege.
And we saw things in it that we had never seen before. That was the other thing. It's like I saw things during that screening because of feeling watching the movie with you guys that I had never thought of before. And so it opened up all sorts of avenues. And you know, most frequently you watch a movie and it doesn't go up. I'm afraid to watch movies a lot of the time. That was just one of those happy incidences where the movie really lived up. It stayed strong. Even when you'd seen hundreds.
I know. I mean, you could not. It'd be hard to pick a movie that I've seen as much as Jessica.
See, this is the better version of Cisco Neighbor. This is exactly what I'm talking about. The completely unproduced, uninfluenced version.
Well, I told Roger when we finished the first season, we're well, if we do this the right way, in 3 or 4 years' time, we could be considered like Cisco.
100%. Yeah. It's just a matter of getting it out there. I think there's just a bunch of people that aren't aware of it.
And they will come.
Yeah.
They will come. What I love about the way we're doing that is our first season, we just put it out, and we had a partner with SiriusXM back then. And this season,
And they kind of went out of business and then they're all for their podcast.
Oh, did they? Oh, they Pandora, right?
Yeah, they kind of turned into a different thing.
they just signed a
Big
whole.
podcast deal with the Color Picture.
Yeah, they did,
Yeah. So I guess they're trying to get back into it.
Well,
That's another part as well.
They paid us a lot of money to do it. And we actually did pretty good for like our little archaic little movie show that goes on about 2 hours.
It's a real niche type.
Yeah, and we you know, can you guys do Jaws? No, we don't.
But that's the best part of it. You don't fucking know
Well,
it.
that's exactly. But the thing is, they were like, so we actually had about like 2 million listeners, which was like, hey, that was pretty good for us. For us doing our little stupid movie show about VHS, and it's all about VHS. It's about the VHS.
And we're talking about the box art or VHS tapes.
We watched the. We talk about the trailers that are in front of the movie. All right, and we talk about the transfer.
By the way, the movie VHS is one of my favorite.
That's a good one.
It's a good. The one with the devil lady.
Yeah.
Turns into a devil.
The 4 different stories. The 3 different stories.
But that one was worth it. Just sit through the other 3 for that one. The devil lady is so fucking amazing.
But I think they were expecting us to do like
Susan
they were
Kane.
going to do like it's like
Right.
we were never going to do it.
Right. Yeah.
And so we're talking.
You could though. Yeah, people want to see it. They want to listen to it. It's just a matter of just it being. They'll realize they want it. They want to hear it.
Yeah.
That's what it is. It's like, oh, we want them to only talk about Citizen Kane. No. It's got to be whatever the fuck they actually want to talk about. And then you'll learn about that movie that you never heard about. Maybe you go see it, and then you'll have a deeper appreciation of why these guys love movies.
But one of the things that was interesting when we did it, okay, so when we made our deal, we're thinking, okay, well, maybe we'll do it here for 2 years. And we own the show, and we want to take it to Patreon so we don't have to do commercials.
Right.
Okay. And then when I did commercials, I did it with a 70s DJ announcer voice, all right? Because I felt like such a sellout that I'm not going to do it in my voice. The Datsun 750 is coming soon. You know, and like the real Dark Steel. That was my whole thing. Right? Like, everything like the real Dark Steel.
I just did those readings like myself, and people started commenting on Twitter. They were like, "Man, Roger,
Secret your placement in a week.
like,
Some people even get in the first week. They get qualified candidates.
I like solo stoves; they're great. But like, I found myself doing like stainless steel ads, basically, and talking about soloscopes. And suddenly people on Twitter were saying, Roger Avery will sell you sour milk from a sick cat. It's like, no, I don't know if I want to like be shilling stuff like that anymore.
You just have to only approve the ads that you want to do. Like, I approve ads. I don't like just let them give me every ad. I'm like, I can't do this.
Well,
I say it all the time.
we're not even under that kind of pressure.
Yeah, if you think about it, I thought of that would be kind of cool. Is go to Patreon, we'll lose a whole bunch of listeners, but we'll put a 40-minute version of the show out there for free. If you want to get the whole show, you gotta you gotta subscribe, and if you subscribe, you get the show. If you pay $5, you get our show full. And if you pay $8, then you get an extra special show that we do.
There's still a truncated version of it available for everybody to listen to. Like the first part, you come from the rest.
But the thing is, though, is what I like. And some people are sort of like, "Hey, what you doing?" Well, okay, fine. And look, hey, I get it. I'm the guy when it's in my 20s that go to happy hour at the bar, all right, and nurse a beer while I eat all the pizza and chicken wings. Never my dinner.
Yeah,
right. So I get it. And by the way, if you want to wait till the end of our season and then join for a month and listen to all of our shows that way, you can. That's an easy way to do it. You can get everything for free for a month. You can get everything you want in a month. But that's not who we're doing it. We're doing it for the people who care about the show and are subscribing to it. And those people, those are our audience.
Right.
And then they write a message board, and we write them back, and so we're doing it for those people. And as long as we can make enough to just do the show, we're cool.
And the general feeling is, wow, this is like a $5 film school, because you've got a couple of guys talking about movies and talking about how to watch movies, how to appreciate films, how to read a film, and then just genuinely compelling discussions. And using our experience as filmmakers to discuss even deeper into the movies and to better understand them. And it's largely something has happened in culture where people, they don't know how to argue anymore politely. They don't know how to enjoy an argument with each other before. And so Clinton and I, we don't have to like the same movie, just like Cisco Weaver. You don't have to like it. But we can argue about something, and then afterwards it's like, okay, let's go do karaoke.
It's not a recommend show. We want to pick 3 movies and we want to discuss them.
Yeah.
And
you don't have to like it.
Even if you don't like the movie, if there's an interesting point of discussion about it, well, that's good. That's all we need. We just need an interesting conversation.
Yeah.
That have about it. It's not about we recommend you watch this movie.
Right.
Personally, I don't care if anybody watches any of the movies that we talk about. I want them to listen to the show. I enjoy our back and forth.
And you get to understand how you appreciate movies.
Yeah, if you want to go out and check the movies out afterwards, fine, go ahead. I don't care if you do or not.
And we have a really dedicated group of people who have come and signed up, and they really. What's funny is they really care about these people. It's like they're there and they're in the club. It's like a clubhouse.
Yeah.
And the people who want to be there want to be there, and they're talking. They're on a message board with Clinton. And, all the Eli Roth is there, and Edgar Wright, and everybody's we wanted to create something that was like video archives, and that people could come in and talk.
And I want at least one of the 3 movies, not every week, but at least they're not easy to find. I want to come up with that's not streaming anywhere. How do I supposed to get this? Well, it's on VHS. Get a VHS recorder and buy it on eBay. And now all of a sudden that little group is like, well, maybe we can buy it. Hey, maybe if we buy VHS and then we can burn it and we can trade it with everybody. Those are all good.
My daughter Bella is one of our producers on the show, and she's on the show with us. And one of her is we get together and we watch the movies at video archives, and then we know the films, and then she doesn't have that access.
She didn't have the She's not there with us.
She represents one of the people out there. She's got to find it. So if Quentin finds something that's pretty difficult to find, she's got to track it down, and she usually has a little timetable to do it on.
And she kind of is doing her proof of concept on. She can find it. She'll find it on VHS.
She
She'll find it
explains how
however.
she tracked it down.
And
And
so
you follow her God.
it's on YouTube for 3 years.
However, when she couldn't, I just couldn't track this one down. I go, I'm like, yes!
Yeah. That's the real reason he likes to do the show.
That's right! Shit! Yeah! Gotcha!
Is everything is everything on YouTube now?
A lot of things.
A lot of things.
Everything,
A lot of things. Yeah, there's some certain things you can't find on YouTube still. And if it's up there and it's not there, you'll be able to get it somewhere. It's like whack-a-mole. Right.
It's like,
There was the Gore Vidal film, the transsexual movie, or the Cal Welch.
oh, no. Well, we watched that. We didn't do an episode on it, but I have the video. We watched it. I was like, Myra Breckenridge.
Yeah. It's a crazy movie.
Well,
The
she
idea
fucks the guy in the ass. That's the best fucking scene. She fucks the guy in the ass. That is the best fucking scene.
it's pretty wild.
And the idea that I liked that movie so much, I read the book afterwards because I thought it was like so cool.
Okay, I never liked Rex Reed, and I am not gay, but I was actually like, wow, Rex Reed's kind of hot in this. Well, that's what he was trying to do. That was the movie. You did it. Gore Vidal was trying to turn you gay. Yeah, that's one of those weird ones. It's difficult to find. I had to buy a DVD to get it.
Oh, I like the line she has that keep building up, which yeah, she could have funny show her pussy.
When it looks like the moment of truth is finally arrived.
I think Raquel Welch is fantastic.
Did you ever see those debates that Gore Vidal did with William?
Oh yeah, legendary. Yeah.
But this is, you used to go to the
Oh yeah.
Well, he was right and he was better.
Yeah, he's right. He's
Yeah, he was right.
He can't go without fighting with fucking murdered male.
Yeah.
Oh no, just they get on like they get them on like the decapitation. You know, sometimes they have like a Ponty bastard, the other one they have like a mini.
I'm sure they had dinner afterwards. But just you used to be able to have those kind of conversations on television, which is really fascinating. Yeah, it's like now they exist in podcasts. And like the Cisco and Ebert thing where I was talking about, it's like you can't manufacture a friendship, and you can't manufacture a real interest. You can't be a guy who was a local news reporter who auditioned for the role of the guy who reviews movies. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But it's like this thing that you guys have is what this is the whole new media movement is based on authenticity, right? And this like the whole thing. You want people to not be able to find these movies. You want to just review movies that you want to review, and that's the beautiful thing about it. It's like the perfect show in that regard. Like for a film review show, a film discussion show, it's the perfect show. And also, when the customer used to come to the store, they had basically 3 requirements. I want something that's new. That was always the first one. It's good that I haven't seen. And I was like, well, if you haven't seen that, it's new to you. So that takes care of 2 of those. And no, we don't have that new one, but let's show you something interesting. So it was always a matter of,
Well, the thing is, one of the things that like, and there's a lot of movie shows out there on the podcast, and they talk about stuff. And the idea isn't for me to just say, "Oh, we're better than others." We're not coming from that stuff. But I'll tell you what bugs me about a lot of the other shows is the fact that the people are sincere. They're completely sincere, but their film knowledge is fucking abysmal. They really don't know what the fuck they're talking about. And especially when they're trying to like talk about movies from like the 70s or something. Well, they were usually born in the 80s. So they don't know what something was like when it opened up. And they don't really have any context.
Right.
They definitely don't have context. That's what they don't have. They don't have context. They just know whatever they've learned along the way. And so they just yank stuff out of their ass and just and say stuff that's just wrong a lot. They just misinformation a lot. Mm-hmm. We actually fact check our shit. We re-record it, all right, to make sure that we just don't yank shit out of it. And there is a little bit of yanking stuff out of your ass, but when I'm not sure about it, we look it up, and then if I'm wrong, then we change it.
Well, then also there's the fact that
you can count on what we're saying, that we're telling you the true fucking shit. We're giving you. I consider it as a film expert that show would be worth listening to if I don't tell you the truth.
Right.
So I don't give you factual information that you can count on.
Also, because you were there during the opening of the film, and we're we have the context to talk about. A lot of these people who maybe didn't see these movies in theaters.
And the thing is, it's like, my writing guru as far as like film writing, because I think writing in general was the New York film critic Pauline Kael, and she had one rule for film criticism, and I think this would apply to all writing. You have to give the reader a compelling reason to read your writing. It's that fucking simple. It's that there has to be a compelling reason for you to engage in reading analysis. And the same thing about talking about. So you have to give a compelling reason. Now, yeah, I like the guys. That's a good start. I like their personality. I think they're kind of funny. That's a good start. But there has to be something more than that.
Well, that's what's more than that. What you just did. This passion for it, right? That's what's more than that. It's this like severe commitment to it. That's what's exciting.
And then when we talk about the movie, we talk about everything that's good about it. We talk about the things that aren't good.
Right.
Honest. Yeah, very honest.
Yeah,
and I can be wrong. I don't have to be right about it. It's
might be right about the Joker. I'm not sure.
See, it's audacious. It's audacious. You haven't even seen it. You're just talking about it.
I'm just talking shit. I just trying to wind you up. I'm just trying to wind you up. Sorry. What's like an example of a film that you've wronged that other people hate, other than the Joker?
I don't know. Okay, I like the one. There's a ton of it. So as a matter of fact, but this I have so many. But when I was younger, particularly, I was the champion of like the movie that all the critics put down and said was a fiasco. Okay. I wanted to
Is it because you're contrarian or being a guest? Yeah. Is it Ishtar?
Well,
You
I
like
can
Ishtar?
bring Ishtar.
He was like one of the champions of this.
I champion Ishtar champion.
Pushing that tape on so many customers.
Yeah.
How many of them came back angry?
No, it's a funny movie.
Is it really? Well, the problem with Ishtar, we were talking about this a little bit earlier. The problem with Ishtar is that it suddenly became not about the movie, but about the production. And so people had to form an opinion about whether they liked it or not because it was expensive. It's like it doesn't change your ticket price.
No, that is the kiss of death. If you feel like a film is over budgeted,
Especially comedy. It's like critics have a thing about spending a lot of money on comedy. It seems obscene to them.
Yeah.
What happened with this film? Like, where'd the budget go south?
Where the budget kind of went south for the most part was the fact that like Warren Beatty and Dustin Hoffman kind of like had their full French on the movie. So Dustin Hoffman got his high big salary, Warren Beatty got his high big salary, and so
And all the accoutrements that go with it.
everything that goes with it.
Right.
If
I need a plane to fly me back from Toronto to New York every weekend.
Oh, really?
I'm sure.
I'm making that, but that's not unrealistic.
It would be like if when they did, during the time they did Ishtar, Tom Hanks was famous, but he wasn't the superstar that he is now.
Right.
All right. So if that had starred Tom Hanks and Peter Scolari,
Mm-hmm.
like the two guys from Bosom Buddies,
Yeah.
well, then that would cost a lot less and would have been just as funny.
Right.
Those guys were terrific together, and they would have been really good in that role, and the film would have been seen for what it is.
Yeah.
Mm. When a film does get labeled as a bloated film, that is the kiss of death. Because the general public will turn on it.
You generally package these movies a couple of years. They're like, oh my God,
Yo, what up, baby? AFK.
I had a great
You're
time.
amazing.
One
I
was
love
the
you.
first Laserdisc I
Oh,
ever bought.
hi.
Here's what I say you can't defend. Kevin Costner.
I don't know if you're going to see this,
I never saw the poster.
but if
I
you
love the
can,
idea that there's an
answer. I have a question.
You guys never saw the poster, but I actually like it.
Hello?
How are you? I think that's one of the best
Yeah,
movies
but
ever.
I love that.
I love that video.
But you're right.
But otherwise, it's
Discord.me/Rabbi. I'm not so bad. Oh, dude, you're the
sex scene in the pool.
Yeah, that's a little ridiculous, but yes, the sex scene in the pool is a little ridiculous, but actually, the fact that it's going for a Hollywood movie that's it's going there was actually interesting. It's going on really like that.
You want to see what it looks like?
God, that's so fucking cool. When she beats the shit out of the guy at the end, the guy fucked over her girlfriend and like beat up the girlfriend, and then she does these spinning roundhouse kicks and beats the fucking shit out of the guy. Yeah, let's fucking go.
I know about showgirls is like showgirls where you made for under $1 million, go straight to video, star Robert Davi, and just be this little exploitation movie. And here was an example of that being made for $60 million, all of it directing, doing whatever he wants, making it as big as possible. At least again, NC-17. It's basically the same as one of those sub-$1 million exploitation films. It still has Robert Davi in it. He's still playing the same part that he normally play. And so it's this opportunity to see one of those weird little, exploitation movies made in this grand fashion, this huge fashion.
This doesn't sit on a special shelf in my heart. Alright, but I really liked it when I saw it.
Listen, like pushes Gina Gershon down the stairs. So Gina Gershon, she pushes down the stairs. Like everything about that movie is awesome. I think it's great. I love the film. I love the film. I brought it up to all the. I had a dinner once with Harold and some of the producers. I started going off on it. They all sat there at the dinner watching me go crazy over their film, and then at the end of it, one of the producers said, "Well, yeah, that's all nice to hear. Really, that movie was just about us doing a lot of cocaine." That's exactly what I was just going to say. I'm so glad you said that because I always described that movie as a cocaine movie, and I was just casting it.
You have a camera. It's amazing. Dogs, join my Discord.
Because it seems like they thought it was great while they're doing it, but it's like, what are you doing? It's one of those things where you think it's great because you're on coke. I have a place in my heart for those big movies like that.
That's not the one I would make my case on, but I still like it. That's not my case. That's not my test.
Are you sort of an example of what happened in when the 80s where cocaine the world kind of shifted from a psychedelic thing from the 60s and 70s to a cocaine thing in the 80s, and you get movies like that. You get a little bit more edgy, a little less trippy.
Yeah, I'm just going to take it.
It's ridiculous.
In the beginning, it's pretty good.
God, I just sent you you got my Discord. Check out my YouTube to see all my videos.
Just watching the Wolf of Berkeley kids, all right, and a big studio movie like this, flopping up and down, I'm getting my money's worth.
Well, that was huge because it was from Saved by the Bell.
Yeah, but actually, I'm not thinking about it from his point of view. I'm thinking about the water hitting her face. I'm looking from her point of view. That's the unrealistic.
That's true. Cocaine movies are fun though. There's quite a few of those that were just like, what is this?
Come in and chill.
Like how much coke was going around in the 80s?
You'll find out. If not, we'll watch it.
When it was actually coke.
It was actually real cocaine. It was like proper cocaine.
There was this. It's actually really interesting because it's like one of those things where
Remember that customer who used to come in and he would bring in like a rock of cocaine? Rock of cocaine. The size of a coffee mug. And he would bring us these things.
It was a cocaine. The thing is, he would rent. We let him take the movies that come back and review.
Whatever you want.
And he would come in and he'd get his phone, and then he would like either open up a little like skull.
Yeah. I remember them stuff.
All right. Jesus Christ. For the first time, we were minimum wage kids. For the first time, we actually had fuck you Coke. We had access to Coke in a way that we could never afford. For about a few months, because those relationships don't last that long. Relationships don't last that long. After a few months, where's the fucking, where's the power?
That's only four.
There was a party once that he came to, and he brought a rock of cooking and a live game.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay, it's a dangerous combination.
Usually, his name was Tuttle, and we always describe excess as Tuttle.
Shut up.
Shoot, I'm so tuddled. That's hilarious. It became like your Fugazi. Yeah. That's so funny. When I worked at in Boston, Nick's Comedy Stop, they would offer to pay you in cocaine or cash. Those guys that just took the cocaine. The certain comics, they just want to get paid in coke. Yeah. Wild times. That's the 80s. It's the 80s. It's the 80s.
That was actually even kind of an interesting situation because, like,
There he is.
it was also one of those things where, like, I was actually really kind of proud of us because we all kind of like, ooh, we all kind of like nutty for like a little bit with this kind of like more access to coke than we normally have.
More access to coke than we ever had.
And like, I mean, we can afford that shit, all right? And so we all kind of went nuts for a little bit about it. And then we all kind of like, let's bring it together.
That's great.
Let's bring it together. And we also saw some of the people who were like, let it get the best.
We're just watching.
And they get
Hey,
really
what's up?
kind
How
of,
are
Your
you?
friend with the story about the
Can you hear me, Big Dog? Can you hear me? How are you? Oh, all right. How'd you break your chair, man? All right. Sounds like you have a do-it-yourself project to work on. Do you have something to fix it? All right. DIY. Oh, dude, you're amazing. That's probably what I would just do. There is a saying that exactly, if it's supposed to move and it doesn't, you need WD-40. If it does move and it's not supposed to, you need duct tape. That's basically all the DIY information you need. If I may ask, hey, happens to the best of us. Take care, man. Enjoy. Come back whenever you want. You're always welcome. Peace, man. I'm going to send you a friend request. Just one moment. All right. You do good.
I'll be together.
Yeah.
The same sort of thing. You go, I know where this is going.
And so we all like, okay, let's pull back. Let's get control of this. And we all did it. Collectively, we all kind of just got our shit together and put it in the river.
Right.
Didn't mean we didn't do it, but we just, it was, we control.
Contrary
We'll stay with
goals. Yeah. When I was growing up, a bunch of people that I knew got hooked on coke, and that's what kept me from ever doing coke. I had children, and suddenly it was like, oh my god, like I have to be on call 24/7. Right, I can't be out coked up. Yeah, that's not gonna last anymore. That gets in the way of. It gets in the way. Mushroom trips. And pretty soon, my Saturday mornings became more important than my Friday nights. It's pretty simple.
But my thing about
Priorities
was,
change. Yeah.
I wanted to have access, or I wasn't that interested.
Yeah, you want to take it to 12.
No, I mean, and we're doing it all fucking night.
It's like this is gone.
Until the straw is bloody. Yeah, okay. I'm stopping that because the dog got blood.
It's like some people don't have the ability to only do that once. Like for whatever reason, some people they have that thing and they do coke a little bit and they just want to keep doing coke. That's scary. It is scary. That's scary because you're captured by a demon. Yeah, and it's literally, and I think it's literally. Yeah. No, I think in the classic gin sense, sure, it's whispering into your ear. Well, in the sense it does all things the demon would do. You know, you could say the demons are real, okay, but they might be real. No. Look, there's pretty good evidence. I think there's pretty good evidence. There's a lot of we live like legitimate evil in the world. Yeah, and where is that coming from? What's that energy? What begets that? What is the reason why people are willing to mass murder? Like, what is it? People are willing to launch missiles in the cities. What is that? Where's that coming from? There's got to be that would be evil if you defined it in the classic sense of the word. You know, when an invading army comes to a village and attacks people, that's not demonic. That's not evil. You're lighting children on fire and throwing them on patched roofs. That's not demonic. Seems pretty demonic. Like a demon would do that. Whether the physical demon exists is almost like not even important. It's like demonic behavior is 100% documented. What would Jesus do? Yeah, right. It's absolutely. But it's like everybody wants to be smart. It's going to raise a price. Everybody wants to be smart, and you want to be secular. And you never want to say that you believe in something that's superstitious or ridiculous. So you don't believe religion. You're either agnostic, or you're atheist. That's how you get respect. And it's like this weird thing where you're not willing to consider, like, okay, well, what are the actions? What are the actions of good and the actions of evil? The actions are real, right? And we all know in our heart and our soul, when you do a good thing, how you feel, versus when you do a bad thing, how you feel. Like, so what are those forces?
When Brandon Kurtz tells the story of going into the village and knocking or all of the children in the village, shooting their arm with flu shots or something like that. You're not going to. And then the soldiers came in and then hacked off all the kids' arms. And then there's a full pile of arms. And Kurt said, so we did all that, and we came back to the village the next day, and there's like a little pile of all the little arms. And I cried like a baby. I started thinking, the Chinese did that. The Chinese did that. Because these are not monsters. They're not demons. These are not child. And they had the force of enough to take the job and take it to its logical conclusion of what they had to do. But, I'm not condoning. I'm not condoning what Kurtz is saying. Kurtz is a fucking crazy person. But I'm interested in his perspective. But of course, that would be Kurtz's perspective.
He's speaking about true power.
Where he's a god. He's a god. He's worshipped by the natives. Yeah.
Clearly lost the fog of war.
It's completely lost his mind. But he's talking like he's calm.
Yeah, exactly what they all talk.
Yeah.
But this is the thing that you're suspicious of power, right? Like, why are you suspicious? Well, you should be. Because you see where it ultimately leads. It ultimately leads to Kurtz, or ultimately leads to the way to really be controlled. You have to use violence. You can only use words. So strong men hold civilizations together. That's just a fact of things. Both of us have become friends over the years with John Williams. Who wrote a book. And, John is the kind of guy who's like, conquerors! And he wrote a script about Genghis Khan. And, that I worked on with him to help turn it into a series. My daughter and I helped him after he got a script. And, you look at his Genghis Khan script, and he's realistically talking about these horrific atrocities that just, so many people have been felt and lighting on fire and throwing in the river. Just however you can kill somebody, he figured out a way to do it better. And but at the same time, you went to paper money, you went to the Silk Road, trade the East, pulled that whole region of the world together under one empire. And over the
almost like Conan the Warrior, Conan the Conqueror, Conan the King. Eventually, you're a king by your own hand. And eventually, you start realizing.
I don't really also what directed Conan the Barbarian.
And so he rightly recognizes that it's strong men who conquer, but also who hold together and maintain order. And there's a balance between force and strength and compassion as well. Too much compassion, countries fall apart.
Yeah.
Too much introspection, countries fall apart.
Right. And when things are too good,
When things are too good,
things are too easy, and you think they're supposed to be easy, and understand how they became easy and it keeps them easy. Yeah. And that's kind of what I'm right now.
weird times right now.
As if we got we're in a movie.
Well, it does feel a little like we're in kind of neo-feudalistic times, where there's highwaymen, then you have to contend with when you go out. Everything's a little more fragile.
Well, there's also this new thing, which is the internet and social media. There's this new thing that has overcome our minds, and it's affecting everyone in this very bizarre way. And it's making people more tribal and more inclined towards echo chambers, opposing beliefs and views. So you were saying about like being able to sit and have a conversation with someone and completely disagree, but not take it personally.
Yeah.
Just
I sacrificed
We've lost
one
that.
good computer
It's
for
society
14 other devices.
to be able to engage with other
Yeah.
people, to disagree with them,
Yeah.
and to know that that's just that. We can still have dinner together. We can still.
I haven't told that.
I go on a show and I said that I like. Yeah. Joe, you did. I see. I like.
I was outside earlier.
Now there's 150 articles that come out. All these cannibalized articles. And
I bet people visiting bands and like we'll go have a picnic
then
in
you
the
read
park
the
or
comments.
something.
Yeah, who the fuck are they? Let me just fucking ask you the thing. Why am I a fucking asshole? It doesn't make any sense. That makes me a fucking
I would be
asshole.
It's crazy.
You either like me or you don't. All right.
My friend, data is Earth's number one resource. It's like gold. It's a time capsule for society. People will be able to essentially see what every single day is like. From now until whenever I'm independent, which I never want to keep it on forever. And it's essentially like a new Bible. I mean, there are stories in this, there's entertainment, there's really knowledge that really isn't being discussed. Like things like anti-gravity, antimatter, de-extinction, life extension technology, mind uploading technology, all that good stuff. No one's talking about that. No, it's not. It's not. It's not very well documented. A lot of this is hypothetical technology. Things like female sperm and male eggs. That's hypothetical. It's not a realistic technology currently. But in the future, women may be able to produce their own sperm, and men may be able to produce their own eggs. And when that happens, you might be able to self-replicate. No one's talking about that. Name one person right now. Name one person right now who's talking about female sperm and male eggs. Oh wait. Of all of the creators you know, hold on. Of all the creators you know, of all of them, all the celebrities you know, all the podcasts, all the movies, all the books, all of the songs, none of them are talking about that. That's just one example. Yeah, and it's not. It could eventually become quite common amongst all people that you no longer reproduce with someone of the opposite sex. You self-reproduce, or
how many people are researching female sperm? Of all of the doctors and all of the nurses and all of the scientists, less than 1% of 1% might even think it's a reality that it could happen, let alone people who are actually paid to study this. It's really not. It's not very common at all.
I mean, relatively. I've heard of it before. That is
Who do you know who's talking about it, aside from me?
I don't actually see your names, but probably they've been introduced before. It's just not really a hot topic.
I've never heard of it. I can tell you that it has a Wikipedia page that isn't very thorough, but let's just talk about it as a hypothetical technology. I mean, that's just one of many different things we talked about. Let's talk about mega projects. What about, now this one is talked about, but not very much in the mainstream. A Bering Strait tunnel. A mega project is generally considered a project that goes above what are general terms for projects into needing international cooperation in order to be completed. So arguably, like the digging of the English Channel over 100 years ago, or the Panama Canal, those are so like super projects, really, really big ones. Another one would be perhaps the Suez Canal, certainly would be, and then maybe thousands of years ago, you would consider the pyramids to be a mega project. But what I'm talking about is straight tunnel. And I think about a lot of things when it comes to mega projects. But basically, I'm a huge advocate for building a tunnel. It's only 51 miles that needs to be done between Asia and North America. And then you could take a car from Los Angeles to London or New York to Cape Town. You could drive. That's a really exciting opportunity. That will unite the world much better than many things that currently make up the news cycle that divide us. Oh, I talked not only that, but I talked on it at length. I mean, I don't want to say I'm an expert in the Bering Strait tunnel, but I know more than the top 1% of people. Do I invest in stock? I have, yeah. So, like the first stock, perhaps, I mean, like one of the first stocks that I ever.
Just a general. I'm really focusing on stocks generally.
Yeah,
Your stocks.
yeah, but I'm more about returns. And you don't get as good as returns on stocks as you do on cryptocurrency. So basically, like, you can. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency, absolutely. Right here, it's worth $300 million. It's called Harry Potter Obama Sonic Panini. If you're like, oh, is that why you're wearing like Sonic the Hedgehog pajamas? Yeah, but it's a very serious cryptocurrency, and it's worth $300 million. These pillows that you see that are like cartoon characters, when I started, well, they're NFTs. When I started, they were worth like nothing. Like months ago, they were worth $800. They're worth $8,000 now. No, but I can tell you that when I go viral, that I'll be able to give you more money than you can ever count. That you'll be able to have so much money that you'll be able to help all your friends and family and start your own charity. I have more data than any person. Essentially, I'm sitting on a gold mine, and just little by little, people start to find out about me from any different. Go ahead. Data, according to the Economist magazine, data, specifically human data, is Earth's number one resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air, petroleum, platinum, diamonds, and I have more human data more typed on the internet than any person has. Well, essentially, you can follow somebody's life more than 3.5 years. Imagine in 20 or 30 or 40 years when we have that much data that we can just essentially delve into someone's life now. That's just from a two-dimensional perspective. Hey, I want a cool story. Let's follow the rabbi. There are many other aspects of this that are much more important as well. As technology advances, things like being able to know a lot about my body, what my breaths per minute are, my eating schedule, my sleeping schedule, my behavior pattern, knowing what my blinks per minute are, knowing what my heartbeat per minute is, knowing what the humidity is, knowing what the temperature is. All of these things will be seen and you'll be able to essentially track with augmented reality. Additionally, it will be studied from an academic perspective. Basically, we have one example of a person with more data than any other person, and we can study that. We can perhaps in the future remove different layers of my skin. You can be able to see my exo, you'll be able to see my epidermis, my skin layers. You'll be able to see my muscular structure, and then eventually you'll be able to remove aspects of my cranial cavity and see what my brain looks like, and then eventually actually see what I what I think. Okay.
Another question. You're telling me my health is a portion of the investment. It's worth investing.
100%.
This 100% just for a chance. Just for a chance for something to dissect or isolate 1,000 years in the future. Even then, this is an emerging like context of this emerging overall. It's going to decay. It's going to visit out.
Oh yeah, a lot of time has been deleted. That doesn't mean that I just can't win. Yeah, but that doesn't mean I can't win and deal with them when I'm a famous person and just say, hey, give me these accounts back, and they will, because that's a newsworthy event. When things are a newsworthy event, they drop all of their policies because the newsworthiness of it makes it more important than anything. So all they have to do is say, hey, we have somebody who's been live streaming. Did you ever see the movie The Truman Show? Okay, so it stars Jim Carrey, and it's basically a very similar story, except we have my consent in this story, and in that movie they did not have this consent. But essentially the entire world becomes fascinated with one single individual whose life is always on camera. And people start to want to dress like that person, want to have the same interests as that person. They want to really mimic them in every way possible, or mirror them in any way possible. That's fine for me. All I care about is no more war. Somebody's got to start the discussion of world peace. Right.
I'm not plugging the movie. I'm not doing anything. All right, just saying I like it. Who gives a fuck what I like? Right. What do you care what the fuck I like? Right. And also, what is the fuck there for? But there's no one in front of him to say that. He's an idiot alone with his phone.
reasonable people who have turned on what the fuck are you talking about? But he doesn't get that check. Which is also the part of the problem with social media.
But someone says to me like, no, I think you're supposed to do this too. Yeah. Well, there's a lot of shit I can see that you're missing out on. I don't care if you miss out.
Also, you have to be missing out. Otherwise, you don't have a life.
Yeah.
How much information do you think you can absorb in a day? How much things do you watch? Well, 4 movies a day.
Yeah.
That's a lot of time, man. You have to miss out. There's going to be shit you miss out. But the other thing is, if you're a film fan today, you're not just dealing with today's films. You're dealing with this insane archive that goes back to Rothschild. Yeah, goes back to on the waterfront. Goes back to the 20s. Good Lord, man. There's so many films to watch.
The one that I thought it was like very meaningful to me this year is I really like the story of Bojack's, the French foreign agents. I like French foreign agents. But that's a really cool story, and I really like the whole story of the three brothers.
Just chill, man. We're watching it.
I was familiar with Gary Cooper in 1939. But I never seen this kind of this and start.
Well, like live 24/7. It was like 8 months.
Story.
And I think my first account was made like 3 years ago.
And we have a little micro in the theater I have because I have in Los Angeles for this day. So it's cool.
Yeah, I mean, I really use social media because I started with 16. Not a lot.
Video archives. Yeah, it's like video archives. The video archives kind of shit up. It's like literally, it's like the pretty old version of the video archives. It's just like, but like a little Paris.
Yeah, no, I mean, I work in a corporate job, so
It's like a
I wasn't meant to.
You took them to everybody, but for our core thing.
And the thing is that we showed last week we showed the silent version of Bojack's Life. Yeah.
38?
And I wasn't there at that screening, but I asked the guy who was our manager, their map, and I said,
Yeah, that's an age.
I would have really loved to have been there for that screening. And we watched it. It was so okay. The end of it, and it is recorded. And it's just like, when he was talking, it was emotional. You could hear a pin drop, and then it was over, and then they were still kind of in this collective emotional state, and they just all kind of left the theater, and they just see some emotion in that. And they all kind of just moved out.
I'm a certified project manager
in this
professional.
emotional
So
state.
I launched apps on the App Store and they get play.
That's amazing.
And
I think one of the most magical things about movies is that it can speak
You wanna tell me what I did?
You want to tell me what I did? Opportunity in your life. So you might see a movie and not like it. But, people might see Joker 2 today and not really care for it in 5 years from now.
Why are you changing the answer to the question that I'm giving you? How about you just shut the fuck up and let me answer the question? You asked me like 50 fucking questions. I'm answering them, but before I can even tell you what I've done, what my profession is, what my career is, you're already. Okay. So then why did you ask me? Did you think it was going to change? As I have been a professional with a certified project manager. I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play. I've worked for Fortune 500 companies. If someone has a project and they need assistance with completing it, I'm your man. Okay, which is your question, big guy?
Revisit everything.
Apologies, I'm having trouble getting it. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. In my youth, I went to graduate school, I graduated from college, I graduated from high school. But Doug, yeah, I mean, that's what people do. I don't think you understand what it is to be an adult. You DoorDash, you smoke weed, and you basically live a simple life. I get that. Those of us who shot for the stars, had careers, had the ability to change careers if we needed, had different types of careers, big goals. I'm not saying you can't do that, but like you're basically interrupting my life to be like, hey, what have you done with your life? It's like, dog, what's with all the questions about me? Look at yourself. You could be doing exactly what I'm doing. I make money right now at the stream. Not a lot, but enough. You could do this. Why don't you stream your life? There you go. I understand. And that's a legitimate statement. I respect that. A lot of people do. I'll tell you before I started this, I like privacy as well. But I recognize the power of data and essentially, while it is a gamble, it may be the most valuable gamble I've ever had. I mean, I would literally be doing the exact same thing in my normal life. I would be watching a podcast, just chilling in my bed, surfing the internet. And that's exactly what I do, but I just live stream. I would, and your curiosity is not a bad thing at all. It's frustrating when you're like, hey, what do you do for a living? And I'm telling you, and then you're already interrupting me for the next thing. It's like, you don't even care about what my answers are. You're just literally saying how many questions you can ask me in a minute. I know, but then you ask me again, what's your career? I told you, and then you interrupt me. Okay, that's a different question. I mean, I got an education. And essentially went to the corporate world. That's what you do. And I moved up the corporate ladder. I got promotions, and then I got certifications. I continued my education, my continuing education programs, and really developed as much of a knowledge base as possible. And you can do it too. You don't necessarily need a college degree to be able to make six figures. Okay. Hey, that's very respectful, and I understand that. I shouldn't say respectful. Pardon me. Respectable. And I think that that's a very good thing. Hey, if you don't want to get into the hustle and bustle of the corporate world, I get it. But if you want to make money, and you want to make a lot of money, I know you don't, but literally doing nothing, cryptocurrency is a perfect place to do it. I mean, well, here's the thing. Like let's say, okay, you do DoorDash, which is cool. Hey, there you go. Welcome. How you living, Tim? I'm up. So, hey, this is a person using cryptocurrency. Ask Michael, what are some good? You're in tons of crypto now. You have your own. Munch is right about that. But look, if you just are doing Uber or Uber Eats or DoorDash or something like that, if you were to say, look, I'm just going to take one tip, like whatever, somebody tips you $5, one tip per time that you do Uber Eats and put it in cryptocurrency, within a year, you'll have perhaps thousands of dollars. Like, I'm not even talking. Ask Muncher. No, ask Muncher. Ask. No. I'll tell you. Ask Muncher. Ask Muncher. But it's not. That's okay. It shows that you don't. No. So at times you've been able to buy Teslas with Bitcoin. You can use it to buy things online without ever transferring it into USD. And you have to understand. Let's talk about USD for a second. Okay, so we're talking about the United States dollar, Federal Reserve notes, the things that people have in their wallet. That has lost 99% of its purchasing power since it was brought into effect December 23rd, 1930. 99%. So what does that mean? That today's $100 bill in 1913 was just a dollar. Okay, that's known as inflation. Basically, practices that weaken an economy, that weaken a currency. With cryptocurrency, it is essentially an insurance against inflation. Let's say currently inflation every year is about 2%. In bad years, it's 6%. That means that in 2023, if you had a dollar, today that dollar is worth 98 cents, and it could be as low as 94 cents or so. That means next year it's going to be 96 cents, and the year after that it's 94 cents. Now you look at basically any cryptocurrency that has some larger holders and isn't just a small shit coin or meme coin or something. Given time, these things have not just 1x, meaning essentially increasing, but 2x, 3x, 4x, 5x. Then you get into 10x, 20x, 50x, 100x, 1,000x. What am I saying? I'm saying 1,000 times whatever your initial investment was, you can make on this. So, what am I saying? Let's just say we take $5 every time that you make a delivery. Not just every time you make a delivery. I'm not saying that. Every time you have a session that you go, let's just say on Uber Eats or something like that, you take $5 of that and you say, I'm going to just buy cryptocurrency, whatever one I want. It could be a very popular one or it could be a new one. That $5 in a year has the opportunity to be $50,000 pretty easy. And you may make 50 different investments like this and they all don't pay off for you, but 50 times $5 is only $250 that you would have invested when the opportunity for it to essentially candle, as we call it in the community, but for it to have long-term economic and fiscal success is a reality. Meaning, if you take that dollar, the United States dollar, and you just say, I'm going to put it in my bank account, it's going to lose 2% this year, it'll lose 2% next year, it'll lose 2%. With cryptocurrencies, there is a chance that you can lose that. But there's also the opportunity that they can explode. It's like, it's similar to the lottery. I mean, it's a risk like anything. But very rarely you have the opportunity to have like 1,000x opportunity on something. So, for instance, if you had like it's like a stock. Let's say you like Xbox, so Microsoft. Let's say Microsoft stock is $100 per share. So the chances are that it turns into $200 within a year are very low. It's not necessarily going to double. But the chances of a cryptocurrency doing the same are much higher. Let me give you an example. This coin, Harry Potter Obama Sonic Penny, when I started with it, it was worth less than $1. Now, it's worth $300 million. This coin has made millionaires out of just random people who work in the job who just were in early. And if you really want to know how to do it, if you really want to know this, I mean, there's that. I mean, any kind of investment is a risk, so you could consider it. What I'm telling you, though, is that if you really want to make a lot of money and put in very little effort, all you have to do is listen to Twitter Spaces. On Twitter, every single day, do you know what Twitter Spaces are? Okay. Well, you're familiar with Twitter. Do you know what Twitter Spaces are? Okay, so it's like an audio format. All you have to do is go into those and listen to people who have good plans for their cryptocurrency and then invest in it. Will all of them pay out for you? No. But there are very few things in the modern age that give you 100x. Like you could go and bet on a sporting team and you're only going to make 2x if you win on your money. Maybe if you parlay it or do something crazy, you might get 4x or 8x, but there's a very good chance that you're going to lose that money. In cryptocurrency, it's basically not a huge risk. You take $5 or $10 and you get a million coins. I mean, like for $5, you can buy a million coins. And if that coin gets to be worth $1, then you've got $1 million. And you bought it with $5. It is. It is. It seems like it should be illegal. It seems like it should be illegal. No, that's exactly how it works. Exactly. You can't buy stock with $5. You can't even pay the fees on stock with $5. But you can buy a million of a certain coin with $5. The barrier to entry is very, very low. So, like, I'm serious. Sometimes people are going to give you $5 tip. If you just say, every time I do a delivery, I'm going to buy cryptocurrency, it will grow up. I can tell you that I don't buy cryptocurrency. I mean, I've bought Bitcoin in the past, I've owned a Bitcoin. But at least as I've done this project, people just want to give to me. They donate to me. And they donate cryptocurrency to me. And that cryptocurrency goes from being worth dollars to hundreds of dollars to thousands of dollars. And I don't have to do anything. It just sits there and grows. So at least from that perspective, my advice to you, if you would be, you keep doing whatever makes you happy. You keep doing whatever makes you happy. But just take $5 every time you choose to work and invest it in a cryptocurrency, whatever cryptocurrency you want. And if you're like, look, I don't know what cryptocurrency to buy, I would tell you get on Twitter Spaces and just listen to some people and their projects, there will be people who just give you their cryptocurrency as well. They just want more holders for the cryptocurrency. So they'll just be like, hey, we're doing what's called an airdrop, and all you have to do is link your wallet and you'll get free tokens. Now, if you're like, well, why isn't everybody doing this? Well, the thing is, a lot of people are, especially in the last 3 years. And you just don't really recognize it, or maybe not you, but people don't recognize it. But the other big issue is you have to be very careful the links that you press because people can drain your wallet, and you don't want that. Well, no. I mean, I don't. I've never sold any cryptocurrency ever, so I'm what's called a diamond hand investor. Basically, I just hold the whole time, and that's the best kind of investor anybody wants. So I've never pulled out my money. The most I've ever done, I'm in a cryptocurrency, and in order to join the fantasy football league of the cryptocurrency, you had to pay like $50 in the cryptocurrency to join the fantasy football, and I've done that, but I've never spent money on cryptocurrency. I just hold it. It's basically like a retirement fund for me that just keeps growing. Um, well, without getting into specifics, I can tell you this. I've seen like a 30x on the donations that people have given to me. So let's say somebody has given me $100, that has turned into $3,000 without me having to do anything. I mean, literally, I just see it. And people recognize the value of cryptocurrency and the value of me being a holder. I mean, even though, like, I mean, just the coin that I talk about all the time, the merchandise, that has seen like a 50x over the course of its lifespan, and it's only like a year and a half old. So basically, you can think that if I had $1,000 invested, it's now worth $30,000. If I had $100,000 invested, it's now worth $3 million. But I've basically seen a 30x return, and because I don't sell it, it just keeps growing. And that's not even how I make money. But in addition to that, I could take a stream from different platforms. So I literally, me just being here talking to you, I make money. Rumble. And I mean, that's what everybody wants. They want to be able to just sit, hang out with them, play games, and get paid for it. And I'm telling you, there's a way for you to do that. I hope that answers your question. If you don't mind, we're going to continue the podcast. Feel free to ask more questions if you have. Please do. Please do. Honestly, if you really want to make a lot of money, you're just staying here. Why? Because you're going to become a celebrity just by being in here. You're with the person who has more data anywhere. You know how many people I randomly get coming to this Discord today? Like 10, 15? Do they all stay? No, but some do. The person who's in here, her name is Alframcha. She's from Poland. She likes what I do. She likes that I sing karaoke. She likes that I have a positive message, even though it's nighttime and cold, she's just chilling with me. And I get lots of random people to do that. And frankly, all it's going to take is just one person to be like, wait, you stream your life all the time? That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. I'm going to tell all my friends about it. And then they do, and all their friends are like, oh, let's go make fun of this person. And then they recognize, wow, that's a lot of data. That's a lot of social media. And literally, you can't go through it. With any other influencer, like, let's say, Kim Kardashian or Aiden Ross, you go to their Instagram and you scroll all the way to the bottom, you've seen it all. You go to YouTube, you just type in their name, and you basically watch all their videos within perhaps 20 or 30 hours. They don't have that much content. With mine, just with one of my streams, it's 3.5 years of content. Now, I've got at least 8 different streams going at any given time, and I'm making content throughout all of that, so my content builds on itself. It becomes almost an unlimited amount. It is limited, but it's more content by far than any person has in human existence. I mean, I just personally have been on camera publicly, live streaming on the internet more than any other person ever. Good question. You're good. Chill, man. Just chill. Get high, chill, and be cozy.
When you have a different perspective on the movie, maybe you like the movie. I hated the movie when it first came out. Did not like the film. I thought it was awful. Really awful. Like, boring.
I'm glad you're here.
Like, muddled. Like, everything was wrong. Suddenly I'm seeing pubic shots in the end from...
I have a question. So when you made your name, like, you didn't know that I was the king of BBC on TikTok? Wow, that's no, I recognize it, but that's wild. I mean, I have 1,000 different TikTok accounts, one of which is exactly the same name that you have in the system. I just think that's wild.
The Shining, like Roger said, you call late. I was really hard. I was really hard on this. I was a really angry young guy. Yeah.
He's a completely different guy. Yeah. Now he's like bent over backwards to be nice about it. Like, who the fuck is this guy?
How old my life? Well, I now look at and having been a filmmaker, and knowing the struggle that goes into getting something on screen. Look, I know how hard it is sometimes to get what we have up here on the screen. It doesn't always work, and sometimes you're faking it by the time it gets to the cut. But it's not an easy. It's not. So when I watch a movie now, I'm applying my life experience to it, and I'm like, okay, this movie may not be the greatest movie, but this is somebody's vision, and I'm going to give that I'm going to value it and give myself to it and try to find in it what I like about it. And so I always give every movie a shot. A good shot.
What's happening on our show that I think is really cool, again, for the fans that follow it and everything, is in our first season, we ended up covering about 70 movies. All together. We mentioned a zillion movies, of course, in the show, but we covered about 70 movies altogether. And between the 3 movies that we did over the course of about 26 episodes. And we kind of created new classics, at least amongst the people who follow the show. Because they followed it and they liked it. And they watched some old Mexican horror movie like Demon on it. Hey, that was pretty cool. Demon is amazing. And then everybody put it down. And if you try to look at anything about it and there might be shitty reviews about it and everything, then we talked about it with passion. And then we gave the right context in which to appreciate the killer animal. We gave the right context in which to appreciate the movie, and the people appreciated it under that right context.
Like, because the movie is old, and because maybe it's
well, it's kind of limited in what I say. I feel like if I get really into any game, it will take away from my streaming. I play Fortnite, I play chess, I play
mini golf. I have played FIFA and Madden. I really like the game Civilization, Minor Civilization. So I play that. I don't know if you're familiar with that. I played Rome Total War, all the Total War games. Pardon me? Excellent. What else do I play? There's some Fortnite and I say Fortnite, like Roblox and Minecraft. I have accounts for those. Just I don't want to get too into a game because if I do, it'll take up all my time and I have to do other things. I think so. Is it a good game? That's baller as fuck, man. Okay, I'm gonna look it up. Hearts of Fire. Hearts of Iron. Dude, I'm gonna read all about it right now. It looks baller as fuck, man. Looks good. Are you saying that? I mean, Germany was never communist. I got you. That's what I was wondering. Is it an option of student? Very cool. Amazing. That's really neat. I'll have to check it out. There you go. You find success. Okay. Oh wow. Okay. Right. Yeah. Oh wow. That's really cool.
Clean, perfect.
Actually, that actually has the best effects.
Well, yeah, that movie in particular is actually a tough one because it's. Is this game? Oh, yeah. So it's a killer hand that fucks somebody up. I think this is the best like hand on the loose movie.
It's a Mexploitation movie. Okay, a Mexican exploitation movie. But the one that's great about it, one, she's fantastic. And Samantha Egger.
Samantha Egger is
one of our heroes.
I love it.
But the thing is hilarious. But what's nice, but what's really cool about the Mexican horror genre is they take their tacky horror very seriously. It's tacky horror, but they take it really seriously, and you appreciate the seriousness that they're delivering their payload.
And I know how hard it is to do some of the things that they do. This is like pre-computer graphics. We have a limited budget, but their vision is so big, and you're watching it, you're like, oh my god, this is, if you try not to judge it on what a movie looks like today.
No, but not only just that, but what's interesting is when you see some of the effects, there's a couple of effects. Well, how did he do this? see how they did that. Oh my God, that's so fucking clever. They figured out how to do it in such a clever way. I can see how they did it, but that's so neat because they just figured out how to do it on camera in a way that sells it.
Yeah. And it's a crazy movie also.
That's great.
It's like you're inside of some sort of crazy Mexican's head making a horror movie. It's fantastic. Well, the horror genre is hard to do to not make ridiculous.
Yeah.
You know, the best thing about the horror genre in science fiction is that they're the best vehicles to kind of study culture and sociological issues because you have that abstraction layer that makes people think, oh, I'm just watching a science fiction movie. I'm just watching a horror movie.
Right.
Like you watch Dawn of the Dead, and you're watching a movie about zombies in a shopping mall, or are you watching a movie about the vanishing middle class being drawn to the consumer temple because it's what they remembered from their lives? It was an important place for them.
Like literally quoting you.
I'm actually quoting my liner notes that I wrote for the
Let's not go back. The copies make me think of Joe.
no worries. We can keep going. So when you first got into this, like, did you have like a film that you aspired to create something like? Like when you first, did you say, like, it's a composite? Comedians go, like, I want to be the next anyway. It was a composite. It was a composite. I had like kind of a top 3 filmmaker. When you're a young filmmaker, and then you're a young child, you look to your parents to learn how to behave. You're a child, and you look to them, and they teach you how to be. Sure. And so at the beginning of your life, you're copying your parents. And because that's who you love, that's what you're copying. When you're a young filmmaker, very frequently you kind of copy your parents, your cinematic parents. And so in my case, many filmmakers, like for instance Stanley Kubrick, who's one of my favorite filmmakers, that was always thinking about his 0-point perspective, his reverse tracking shots. I just love the intention of his shots and how he assembles his movies. I like everything about his work. I do. Kubrick, if you love Fritz Lang, you can see that Kubrick that's how he felt about Fritz Lang. Like when I watch, I can see the Kubrick shots. Is Fritz Lang Metropolis? Yeah, he did Metropolis. He did some of the greatest. Metropolis is a super, super powerful and kind of important movie that's exactly talking about everything that's going on today. People should see. The movie I was thinking about was Ant, which is his movie of Peter Lorre about the pedophile who's, the movie's made in just before the Nazis took power. Wow. And so he's making a movie that's really about kind of the rise of Hitlerian fascism in Europe, but he's doing it through this movie about a pedophile. And it's Peter Lorre is fantastic, and it's actually his first sound movie. Like Fritz Lang had made a sound movie, so every single shot in the film is based on sound. So he'll have shadows talking, the guy's heads talking, or even the device of the movie is Peter Lorre whistling a giant. That becomes like the device by which they find the killer. I mean, so the whole movie is about sound. So as a young filmmaker, if you want to learn how to use sound in a movie, that's the movie to see. And because every single shot, like it used to be, you would show an empty frame and it would just be a shot of nothing. But now Fritz Lang is able to juxtapose the woman's lost her daughter. She's calling for her daughter. And so she's looking for her daughter. She's looking for her. Elsa! Elsa! And they cut to an empty shot of the stereo and you hear her, Elsa! And they cut to an empty playground. Elsa! And then you see the balloon that she was carrying trapped in something, like whipping in the wind. Elsa! And it's super, super intense. And all he's doing is he's using sound juxtaposed with images, which he couldn't do before. Increasingly just called it M for murder. And this is an amazing movie. So Kubrick, that's a Kubrick shot. This is what you see. Elsa, or Elsa.
I seem to remember what else. Like, yeah, well, I took it back. But so Kubrick had his forefathers. He used to watch, and he used to live too. And so those would be like my grandparents, like, and so there's this like lineage of cinematic grammar and vernacular that gets carried on from filmmaker to filmmaker. And eventually, after you've made enough films, you start walking on your own and you start coming up with new ideas. But for me, it's Stanley Kubrick, John Borman, he's the guy who directed Excalibur, Open Glory, Point Blank, Hell in the Pacific, a number of I'm such a big fan of John Borman. Some of his, I'm a fan of his writing more than what he's done. Yeah, and John Borman, and then Roman Polanski. I think those three guys for me, and their work, not the guys, but mostly their work, like, I am a composite. If you watch my movies, I'm a composite of those. These other people as well. And those are the filmmakers who work to me. Those were my friends. So this Kubrick was such an odd one. Like, his films are so different. And he was a weird guy. He did like complex mathematics in his spare time. I did complex mathematics. Nothing wrong with that. Yeah, he's a weird guy, but he's also, I think, thinking 3 steps ahead of everybody at any kind of given moment. I mean, to be honest, I was just thinking, I just pulled my script from Eyes Wide Shut. I had a script that was from set, and I was reading it over the weekend, and I saw that it has this, I've known this for a long time, but I started really thinking about it, and it's missing a narration. It's missing a third-person narration. That it was originally in the movie. That's because the movie was recalled and changed after his death. And they will deny it, but as a student of Kubrick, I'm watching the movie and I'm like, Kubrick wouldn't do that. Kubrick wouldn't do that either. Kubrick would have trimmed this. I didn't know they recut it after his death. Okay, so apparently
They finished.
well, that's the party line, but I think that they changed the notes, the close-up, the inserts of the notes. I think those are changed. It's missing narration. It's definitely missing narration. Maybe third-person narration. Like that scene where he sees the prostitute who's died, he's at the morgue, and he's looking at her, and he's like leaning over her. It's a bed for narration. There's this whole thing. What they do instead is they couldn't say that Kubrick finished the movie because they hadn't done the recording of the narrator yet. And so maybe they just kind of clutched it together, except there's an entire thread that's kind of been squashed in that film, and that's the 2 men that are throughout the movie that are constantly in the background of the film, who eventually, in the final shots of the film, you see like Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman in that final scene of the toy store where she's looking at the Rosemary's Baby passing it. It's totally Kubrick saying something. And they never take their eyes off their daughter until they take their eyes off, and the final line of the movie is coming up. You see those 2 guys walking off with the daughter. And they're taking her away. They've given their daughter to the pedophile. That's what's happened at the end of the movie. And there's an incident where, when they first screened the movie in England, people who were outside, apparently, this is all second. There were people who were outside the theater who could hear inside the theater Kubrick yelling at all the executives and saying, "You can't cut it! Like, you can't fucking cut my cut!" Blah, 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 blah. Big argument going on. 3 guys like 4 days later. So somebody went in and finished the movie, but I think when they finished the movie, they hid. The movie got changed into something else. I would love to finish that. I've thought about it, and reading the script over the weekend, I started seriously thinking about like somebody should recut this, or somebody should.
So it'd just be a matter of recutting it with narration.
Well, yes, there's obviously missing. There would be missing things. Things have been removed,
And is that
it's going down. Not unless you crack it up and there's no way anybody they would never. But all the time.
now we have AI?
Well, I know. Yes. Yeah. I don't know. I would say I've actually been experimenting a lot with
The newer versions are pretty sound.
I've been working on the running, which is
The curve is insane. Like the exponential curve of improvement.
I literally, as I'm working on things, I'll be talking to the guys, and they say, "Well, it'd be nice to be able to maybe do, okay, we got that tool on Tuesday. We're going to give it to you." And so it's like literally whatever you think you can't do, ask us because we probably will be able to do it in a couple of years. And so it's advancing so fast and so rapidly that I, without telling you, made a little claymation version of it, and I haven't talked to you. Kind of funny. But it's a claymation version of both you and me.
Bizarre that something that would have cost like hundreds of millions of dollars. If you wanted to do a film, like a pixel type, one of those crazy movies where you have all this like insane animation, that shit took forever.
The best work that I've seen of it, like, it was the first time I've been kind of ignoring AI. I know what it is. It's phone completion with visuals, and I get it. I understand. We'll see. But I'm a tactile. I'm going to do it. But I would bailiff. I didn't need bailiff before the and like that was a big, video puppetry type CGI thing. My original plan for that movie, because I was going to break it myself, was to make it like in Iceland, under $10 million, just really dirty. I wanted it to be like like an early Terry Gilliam film, Jabberwock. That was actually when Neil and I were thinking about it. And suddenly it was like whatever budget I had was probably a craft service budget. It was nothing like $100 million movie. Sushi every day, champagne, fly the plane to England. Whatever you want. It's like it's crazy, but that was definitely not the movie I planned on. However, when we made it, like it turned into this big performance capture thing. It was fun. Like working with Zemeckis, and he's such a insightful, creative genius. And even before you were able to do stuff like what he was doing in that film, he was constantly taking when we made contact, take that eyebrow off of Jodie Foster. I like that eyebrow thing she does. And so put that on this time. And so he was messing with her face and doing all sorts of performance. And even when you go back to his earliest film, that's crazy. I want to hold your hand. I want to hold your hand is almost a visual trick. Having the Beatles there, but not be there, and not using computer graphics. I think he's just a really super inventive guy. And it was so much fun making a movie with him because when year was that? Inventing technologies. That was 2010 when the movie came out. Let's watch the numbers. Well, I want to remember what it looks like. And it looks probably like a video game we can't see it. Because that's what's crazy, right? I thought about taking Bayonet and putting it into my system and then just easing over it. That's what we do and that's what you always find a way you can do easily. Yeah, easily. I thought about fixed systems. Yeah, it looks like a video game cutscene at this point. Yeah, but it was kind of cool because everybody looked like that, not just the monster. Yeah, that was kind of cool about it. I mean, the difference is that this was actual performances, and so we could take Ray Winstone and have him. Ray Winstone doesn't look like that. He looks a little heftier, and that's my arm. My own arm. It's funny because our original script was much more modest than this, but then Zemeckis was like, "Okay, boys, it costs $1 million a minute. Do whatever you want." Stabs a dragon in the heart. Well, this movie is kind of it's a little. It's an interesting experience. What happened to me? So I was going to make this movie myself. I had set it up initially at Image Movies. Zemeckis producing it. And then it fell out, and the rights kind of reverted back to me. I had to cover the turnaround on it, but the rights reverted back to me. I was going to go make the movie myself for nothing, and I was trying to set it up, and it was really, I was broke at the time, and I was not going to make money. I had to cover the turnaround expenses myself in the film, which were considerable. But I wanted to make the movie really well, and I was working on Silent Hill, Southern Area, and someone started giving me calls. And it was like the producer of Polar Express, this guy Steve Green, wanted to buy the script. It's like, I want to buy it for percentages. And I said, too little, too late. I'm making it. And I kept saying no. And I was working on this film, and I was trying to finish it. And every hour I'm getting calls from agents at CA who were like, actually, it was Jeff. I didn't know it was Jeff. Did I talk to you about it?
Well, no, because he was Zemeckis' agent.
That's right. That's right. And so I was getting
anything I get shit done.
Yeah, years ago, get shit done. Well, I was like, no, and no, I won't. I made myself. No. And Steve Dane, and I said, if another agent calls me, I'm firing the agency. And you're like, we at least meet with the producer. So I went ahead and I meet with him. And he says, listen, if I don't make this film, I'm going to miss the moment. I'm going to lose the movie. It's going to be like, just what's your price? Just tell me what's your price. And I said, I don't work. He said, listen, he said, well, I may help you. I'm not going to tell you. He said, look, why don't you just tell me, just discourage me? So then, you want me to discourage you? So I started like making shit up. I need this, I need that. I tried to come up with how much money had anybody ever made on the script, and let's add some money to that. I went over the top. And I had grown a beard to make the movie, grew my hair long like a Viking to learn about why Vikings have beards, etc. All that kind of stuff. I'm making the movie. I'm a Viking. I said, well, Richard, that is really discouraging, but we have a deal. and I was like, well. I'd start driving home. I'd never done anything. I'd never done something for money before. I'd always done it for passion, and then the money came. This is the first time in my life that I'd ever made a choice based on money. This titanic amount of money, I was understanding broke. And I went home and tried. Then the check came, and nothing dries tears like money. And then I guess invited me into the process, which was really great of him. He really wanted me and Neil to be at his side and collaborating with him, and it was a fabulous experience. But to be honest, I was like, who am I? What does it all mean? I just gave away something I wanted to do my entire life. I've always been chasing this John Borman film, Excalibur. I think it's the most beautiful movies that are made, like the Arthurian legends. And if you watch Beowulf and Excalibur, they're very similar. They're not. And so I was like, who am I? What does it all mean? I don't even know if I want to make a movie. Like, what do I have to tell now that I just completely sold it? And then I was at a dinner, and driving home that night, and I was giving somebody who was at the dinner a lift. My wife was in the backseat of the car, and I told my daughter I was going to be home by midnight. We lived in the dark. And I started speeding. I had a knife. And I was speeding to get there. Without getting into the details of what happened, I lost control of the car. There was another vehicle that was seen. I lost control of the vehicle. I think my tire blew, but I was going into a ditch, and I knew I was going to get into this deep ditch because it was right by my house, full of rocks and stuff. I go in there, roll down, so I turned into the, and I turned away from it to try to curse one out. I ended up on the other side of the street where I knew there was like a cow pasture. So that's the worst thing that can happen there. But that was a telephone pole. And I hit the telephone pole. My passenger impact and my wife was thrown from the car. When I came to, all I could hear was the horn. Here was going to have glass in my mouth, and I'm injured as well. I climb out of the car, and it's dark. It's really dark. But somebody's already arrived, an ex-DA from Ventura County, who did all the drunk driving laws and put those on the books. And he was the first person on the scene. It was right near the fire department. They showed up shortly afterwards. But when I jumped out of the car, I came running around to see what happened and saw my wife on the asphalt. She'd been thrown from the vehicle. And I threw myself onto my knees on the pavement, and I found myself in that moment asking for the one thing that mattered, which was his life. She looked dead, and I just, in that moment, I dug down, I begged her to come back to life, and I said, I will give anything for life, just in any form, I'll take it. And in that moment, she came back to life. It was like the life came back into it. Okay, it was a completely fucked up scene. The passengers dying in the car, or dead. The police are suddenly there. Next thing you know, I'm in jail. And suddenly, suddenly I found myself in jail. I found myself guilty of manslaughter, and something that is absolutely irreversible happening, which is, someone lost their life at my hand. And so after that, ended up, I found myself in jail, doing time, and suddenly everything that had come was gone. Like everything that I had made, gone. It all went, out. So you know how you made all that to the settlement. Is that didn't have time to spend it. Didn't even have time to register that it was there, and it was gone because it doesn't. It was like it was not real. And then you find yourself in jail, and suddenly everything is gone. Career is gone. Everybody stops calling. It's over. Two hit films, doesn't matter. It's all over. In fact, it was right in the middle of the publicity. So it's just toward the end of it, and it's the most horrible thing that has ever happened. And I found myself then again in jail, incarcerated, um, alone with my remorse and regret, and really getting existential about things. Really coming to appreciate, simple existence is the best thing there is. It's people don't appreciate what you have. You don't appreciate it until it's gone. And it can go like, first of all, we live in Christ. My wife is horribly injured, and it has been a decade to not just rebuild our lives, but to for her to come back to health. What it did there, is because I would do anything to reverse that, to reverse my life. I would give anything. And I don't say this lightly, but having said that, I'm kind of grateful as well. Because I was like asleep walking through life. And it wasn't until that happened that I completely, it changed how I see everything. It was like my third eye. I don't view anything the same. Once you've been incarcerated and you've been deprived of everything, and you have a lot of time to think and be existential, you come out of that, at least I came out of that experience, and I looked at a tree and I was like, it's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen in my life. I hope I never not feel this this appreciation for a cloud. You know, to be able, like, when you're in prison, to be able to pet a cat, for example, it's so simple, such a nothing thing. You think, okay, to be able to pet an animal is like a gift. The simplest things are gifts. When I was in jail, it was also a little bit like a comedy. You know, you have people walking in circles, and really, everybody's trying to control the outside, and so you start really seeing human behavior up front. I mean, when I was in jail, they're literally during the Academy Awards, it's on the TV in the tent, and I'm watching him win like, for Jenga. I'm like, so while Clinton is like at the height of things, I'm pretty much at the and not only that, but Greg Shapiro, who produced the Rules of Attraction for me, my producer, came and visited me with Robin Wright, who produced the follow. He won for Zero Dark 30. And so I'm like there that, like, to be taken from one point where you feel like you're at the top, and you're like, oh, you think you understand things. Yeah, they take you to the bottom. But let me tell you something. In that moment, I was sitting on the asphalt, and my life came back to life. I immediately knew what I had to say as a thing after that. It was like whatever cynicism I had had, about the movie and not making it, it just went away. It evaporated. Um, and the ecstatic experiences, and they were ecstatic, that I had in jail were like, I mean, you see things kind of for real. When you see somebody, get hanged by their cell in a cell, or when you know that, that those Salvadorian MS-13 hitman guy, he's going to kill him. He's going to kill him in the yard. I'll go lock myself in my cell. Literally, I'll go lock myself in because we know shit is going to go down. And so, like that was like every day. It's just like, and also you really know who stands with you after something horrible happens. And like John Langley, our customer from Video Archives, ended up being like I said, when I was in jail, lending me money. And
There we go. Thank you, Yo-Yo. Oh, shit. Oh, WTF happened.
What is this? What is this? New knowledge. Study meat. There's no meat. Really?
Real bad times. Fuck yes. His dick is a bomb,
And he gave me my first job when I got out. That was her husband who did that. And so, like, I valued her husband. and, and especially John, his family, and Maggie. Yeah, you know, it really was, like, I'm not John, but really Maggie. She was really like a champion. And so, anyhow, you know, what it taught me, actually, because I was a failure up my own ass most of the time, but what it kind of taught me was, you know, they might be going through shit in their lives. You know, God forbid they do something health related, which is almost out of your control. But, you know, people are suffering, and people are struggling. And I used to be a lot more cavalier about people and fuck with people and be forced with people and not really care as much. Now I'm acutely of people and, you know, what they may be going through. It's just
This is the best way to wrap this up. Perfect. Gentlemen, thank you very much. This is an awesome conversation.
This is
really appreciate it. 3.5 hours just flew by.
Thank you.
Oh my God! I actually, I guess he's wrapping it up quick.
I think it's 3 hours. 3 hours and 15 minutes at least. There it is, the Video Archives podcast on Patreon. Patreon.com. If you just look up videoarchivespodcast.com, thank you.
Chickadoo. 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 The Joe Rogan experience. Chickadoo. Oh, man. What's it going to be? Some loser? Sure. Probably some douche who fucking stupid that probably. All that day? What about just all day? Beef? Bitches. Birds foreign. Who's this? I bet it sucks. Who's Rick Strassman? Yeah, he sucks. Oh man, I gotta take it down. Perhaps. What do you think? It's hard to judge color. I don't really see color.
What's up, Rogan? Let's do it.
Oh wait, what the fuck is this?
That's it, bro. That's going on. Good to see you. Thank you very much for that extraordinary piece of athletic you brought to the gym. Absolutely.
Is there a photo that we can show people what it looks like?
Yeah, it should be on the website, X Factor.
And what is it called?
It's called the X Factor.
No, it's called
the
the
X Factor.
Go to the website.
Sornex.com. Go to Sornex.com. Check it out. That's right. I'll tell you, it's actually, pull it up, Jamie.
Cool.
Yeah,
It's fun, man.
it's big.
So this is the machine.
Yeah, it's actually joking too.
Yeah, it's a brilliant machine. The idea that you could push and pull rotational
really is a genius idea, man. And for things like striking sports, that's huge. Like the ability to push and pull at the same time while stabilizing your core, and that is undoubtedly going to help people like this. You're definitely going to be able to deliver more power in strikes.
Right, because you take the ground force and then be able to put it through, obviously, which that's all three planes of motion, all of it, obviously, goes through the core, and then puts it into your feet or your arms.
It's just so unusual that you can do something like that. I mean, I guess you kind of can do something like that with cables, with the cable machine, but that seems better.
Yeah, because you have a little bit of a balance component as well. But you're right, like you're blocking, let's say you're a right hand, you're blocking on that left leg, and stabilizing on the right hand. But yeah, especially when you get that little extra extension, I call it the riblets right there, your obliques, it just allows you. So I'm interested to see what you think.
It's pretty dope. And you were telling me that this was originally like you came up with this idea from an older machine.
Yeah. So we I've been in this industry a long time, as well as you have. It's kind of taken a remastered series where we're taking all like the cool stuff that could have been our designs, but could have been just old designs or just like kind of lost to the ages. And I'm like, hey, that was a cool piece, but it sucked because you had to load it weird, or it was like maybe it wasn't as safe as it could have been. And so it's like let's break the whole thing apart, figure out what was good about it, and then that was like the 8th iteration. We just kept playing with it, and it was like you realized that double access is what made the user experience pretty good. I sent a video to you, and then a couple colleges got involved, and then Ryan Krause with World Champion and Record going to shop. It's like, yeah, like this is all rotational power, and how we turn that on.
Yeah, it's so cool today because there's so much social media and there's so many videos, YouTube videos of people using equipment. Like 15, 20 years ago, you had to go to a gym and go, oh, what is that? Oh, that's cool. Where'd you get that? How's that work?
The big guy in the gym, you have to like, hey, what's the deal? Yeah. I grew up in the same Europe, but we're going to gyms all the time, and there's a bunch of cracks telling you to do stuff.
Always, yeah.
And then you
bro scientists.
show the bro scientists, yeah. And then you just like, hey, that guy's really good at something.
Yeah.
Back in the day, I would, after I compete, probably much like you, after I compete, I would get whoever was better than me, I would offer to take him out to dinner. And I would just go, hey, like, I gave them beers until they basically told me how they eat. Just like, well, how much are you cleaning? What are you doing? And then I would pick up some little idiosyncrasy of training. They're like, oh, we could do this contrast. And like, what's that? Just keep digging.
Well, I remember when I was competing, they would tell you to not lift weights, which is so hilarious. They used to say that. They used to say it'll slow you down and you'll become tight.
Yeah.
And I remember thinking, like, why don't you just stretch it tight?
Yeah, so horsepower makes the car slow.
It didn't make any sense to me. It's like they thought that the only exercises you should do is martial arts itself. Just hit the bag, train.
And when do you think that? Well, Bruce Lee would do. I mean, he did some exercises. Yeah. He had some lifting that was always pretty light. But what would you say was when that changed?
I think it was around Holyfield. I think it was Mackie Shillstone trained Evander Holyfield when he went up to heavyweight. And I remember myself at the time, so this was in the 90s, I remember thinking, what is he doing? This guy's right? He fuck himself up. Doesn't he know that all these coaches already figured it out? Right? And then all of a sudden, Evander got trapped.
Dude, he was trapped. He dealt it out.
He got jacked. And he became a legitimate heavyweight. Also, pretty sure some nice consultants.
Yeah, he might have gone across the
I think it's a strong possibility that there was some help. Because also, like, I never heard of anybody testing positive for steroids back then.
No.
And I know for a fact that some of those guys love steroids.
I would not disagree.
I know people who know people, and I would fucking put it on black.
Well, up until 91, steroids weren't even illegal as a controlled substance.
Do you know who caused it to be illegal? Joe Biden.
No shit.
Yep, that motherfucker. It was all him. Yeah,
this is my argument against online gambling. You know, there's a lot of people that think online gambling should be banned because so many people are losing money on online gambling. Shut the fuck up. Do you know how easy it is to not online gamble? It's so easy. You know how easy it is? I've never online gambled. It makes two of us. That's how easy it is to not online gamble. I thought forget my password. Yeah, but yeah, like I'm not discounting the fact that gambling is addictive. I personally know gambling is. One of my best friends, Dana White, is a fucking gambling guy. He happens to be insanely wealthy, so he can get away with it. But that hurts. I grew up in pool halls. I know what gambling is. I get it. I'm not one. So it's possible to like fucking have some self-control and discipline and willpower. The weird thing, I've never done crack either. Crazy. It's crack is everywhere. It's a scourge or something. I've never done crack. You know, it's really weird. I've never been seen. Yeah, I saw cocaine once in my entire life, which is wild. Based on, I know a lot of people. I was like, yeah, like they just think I would just say no to that because I grew up raised just in no generation. No, I didn't think it was like a real thing since I was in high school. I've never, yeah, which is kind of crazy because I know so many people who do coke. Yep. But I was at a party in high school the last time I saw someone doing coke. No way. Yeah. In your world. Yeah, my world. Yeah. Well, I don't do anything. I don't ever fuck around. I've never done coke. I've never thought about doing it. Never had the desire. Because I was around people that were abusing me when I was in high school. Sure. So I was like, okay. Do you think that?
Yeah, are you fucking serious? At this point, I've been doing this now for 1 years, and yeah, so I may have some sex tapes out there. Okay. No, I don't think that likely to find that. So take the fucking guy bloody. Hope that is. Awesome. How could you? Bird Soren? No, I didn't pick the podcast.
I think that's because you're such like a strong personality and like kind of role model. People are like, hey, Joe's not going to like people. You think they're like respectful of that and just kind of know the deal? They just know how to lie. Yeah, I think so. I'm just not interested in anything that gives me that confidence. I'm not interested in I gotta tell you that. I don't like anything that gives you like a ridiculous sense of like your I'm not. I'd rather be humble. Yeah, I'm not interested. I mean, delusion is a strong suit. No, sometimes. Yeah, no, and it can get you down that too.
Definitely. I think it gets you pretty far, and then you fucking wheels come off. It's really dead.
It's like when you're skateboarding when you're a kid and
You see a guy and just like, oh, you see when they do that? You're like, no! This episode is brought to you by the farmer's dog. Dogs are amazing. They're loyal. They're lovable. But just having Marshall around can make my day 10 times better. I'm sure you love your dog just as much, and you want to do your best to help them live longer, healthier, happier lives. And a healthy life for your dog starts with healthy food, just like for us. There's a reason having a balanced diet is so important. So how do you know if your dog's food is as healthy and as safe as it can be? Well, Farmer's Dog gives you that peace of mind by making fresh, real food developed by board-certified nutritionists to provide all the nutrients your dog needs. And their food is human grade, which means it's made to the same quality and safety standards as human food. Very few pet foods are made to this strict standard. And let's be clear, human grade food doesn't mean the food is fancy. It just means it's safe and healthy. It's simple, real food from people who care about what goes into your dog's body. The Farmer's Dog makes it easy to help your dog live a long, healthy life by sending you fresh food that's pre-portioned just for your dog's needs. Because every dog is different. And I'm not just talking about breeds, from their size, to their personality, to their health. Every dog is unique. Plus, precise portions can help.
Like, who's your favorite one? I want to know why isn't it Cookie Monster? Yeah. Let me see. What what did what did you put out with the monsters? What's your favorite type of monster? Monster energy. Okay. Have you ever had their Have you ever had their mocha? Um, I may have one time I tried 3 of them at once just to see which one I liked the most. But they were all coffee related. It could have been none. They came out with like a coffee line or something like that, right? Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It was, I actually liked it a lot. It was really good. All right, so how did you find out about me? I think that those are the three that I tried. Wow, you know a lot about it. Okay, if I ever have to try one, those are the ones you recommend. Or orange green chicken. Okay.
And why do you recommend those? Why do you recommend those? In case of it, they give you less energy.
They are the most like I like with Monster. It's a pretty unique signal. And a lot of flavors really don't try to be original. They don't try to be unique. Like the golds and the stronger things. You get those phantom flavors. That peach has something great in it. Or creamsicle or something. You know, that you cream on Monster. That's pretty good. It's good because it's overly
Yeah, I would say it's quite unique. All right, now, have you gone back to, or even thought about going back to Red Bull since you jumped on the Monster bandwagon? All right. You don't think the original tastes like dog shit? Yes, it is. I'm in agreement. Okay. Yeah, I would say that it's just it's not it's not delicious. I would say kind of it's just like I don't know. It almost to me makes you want to drink it slow because it's not really good tasting, perhaps. And other people may have disagree with me. But then I'll tell you, the monster, the three Java ones you named, those all tasted great. I mean, great. They're really good. So why may I ask? Yeah, that's an interesting point. They really don't make an apple soda. No one makes an apple soda. You get apple juice. I mean, there's not like a Coca-Cola apple or Pepsi. Like if you want something like that, then you get it from like Minute, which is like a subsidiary. No, exactly. And the, yeah, definitely. Do you find you get the same buzz out of it that you should, or that you feel like you should? I would imagine. I mean, you're like an energy drink connoisseur. I really mean that. For you to be able to be like, there are three kinds of monsters, yada yada yada. That's a connoisseur. So I imagine the okay.
right? Okay. And right, just and that did the trick. But that was an amazing nap. Very cool. Excellent. Now, any other drinks that you like? Like, oh, okay, all right. Talk to me about sweet tea. I don't know that much about it. I mean, I know it's like a southern thing. It's just like sweet iced tea, right? Okay. So then, okay, okay. So, oh, that's interesting. Okay. What's the 99-cent one? Oh no. Okay. Okay. So, they're all 99 cents. Okay. I mean, I just the reason I don't do that. Yeah, I don't drink it, but I can tell you, at least the CEO seems pretty cool to me because he paid it. He says like, yeah, we can charge more for it, but we don't, and we don't have plans to, which I think is baller. Word dog. If you wonder what I'm doing, as I stream all the time, I have to reset my streams every once in a while, so that's just what I'm doing right now. But I'm more than happy to speak with you. If I may ask, how did you find out about it? Well, shout out to your friend. Is your friend on Discord? Okay, very cool. Well, do you mind if I tell you a little bit about myself? Excellent. Well, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I've been live streaming 24/7, 365 for more than 3 years. I stream my life in world peace. I don't want war anymore. I like to do what I can to infuse the world peace discussion into the daily conversations that I have with people. I am a very major component in world peace and really having diplomatic relations amongst people of the world. I don't feel it's right for you to put your hands on me, that being said, or vice versa. I talk about a lot of things with people on here that are normally discussed in society. Things like anti-gravity, anti-matter, alien disclosure. Have you seen some of the things that have been happening on the East Coast of the United States recently, particularly in New Jersey? You haven't? Okay. I mean, I respect that. So if you didn't know, in November there was a congressional hearing on UFOs, and then basically for the last 2 weeks in New Jersey, they've had these UFO flats where people have been seeing like 50 of them at once. Here, just so you're aware of what's going on. Here's a lady, I think from Fox News, talking about it. Like she saw it herself along with her family. So this was 2 days ago. So basically, the government doesn't have answers for what these things are.
basically these things are showing up every single night. You can go on Twitter or Reddit and just see they're all over the place in the sky. And no one knows what they are. And basically, nobody's telling people what they are. But it's quite interesting. So you talk about alien disclosure, de-extinction, the idea of like Jurassic Park making it a reality. And you think that's science fiction? The first successful de-extinction took place. Absolutely, cloning. The first successful cloning took place in the 1990s. But we're talking about de-extinction, and the first successful de-extinction took place in 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which is like a goat that was located in northern Spain. Okay, it's Pyrenean, so it was northern Spain, southern France. Yeah, I don't know if you know if we're talking about the same thing. This goat only made it for 7 minutes viability, but it was seen as a major advancement in the growth of the extinction. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company in Dallas, Texas called Colossal Bioscientific is popular that has made a good roll. So that happened in 2003. What Colossal Bioscientific wants to do is reintroduce the woolly man using an African elephant or African elephants and basically create hybrids and reintroduce them into the Arctic Circle within the next 3 years by the year 2028, which is extremely exciting as well. Following the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger and then the dodo bird, which is very cool. I mean, these are things that you may be able to see at a safari or a zoo or some kind of similar type of environment. So those are some things that we talk about. We talk about life extension technology. When you were born, original monster fan. You can send to this one. This one. I just have to request. What's that, big dog? That's okay. That's okay. It happens. It's almost more impressive that you're willing to admit that than anything. We all make mistakes. I'll take a look at. I'll take a look at it in just a second. Okay, excellent. So, was it a company or a person? Oh, okay. Was it successful? Was it successful? Okay, I was gonna say I didn't think that. I was gonna say I didn't think that was legal, so that makes sense. That's what I meant to say. You need, yeah, exactly. You had to be licensed if you were certified. Yeah, probably just for one animal. I'm in agreement with you.
So, like,
Original Monster fan. Do you like karaoke? I sing it, but I wanted to know what karaoke you like. Right? So, what kind of karaoke do you 100%, man. 100%. I get that. Very cool. Well, in addition to talking about de-extinction, you just mentioned in building disclosure, we talked about things like life extension technology, things like stem cells and cryonics and human growth hormone and cryogenics, and we talked about things like nootropics and um, ambrosia therapy, where you use the platelets of younger people for the benefit of older people. Basically, when you were born organic monster fed, your life expectancy was probably 80, 100, and 120 were probably seen as nearly impossible. And with some of these utilizations of life extension technology, which 100, 120 may be more reasonable for the common person. And but eventually your body's going to break down. And when that happens, there's another type of technology, a mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system. You later download into an android, an avatar, a cybernetic being, a cyborg, a clone of yourself, a robot, whatever you want to be. But what it basically tells you is that you have an opportunity at least for more time, which is really exciting. Right? And every person should be entitled to their own decisions on that. There are some of us who never want to die, and that may become a reality for some people. Then there are people who just want to live a normal life and die at whatever age, and that may be you, and you should have that right as well. Just know, though, that we're basically creating breakaway civilizations between the people who can live forever and the people who will just live a normal, Homo sapien life. Now, if you aren't serious in here, I would you, you have an obsession. It's quite clear. And that's fine. You need to go look at porn and get off. Hey, to each their own. Do whatever you need. But if you're going to interrupt important conversations with immature statements, that's the question. That's just this. You're good. You're good. No, it's not. Not at this current time. Maybe in the future, perhaps, somehow, somewhere that will be seen as a very important question. But currently, it's not. At least in my opinion. And I'm in Texas. When it comes to the idea of living forever and covering the civilization, there's certainly the idea that we may be able to travel extreme distances and not die, which could be very exciting for interspace travel, getting into interstellar travel, and intergalactic travel. Basically, one of the reasons why I'm such an advocate for world peace is because if we ever want to do any of the cool stuff that we maybe hear about aliens doing, we need peace at home. Basically, if you are a country, you need to have peace at home before you do kinds of colonization. You can't have a civil war and still be doing a lot of colonization because that will make you weak. That will give you a weak foundation. So essentially, once we have peace here on Earth, so basically, ensuring that we have peace on Earth, well, then it gives the ability to start space exploration, space tourism, terraforming other planets like Mars, perhaps moons like Europa, and then from there, we start getting into interstellar travel. The next closest star to our star, to Earth, aside from our star, is Alpha Centauri, which is about 4 light years away. So basically, within if we could create safe travel, safe space travel, and without even manipulating the current laws of physics, if we can travel near the speed of light, it would take about 4 years to get there and 4 years to get back. So you'd be able to basically have interstellar travel within the next, I don't know about a timetable for that, but within 8 years, you'll be able to go there and back, which is really exciting. It's not that far away. So this is some, hold on. I get what you're saying. Okay, speed of sound is good, but that's like 800 miles per hour. It's not. Speed of light is 100%. Totally agree with that. But there are ways to travel faster than the speed of light. There are things that travel faster than the speed of light. They're known as tachyons. I don't know if you're familiar with these. I'm not an accredited physicist. I'm certainly just an amateur physicist, but let's find out more about it. Yoda, can you please tell me about some types of things that are faster than the speed of light? Perhaps things like tachyons. And please provide it in a list from like 1 to 20. And even hypothetical things could be in there. And just give the name of it and then a little blurb about it. I use VIO. So tachyons are number 1. Hypothetical particles that travel faster than light. In theory, they have imaginary mass, which makes them impossible to slow down to sunlight speeds. They've never been observed, but they show up in certain models of physics. So why haven't they been observed? Because they're moving so fast, and I don't know how we could catch them. But according to models, right. The next is warp drives, which are known as warp theory. drives. It's an idea based on general relativity where space is contracted in front of the spacecraft and expanded behind it, allowing the ship to ride the wave of space-time faster than light without violating the laws of physics. This is essentially what, do you know what Bob Lazar is? Okay, that's fine. Um, so Bob Lazar was a nuclear physicist at Los Alamos Laboratories in New Mexico and also Area 51, specifically Area S4. And one of his jobs, this is from the Joe Rogan, if you've ever, yeah, Joe Rogan, we're able to identify this. So, excellent. So basically, the thought is that the UFOs that crash or have crashed, we've been able to reverse engineer them. And what is thought of is the way that they travel faster than the speed of light is using these types of warp drives. Essentially, they are able to create, using anti-gravity and specifically element 115, a force field around themselves, and then warp space-time in front of them so that they're able to travel incredible distances instantaneously. The next is quantum entanglement. Entanglement particles affect each other instantaneously, no matter the distance. While information can be transmitted faster than light from distance, the phenomenon itself seems to defy the speed limits of classical communication. The next are wormholes, a speculative feature of general relativity. Wormholes are shortcuts through space-time, theoretically allowing faster than light travel between distant points. They're mostly theoretical and would require exotic matter to remain stable. Like when we talk about exotic matter, we're talking about like element 115, which is known as dystopia, also known as pentium. They're all the same name for the same thing. There are causality violations in certain warped models of space-time. You could have paths that allow an effect to proceed its cause. These can lead to scenarios of information objects that travel faster than light. Closed time-like curves, theoretically, if you can bend space-time in a way that you loop back on yourself as in time travel, you can travel faster than light in a closed loop, though these kinds of solutions are speculative and riddled with paradoxes. Another is phase velocity. In wave theory, the phase velocity of a wave can exceed the speed of light. For instance, light waves in certain media or mathematical formulations of light behave in ways where their phase velocity might surpass c, or the speed of light, though this doesn't allow for information transfer faster. Superluminal gravitational waves. Some models predict that gravitational waves might propagate at superluminal speeds under specific conditions, but this is very theoretical and doesn't suggest anything physically could actually travel faster than light. Axioms. Hypothetical particles proposed in some models of particle physics. These particles could potentially exist and have extremely low mass, and some variations of their theoretical behavior could suggest superluminal movement. Okay. Just with AI, we were able to name like 10 of them. Now, let's say 9 of them fail. Okay, but if one of them works, that means that we may be able to travel massive distances very quickly, and that's very exciting. And it only makes sense that if we see these crafts in the air every single day, right now, if I go to Reddit, I'm going to tell you that there are people who are Twitter. Let's go to Twitter. There are people guaranteed right now, somewhere on the east coast of the United States, that are uploading UFO videos that are flying over their house. So just one moment, just type in UFO. I didn't say go to latest. Senior White House official allegedly instructs to suppress UFO sightings in New Jersey. That's from BBC News. Not like what's BBC News, not some of this. Another multiple UFO sightings in New Jersey. That was committed to well. A lot of these are in other languages, so bear with me. I've got to scroll through. Okay, here's one of them. UFO. Oh, are you kidding me? This is crazy. There's a UFO that opens fire on a military installation. This is the first time I've ever seen it. The reason why I say that is I've never seen a fire take off. No way. And this, I realized, this makes sense. They were flying over some base starting with me in New Jersey for the past few weeks. Okay, so that was posted 4 minutes ago. Now, I'm skeptical of everything that I see on here, so it's like, okay, here's another one. Okay. If this was posted 6 minutes ago. Frankly, I've been studying UFOs for the better part of more than a decade every single day, and I've never seen anything like this. Here's another one inquiring. That's no way. They are really firing. There's one firing at something, and it's a different video than that other one, which tells you like, it's just not somebody who's got After Effects. This thing is firing like you've seen a video. Now, there's a question that's like, here's one in Miami. Hundreds of UFOs have been seen flying over New York. So, this isn't like being ignored. The government just isn't willing to say what they are. But long story short, if those are extraterrestrial vehicles of some sort, which it seems like they are, the government has already said it's not a foreign government and they're not ours. She's like, okay, well, what else could it be? And they don't want to say. But with that being said, those things have advanced physics that we can't even basically comprehend it. So the 10 things that we just read of ways to travel faster than the speed of light, these things could have 100, 1,000, perhaps more than that of ways to do it. Just a moment, I'm going to get off this phone.
Help keep your dog at an ideal weight, which is one of the proven predicted processed food. .com. Learn more. Offer applicable for new customers. Click and do. So that's there.
So, that's just what's going on right now, which is really hard. So you don't really know anything about Papa's art. I mean, you just said Papa's art. Just one moment. Like, if you ever watch Joe Rogan, it's this one. I watch this thing multiple times a day. Just one moment.
I want to announce some upcoming tour dates.
This isn't it. This isn't it. I mean, I'm pulling it up.
The Rat Tour, October 12th in Wichita, Kansas.
Here it is. I mean, this is the most fascinating thing I think that I've ever seen. I mean, I know this story pretty well, but just watch it. It's absolutely phenomenal. Talking about I know. If it's bothering you, just mute it yourself.
And relax. First of all, cheers, gentlemen. Start with toast. Relax. Bob, thank you very much for doing this. I really appreciate it. I understand that you've told the story many, many times. You've been grilled many, many times. It's very stressful for you, so I really, really appreciate your time. For people who don't know the story, there's a documentary. Jeremy Corbell has a documentary out right now. It's called Bob Lazar, Eric.
We're gonna keep it going. I'm right here. I just have to adjust to I just have to adjust my cameras here, so just bear with me. If you've ever wondered what it looks like to start a YouTube stream, though, you'll be able to see it. Oh, I got a bunch of ways. Just one moment, and I will go into that. Okay, so I'm live in like 12 different 12 different Discord servers right now, simultaneously with my camera on, including, like, do you know who Aiden Ross is? Yep, I'm the #1 streamer there of all time. So, he's been in my YouTube channel, and he has allowed me to live stream for the last 8 months in his Discord. So if you ever go into his Discord, you can see me, and I'm live in there. And I'm live, like I'm the #1 streamer all time in iShowSpeed's Discord. I'm the #1 streamer in quite a few different Discords. So people see my account and they're like, "Hey, what is this all about?" They a lot of times just will message me, or they'll click on the Discord and hop in here. And I mean, I only started this Discord server less than 6 months ago, and I've got 1,500 people in here, which I think is very good. And they're I mean, I'm not saying there aren't any bots in here, but they're generally mostly real people who come in and check in and see what's going on. Um, if you see, I mean, I have a huge Discord when it comes to how many channels I have. And if you ever are curious, just click on the chat of each of the channels and you'll see I've got a lot of information in there. And then I also get people in here from a really unique way, which is do you know what Kick is? Kick? Yeah, so I did, but since they don't save your data, and I'm all about saving my data, it wasn't very attractive to me to stream on there, though I have. So what I do instead, I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 300 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. So instead of having just one Kick account that on which I stream, which really wouldn't make a huge difference, I instead sacrificed that one account for a robot that I created that just spams people. It creates clips of people and puts my Discord in there, and it also um, it um, it follows people automatically. So what does this mean for me? Well, basically, what that does is at any given moment, anywhere in the world, my my robots are spamming, and that means um, everyone on Kick knows who I am, including the owner of Kick. His name is Eddie Craven. He and I are actually friends on Discord. Um, After he found out, like who I am, and I'm a real person, and I'm, a very serious individual about world peace. and I did an interview with some of the creators on his platform. He accepted my friend request, so we've got that connection. Um, there are other ways that I get people in the Discord as well. The but those are the main two. Also, my streams are many times entitled discord.me/rabbi, which is just like a one link that will get you to me just about any time. And I also I have, let me think if that's all of the ways that I get people in here. Yeah, I mean generally, but like it gets me like 30 new people in here a day at least. And they're real people, which is, the important thing. Anybody can just go out and buy people, but for people to actually be in here, and they're from all over the world. We have a girl who just joined us from Poland, and she's been sleeping in here. She just left it like not too long ago. I mean, she just left for like the morning, not too long ago, like maybe less than an hour ago or so. Who else do we have in here? A lot of creators from Kick. So if you ask anyone on Kick who the most famous person is on the platform, there's a very good chance that people will say Rabbi Rothschild. I'm very well known there because all I do is spam people on there. So I'm a celebrity, and I'm not saying that to suck my own dick. These are the words of their own streamers who have said, you are the most famous person. The last Kick stream that I did, they told me, you're the most famous person on the entire platform, and you don't even stream on the platform, which is quite funny. So those interviews are online and such. But really the main two are the people, like I'm live right now in Aiden Ross's Discord, the Socialized Discord, the Maya's Playhouse. I'm live in the Block Fruits Discord. And like these are all with my camera on. So all these people can watch me 24/7 and they start to get interested. My favorite Discord though, the one where I think if I'm gonna get famous anywhere, I really mean this, is a Discord that is it is the apologies. If I'm gonna get live or if I'm gonna get famous on any Discord, from any Discord, it's one called The Camp. It has over 200,000 members in it, and they know who I am. But even more importantly, I interact with them. I don't interact with many of the Discords just because it's too. There are a lot of trolls in there, and well, not just that. That's not the reason. I can take trolls all day. The reason why is you're not allowed to self-promote, and I'm the king of self-promotion. I mean, I'll I'll tell you all about my streams until you're blue in the face. And basically, if you do that, you'll get banned for most any